Yep. All right, good morning. We're going to get going. So I'm going to call to order the Board of Nevada Wildlife Commissioners on Friday, March 8th, 2024. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Keel to lead us in the pledge. Thank you. I'll ask the department to take the roll.
Chairman Cavilla,
Here.
Vice Chair Rogers,
Here.
Commissioner Barnes,
Here.
Commissioner Booth, Commissioner Keel, Commissioner McNinch, Commissioner Walther, Commissioner Wise, Commissioner Young.
And Commissioner Wise let me know that she's going to be absent today. So with that, I will ask the county advisory boards in attendance to please announce themselves. All right, and then any cabs on Zoom?
Go ahead.
Mtng, Elko.
Brian Washoe.
I'm here to testify on the.
We're just asking for the cab members to announce themselves.
Ryan Brown with Washoe.
That all we got, Kaylee, or?
Paul Howell with Douglas, and Kobe Rowe with Washoe.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to agenda item number 2. Actually, before we get going, I will ask everyone in attendance to please sign the attendance sheet at the top of the stairs. And then also, if you intend to speak today, to fill out a comment card for the record. All right, with that, we'll go to agenda item number 2, public comment period, informational. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comments are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So any public comment in Las Vegas? Okay, seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? Okay.
Go ahead, Craig.
Okay, yes. My name is Craig Carpenter Downer. I'm a wildlife ecologist, and this is concerning the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands letter before your commission. I think it's a very bold pronouncement that wrongly portrays Nevada's wild horse and burros as destructive misfit that must be controlled to the maximum, similarly to domestic livestock. The letter and supporting material are very misleading and incomplete in their treatment of the subject. If this accelerated wild horse and burro plan is adopted, it will have a devastating effect on the already overly reduced and unnaturally altered wild horse and burro herds in their legal natural homes or habitat. The points made by the coalition are very tendentious, and they promote an agenda that portrays the naturally living horse and burros as destructive, invasive non-natives, and proceeds to pick the blame upon them for many of the region's most serious environmental problems. In my opinion, as a professional wildlife ecologist has looked into this in depth, these claims have lost sight of the big picture and fail consider the major environmental impact factors concerning the public lands that these wild equids inhabit as a legal right Um, so I'll go on to my main points. I think that there's a basic failure to bring livestock ranching impacts into the equation and to recognize the relative proportions of livestock operations, including both cattle and sheep, upon the public lands in questions. These include large-scale fencing, partitioning of the public lands, and its inhibition of the free-roaming lifestyles of the wild horse and burros, as well as the manipulation of water and forage resources that cater primarily to the ranchers, but also other exploited interests such as miners and energy developers. And they deprive all wildlife, including the wild equids, of their fair share of the forage, water, and shelter, and put them in sort of a squeeze play. Basically, I think these interests are using wild equids as scapegoats or blame takers while seeking to divert the public's attention from the greater truth about what is happening upon the public lands. The public employees for environmental responsibility, along with other entities, have issued reports that are quite contrary to what the coalition letter assert. Then number two, I think this they totally forget about the major positive contributions that wild horse and burros can and do make to Nevada's in the West ecosystem. They have a different digestive system.
Mr. Downer, that is your 3 minutes. Please go ahead, Dre.
Yeah, and real quick, I just want to let everybody know, like, that specific item, we will have the opportunity to speak on it when we reach it on the agenda as well. The public can speak on it now or when that agenda item comes up. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Dre Armand, for the record. And speaking on behalf of the Nevada chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, just wanted to voice support for agenda item 8 and signing on to the CHNL letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on Zoom? No? All right, with that, we're going to go to agenda item number 3, approval of the agenda for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda for March 8th, 2024. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. And I do have one request. I would like to move item K ahead of item G. The Wildlife Damage Management Committee report. That committee had some recommendations for the predator management plan, so I think it's more applicable to hear that report before we have Pat do his presentation. Any additional questions or comments on the agenda? All right, seeing none, any cab comment on the agenda in Vegas? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom? Seeing none, any public comment on the agenda in Las Vegas? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? Director Janae?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to let everybody know that, yes, at the end of today's agenda in the building, there will be a field trip out to the Clark County Shooting Complex, and that'll start right after the agenda item number 11.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the commission? Seeing none. Vice Chair Rogers?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's no more discussion on that particular item, I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval of today's agenda for Friday, March 8, 2024, as presented, with a one noted change on item 7K to have item 7K in front of 7G.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Wise absent. All right. Agenda item number 4, approval of the minutes for possible action. Commission minutes may be approved for the January 26th and 27th meeting. So any questions or comments on the minutes? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure exactly how to, get us to where we need to be on there's no page number, so it's hard to, but it would be under item number 10. I really don't know how to get us there, but it's under item number 10. I'll give it a second. At the very bottom of the page, there's a reference, Commissioner Keel asked why project 22074. I think we just need to clarify. I don't know if that's a -4. I don't know which project number it was exactly, but I think we should make sure that we've got that documented. You were asking a question. And then again, I'm sorry, I'm trying to work through this as best I can with the pages that I've got. On the very next page, at the very, very bottom, there's this under 11, it states wildlife staff specialist Mike Cox introduced the biennial big game release plan for fiscal years 2024, and then it repeats 2024. And I think that was meant to be 2025. We should probably make sure that that's clear. And again, I've got a couple more that I wanted to just note here. Okay, under agenda item, oh boy. It's under B. I have to look for I think it's 20B. On the page across from where it starts, it references Vice Chairman Rogers Young. So I thought we should probably clarify that. And then right down below it was a procedural process. Chairman Rogers had pulled his motion on an issue so we could have further discussion. Just to make sure that the record's proper, I think Commissioner Barnes had pulled his as well. His second on that. I thought it was probably important to note that. And then I thought there might be one more. Let me look. Okay, I think that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So I guess I had one under, and I would ask that we get page numbers on this next go around. It's really difficult to. So it was item number, I want to say it was 7. Yeah, so under 7C, on the second page, it'd be the 4th paragraph up. It says Chairman Pavilion asked if moose jump or plow through them. And I think I was referencing through fences. So just to clarify that, just that one. And then I think back in number 20, sorry here, 20 C, right above D there. They've got another one. It says Chairman Cavilla explained thought was not, we just need clarification on that one too. It's not clear. And without going back, I don't know exactly what I said, but that doesn't read right. Yeah. So that just maybe look at that one as well. Yeah. Yeah. I might, maybe I did say that. I don't know, but that one stuck out at me too. But yeah, definitely please add page numbers next time. Any additional questions or comments on the minutes? All right, seeing none, any cab comment in Las Vegas on the minutes? Any cab comment on Zoom? Okay, any public comment on the minutes in Las Vegas? Look like any public comment on Zoom? No. All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNinch. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from January 26, 27th, 2024 meeting with the noted changes and clarifications.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye, opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Wise absent. Okay, with that, we'll go to agenda item number 5. Member items, announcements, and correspondence informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Janae may also be discussed. So we've received quite a bit of correspondence, the bulk of it specific to agenda items. I think we've all got that. I got a couple different ones that I relayed to the department since the last meeting. We had one individual that had a license revocation based on the Interstate Wildlife Compact. And I got with the department and Dag Burkett looked into that, and there's really nothing the department can do for that individual. We had another individual that emailed all of us, and I think he emailed commissioners in other states with just complaints and observations. He had quite a laundry list. I know the department's got that. And then we had an individual just this last week that had emailed me about, and I don't know if he emailed everyone else, about sounds like he got a alternate elk tag. He wasn't aware he got it, so he never actually got the tag. He didn't fill out the questionnaire, and he was upset about that, but I believe the department did respond or was going to respond to that gentleman. So any additional announcements or correspondence anyone wants to? Commissioner Walter.
While we're on it, I'll just add, I did receive an email from the Canvasback Duck Club commending the department on its work regarding season settings and requesting that we have a discussion about, moving the waterfowl season settings back to the north. So just throwing it out there.
Any additional correspondence from the commission? Director Janae, do you have anything else you'd like to raise up, or?
I think you've hit most of the items, as you mentioned, extensive comment on agenda items 8 and 9, and then the other points that you had are the same. We did have one that came after the last commission meeting, which was talking about the bear season, but that's already been dealt with by the commission. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you. With that, we're going to go to agenda item number 6, county advisory boards to manage wildlife. Member items informational. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. So any CAB items in Las Vegas? Seeing none, any CAB items on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, we'll keep rolling. So agenda item number 7A or 7 reports, 7A informational, department activity report, Secretary Janae and division administrators. A report will be provided on Nevada Department of Wildlife recent activities.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and kick it off. As you recall, Jennifer Newmark, our Wildlife Diversity Division Administrator, her last day was March 1st. And so we wished her well and sent her on back to Tony and Wildlife Management Institute. So we are in the process of flying that position, and we expect that probably by the end of the month, we should have that vacancy filled. So that'll be a good thing. Also, on a brighter note, the director's office is excited to announce we have hired Lacey Walker to fill the administrative assistant position vacated by Cameron Toll. Lacey's first day with the department will be this coming Monday, March 11th, and you'll get to meet her at the May Commission meeting. As far as budget, the department held the annual Wildlife and Sport Fish Restoration Coordination meeting on January 15th to discuss the upcoming 2025 grants. Also on budget related items is the governor kicked off the next biennium budget build for state agencies after preparing and presenting his priorities for the next 3 years. The Director's Office and Physical Services section plan to meet with each division over the next few months to discuss priorities for the next budget cycle. Additionally, the Director's Office staff attended the Interim Finance Committee on February 8th, where 1.5 million of American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds were approved to finish the Cave Lake Dam project. We also attended the February 15th BOE meeting where all department items were approved. As far as conferences and meetings, Deputy Director Mike Scott attended the Recreational Boating and Fishing Foundation Conference in Atlanta, Georgia. RBFF covers all related travel expenses for agency director and representation of 2 to attend. Additionally, Deputy Director Caleb McAdoo sat on a Wild Horse and Burro roundtable hosted by the Nevada Lands Council on February 23rd. And that's all from the Director's Office. If there's any questions, I can take them. Okay, and with that, I'll pass it along to law enforcement.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Chief Game Warden Christy Knight for the record. Personnel updates. We have a conditional offer to Joe Deese for our staff game warden position. Mr. Deese is currently in the background process. Emily Kane has transferred from Las Vegas to Elko. She will be patrolling Area 6. We conducted new hire game warden testing. 6 candidates were interviewed and 3 received conditional offers. Water operations. Southern Region wardens helped recover a drowned individual in Laughlin near Harris Casino Beach. And unfortunately, this week we had our first fatal boat accident on Echo Reservoir. It was a canoe that capsized. 2 individuals were in that canoe. 1 survived, 1 did not. They did have life jackets, but they were unable to put them on. Land operations. Game wardens patrolled a coyote hunt contest, which netted 1 loaded weapon and vehicle citation. And also noted that out of the 33 hunters contacted, only 3 were not using night vision or thermal equipment. The Fallon Game Warden cited and trespassed 2 people for off-road vehicle use on the Carson Wildlife Management Area. A Las Vegas warden responded to a call in Henderson where a dog was mauled by a mountain lion. In our investigations division, staff assisted Colorado on possible residency case. A new sub-guide was denied a permit due to violations of NAC 504.671, grounds for denial, revocation, or suspension of license. And on outreach, a game warden attended the STEM career fair at UNR. And an Eastern Region warden assisted Con Ed with an ice fishing presentation to new ice fishermen at Wild Horse Reservoir. And with that, I stand for any questions.
I have one quick question. Where at in Henderson was the mauling of the mountain lion and the dog? Was it in Anthem?
It was
Anthem? Okay.
an Anthem.
Any additional questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question, and that is around the game wardens. I know that you've mentioned today that we've got a new hire, and I think in previous meetings, so we've added a number of new folks. Just curious how or where we're at with our game wardens statewide, if we're full FTE or if we're still under in areas, kind of where we're at.
We're still under. The greatest deficit is here in Las Vegas. If all 4 of these pass backgrounds, we'll still be at an 8 deficit throughout the state, 2 in Winnemucca, and then the rest will be down here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Services Division Chief. The Data and Technology Services licensing and hunt application units kicked off the 2024 hunt application seasons with a successful spring turkey draw. We had a 9% increase in the number of turkey applications from 2023. A little fun fact this year with the turkey draw, we had 2 applicants in the draw who are 88 years old and 2 applicants who are 87. The takeaway here is you're never too old to hunt. The non-resident restricted guided mule deer hunt applications opened on February 2nd, and they will be closing on Monday, March 11th. With the draw results being released no later than March 22nd, we are currently at a 10% increase in applications for this hunt. The division is ready for the 2024 big game application period, which opens on Monday, March 25th and will close on May 8th. The 2024 Heritage Auction Tag Sales updates. Here's a small recap of where we are so far on the Heritage Auction Tags. Antelope Tag number 2 was auctioned by the Wild Sheep Foundation and went for $55,000 versus the $19,000 it went for in 2023. Nelson Bighorn Sheep Ram Tag number 1 was auctioned by the Wild Sheep Foundation. It sold for $175,000, and that went for $145,000 in 2023. Elk Bull Tag number 1 was auctioned by Nevada Bighorns Unlimited, sold for $280,000 versus $220,000 in 2023. Antlered Mule Deer Tag number 1 was auctioned by the Mule Deer Foundation. It sold for $165,000. This went for $160,000 in 2023. Turkey Tag number 1 was auctioned by the Safari Club International of Las Vegas. It sold for $3,500 and it went for $3,400 in 2023. Turkey Tag number 2 was auctioned by Persian County Truckers Unlimited, sold for $1,100 versus $800 in 2023. And Turkey Tag number 3 was auctioned by the Muley Fanatics Foundation, and it sold for $1,800. There's a turkey tag and a mule deer tag being auctioned off tomorrow. Year-to-date sales for the Heritage auction tag so far is $681,400. The Heritage Committee has now got the 2025 auction packages out to the vendors, and the deadline for submission is April 15th of this year. And lastly, the DAT staff and the Gordon Darby staff have been all over the great state of Nevada upgrading the licensed vendor equipment, and this will be completed within the next 2 weeks. We only have 5 left to do in the state. And with that, I will take any questions that the commission might have.
Any questions? Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Caviglia, fellow commissioners. Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. So first up in our Habitat Division report, I want to speak to our restoration and rehabilitation program. Despite the inactive 2023 fire season, habitat biologists have been actively restoring degraded habitats across the state, resulting from previous wildfire years. During the fall and winter of 2023-2024, endowed biologists implemented 12,802 acres of herbicide treatment, 60,400 acres of seeding, and planted 182,190 seedlings, totaling nearly 74,000 acres of wildfire rehabilitation across the state. This accounts for about 22 unique projects. The cost of these projects is likely to exceed $1.5 million. And we'd like to thank all of our partners in these efforts, which include Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Navy, Nevada Gold Mines, Nevada Dream Tag, the Wildlife Heritage Committee and this commission, and NGOs like Nevada Bighorns Unlimited, Nevada Muleys, Nevada Chucker Foundation, and Muley Fanatics. Next, in our technical review program, this program continues providing guidance on several large projects, including the BLM Sage Grouse Plan Revision, the BLM Solar PEIS, Green Lake North and West Transmission Line projects, Cross Tie Transmission Line, Section 368 Transmission Corridors EIS, Grid Alliance West Core Transmission Upgrades, and the Libra, Bonanza, Rough Hat Clark, and Dry Lake East solar projects. It was announced recently that the project proponent for Stagecoach Wind project in eastern Nevada has withdrawn the application. The program continues to provide or administer the energy review program with a total of 4 project applications received since January 1st of this year. These include 2 energy projects, transmission projects, and 2 battery storage projects. Next, on to the Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team. The SET hosted the annual verification training for the Conservation Credit System, which includes updates on recent changes in the newest version of the Habitat Quantification Tool. The SET held its latest Sagebrush Ecosystem Council meeting on February 22nd, discussing greater sage-grouse habitat management category map updates, and voted to support the wild horse and burro sign-on letter you'll hear from later this morning. into the private lands program. This program is finalizing 2 department land acquisitions, including Disaster Peak and Parado. And numerous other acquisitions and conservation easements are in various stages of progress. This program is also working with partners such as Pheasants Forever, Intermountain West Joint Venture, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, and others to create additional partner positions across the state to increase our workforce capacity and ensure much of the federal funding through bipartisan infrastructure law and Inflation Reduction Act are put on the ground in Nevada. Lastly, in our water development program, the Southern Region Water Development Crew is partway through their volunteer build season, with the Northern Crew kicking off the build season on March 16th. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions? Don't see any. Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. In our mule deer and antelope program, NDOW staff participated in a wildlife crossing study and prioritization workshop in Carson City in early February. The purpose of the workshop was to bring together NDOT and NDOW staff, as well as professionals and consultants from other states, to begin to develop a prioritization process for identifying potential wildlife crossing structures through AB 112. The process is expected to take approximately 1 year and will be done in conjunction with NDOW's focus on further developing a statewide connectivity plan. Oops. Game Division staff participated in the annual winter meeting of the Mule Deer Working Group hosted by WAFWA and the Mule Deer Foundation. Mule deer captures were conducted during mid-February in various locations across the state, with the majority being conducted as part of the Mule Deer Enhancement Program capture areas, and results included the following. Hunt Unit 021022 in Southern Washoe County, 12 deer were captured. 10 of these animals received a solar tag and 2 received collars. In Hunt Unit 102 and 103, 19 total mule deer were captured, with 15 new collars deployed and 4 recaptures and redeploy of collars. In Hunt Unit 121, 22 mule deer were captured and collared. In Area 13, 30 mule deer were captured and collared. In Hunt Units 163 and 164, 14 mule deer were captured on Maury Bench. During this effort, there are now 33 total marked mule deer in this particular area. And in Area 22, 43 mule deer were captured and outfitted with collars. This represents a total of 140 mule deer captured and collared during February of 2024. In our upland game program, in late January, Western Regional staff began initiating trapping efforts in Paradise Valley to reduce the resident turkey population. To date, 2 capture events have occurred, removing a total of 41 birds. No further trapping efforts will be conducted this season in Paradise Valley. Staff reached out to Idaho Fish and Game in January to discuss the potential of receiving 20 female Columbian sharp-tailed grouse from northeastern Idaho populations. The Bull Run Basin Columbia sharp-tailed grouse population originally came from southeastern Idaho between 2013 and 2017. Discussions with Idaho Fish and Game have proven fruitful, and they have been very collaborative in meeting our needs. Currently, we are working with them and their Eastern Region staff to identify the best locations in the upper Snake River drainage for a potential capture effort in April of 2024 to augment the bull run population. In our migratory bird program, Staff Specialist Russell Wolstenhume attended Pacific Flyway meetings. Progress was made on updating white-winged dove and white-fronted goose management plans. Several items related to migratory bird management and harvest were discussed in preparation for the August regulatory meeting. The Game Division and the Conservation Education Division collectively facilitated the annual Fallon Wood Duck Nest Box check and cleanup on February 26th. In our Predator program, staff reviewed and provided comment on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service draft environmental assessment, depredation permits for common raven removal in Nevada. Even though the document was relatively short, it required extensive review and critical review. A PowerPoint presentation to the Wildlife Damage Management Committee was given Thursday, March 7th on a predation management matrix to complement changes in Policy 23. USDA Wildlife Services has hired many additional seasonal for the spring 2024 field season, specifically for raven removal. And USDA Wildlife Services has also started a raven research project to complement Project 21. This project is funded by the Nevada Wildlife Record Book Committee. Wildlife Health Program, RHDV2 was identified as the cause of death for 10 pygmy rabbits near Austin, Nevada. This was the majority of collared rabbits in the area, and that was a collaring effort and research project that was conducted by University of Nevada, Reno. This suggested a high mortality rate. The long-term impact to the population, as well as the population of other lagomorphs from RHDV2, is unknown at this time. Staff continued the test and remove project in the Santa Rosa Range by removing 2 ewes that tested positive last fall and identifying another 3 sheep shedding Mycoplasma ovipneumonia. We hope to have these positives removed before lambing. Pre-sampling of the sheep creeks was performed in preparation for the March translocation of the Montana mountains. An emergency test and remove project was initiated on Lone Mountain due to the detection of highly virulent Mojave strain of MOV. We captured 19 sheep and test results are pending. Wildlife health staff attended mule deer captures in Unit 021, 022, Area 22, and Maury Bench in Area 16, and performed body condition evaluation and pregnancy diagnosis to help with these studies. While analysis has not been performed, anecdotally mule deer body condition on Maury Bench in Washoe County was improved from last year. Wildlife Health performed pre-release testing for captured quail and turkeys to make sure they are free of diseases of concern prior to release in various locations around the state. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had one question, Mr. Espinoza, and that is on the wildlife crossing. You know, with the continued development and throughout the state and encroachment of you know, people and everything else on the wildlife. I'm just curious on the studies. Are these wildlife crossing studies that you're doing, are they certain targeted areas, or is it a statewide initiative? Just curious where the focus is with the wildlife crossing.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner Rogers, Sean Espinoza, Game Division Administrator for the record. So there were some 120 to 140 crossings across the state that were identified for a whole host of different species. It wasn't just big game animals. And so there's a ranking process that we had during that workshop where we've come up with some ideas to rank those particular crossings and how they might phase out in terms of importance. So there's the consultant is going through kind of developing that ranking criteria and will be providing us with a product. We'll review that, and part of this is going to be kind of trying to identify not only the high priority areas, but also sort of the low hanging fruit areas across the state where we might be able to get, you know, quite a bit of bang for the buck, for example, and where we might be able to facilitate better crossing of animals through removal of fences or changing in fence structures from a woven wire fence to a more wildlife friendly fence. We've got quite a bit of collar data that's gone into identifying certain places, but we don't have, you know, collaring data from across the entire state. So I foresee a lot of improvement that could be done in the future, especially with respect to pronghorn down the road. So.
Any additional questions? Doesn't look like any. Thank you.
Morning. Matt Flores, Wildlife Diversity Supervisor, Southern Region for the record. The Winter Raptor Survey and Analysis. January concluded the annual winter raptor count to record raptor activity in Nevada on wintering grounds within the state. Endowed biologists, project partners, and volunteers surveyed almost 70 routes during the month of January to record data on raptors, including information on species presence, distribution, and habitat. The most common species observed each year is the red-tailed hawk, but surveys documented a large number of golden eagles, bald eagles, and rough-legged hawks. Information collected helps to provide relevant data to national databases, allowing us to determine the distribution, habitat use, status, and trend in Nevada's wintering raptor populations. This survey effort began in the late 70s, and it continues to provide a long-term monitoring data set for raptor conservation. An in-depth analysis of this data set will start this spring. Winter white nose syndrome sampling. Endow continues to partner with other state and federal agencies as part of a national effort to monitor the spread of white nose syndrome as it moves across the North American continent. White nose syndrome, also known as WNS, is a disease which affects bats by preventing them from hibernating and causing them to deplete their energy reserves too quickly over the winter. This disease is named after the fungus Pseudogenomyces destructans, also known as PD, that grows in the nose and wings of affected bats. Large-scale die-offs of bat populations in the eastern United States have occurred since it was first discovered in 2006 in New York State. Since that time, it has spread rapidly across the U.S. and Canada by bat-to-bat transmission and humans visiting caves and mines. In 2022, 6 bats inhabiting a large hibernaculum in Idaho tested positive for PD, putting the disease close to the Nevada border. Nevada is one of the few states that has yet to document white nose syndrome or PD within its borders. Endow biologists recently completed testing in 5 hibernacula across the state. This effort will also include testing on bats when they emerge from hibernation in the spring. Surveillance for white nose syndrome and PD will allow Endow to understand the movement of the disease, manage populations, and mitigate the effects and spread of white nose syndrome in Nevada. Motus station construction in eastern Nevada. Endow biologists have recently completed the construction of 2 Motus stations in eastern Nevada to monitor migratory species. One station is currently now linked to the continent-wide Motus system, which allows biologists to work across borders to gain insight into how migratory species use habitats while during their migrations, with other stations expected to be linked in the near future. The first station, constructed in Baker, Nevada, is online and able to record data if any animal tagged anywhere in the world were to move within the range of the station. This data can be viewed by the public at the Motus website. Endow will continue to erect Motus stations in concert with partner agencies to expand the Motus network in Nevada, which will be capable of recording tagged animals as they move across Nevada's landscapes. Yellow-billed loon relocation. On Saturday, March 2nd, Endow biologists were alerted by the local birding community that a yellow-billed loon had been spotted in the fountain in front of the Bellagio Hotel and Casino. Yellow-billed loons are uncommon in Nevada, spending their summers in the Arctic and their winters in the ocean along the Pacific coast. This bird had been blown significant distance off course. Loons are highly aquatic birds adapted to large lakes and ocean shores, and as a result, loons are clumsy on land and require a large runway of open water to take flight. In an attempt to prevent undue stress to the bird, the decision was made to allow it a chance to leave on its own, since the fountain of the Bellagio was within the distance loon would require to get airborne. After giving it 2 days for an opportunity to leave, Endow decided to take action and relocate the bird to a more secluded and natural setting where it could forage for food. Endow biologists, with assistance from the MGM grounds crew, captured the bird early Wednesday morning and relocated it to a more appropriate setting with large amounts of open water, will hopefully begin its journey west to traditional wintering grounds. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Matt. I did see you on the news releasing the loon.
Yeah, thank you. They got my good side. It was,
yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Cavilla, Commissioners, good morning. For the record, Chris Crookshanks, Fisheries Division Administrator. As I usually do this time of year, I'd like to start with a precip snowpack outlook. After the big storm that we had last weekend, I'm happy to report all hydrologic basins in Nevada now sit over 100% for the water year. Western Nevada, so Carson, Walker, Truckee are just over 100%. Northern and northeastern Nevada basins range from about 130 to 170%. Down here in southern Nevada is sitting right at 200%. So it's going to make for some happy fish in the upcoming season. Fishery staff statewide are finishing up data analysis, report writing, and work program planning. and transitioning into preparations for the upcoming 2024 field season. We're pleased to announce the promotion of Hope Harper to the Administrative Assistant 3 position for Fisheries, Habitat, and Wildlife Diversity at Reno headquarters. In her relatively short time with NDOW, Hope has proven to be the ultimate team player. She's always willing to lend a hand in a multitude of projects across many divisions. From our aquatic invasive species program, an extensive red claw crayfish eradication effort was conducted by Southern Region and AIS staff, along with partners in late January at the Clark County Wetlands Park. Weekly trapping efforts subsequent to the project have failed to contact any additional crayfish thus far. AIS staff recently hosted the winter whiskey meeting in Boulder City, which isn't nearly as cool as it sounds. The whiskey stands for the Western Invasive Species Coordinating Effort. This biennial meeting provides a venue for Western states to coordinate emerging AIS issues and challenges. From our fish hatchery program, a partial recirculation feasibility study was initiated at our Spring Creek rearing station in early February. These systems will likely be necessary at our hatchery facilities in the future, with increasing temperatures and decreasing water tables. Hatchery and headquarters staff are currently in conversations with NV Energy and the Governor's Office of Energy to remedy skyrocketing costs for power. Our power bill has more than doubled in the past year and a half at our Mason Valley hatchery. From the Sport Fish and Native Aquatics program, the department recently received notification that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service found a petition to list the Railroad Valley toad warranted, which will now be followed by an extensive species status review before a listing division is rendered. Sportfish staff recently met with Trout Unlimited and a local angling club to discuss possible improvements to the Nevada Native Slam program. In our eastern region, the Elko County Commission recently voted to move forward with donating 120 acre-feet of surface water rights to NDOW for the development of the ponds associated with the Parado property, which is anticipated to become Nevada's newest urban fishery. Eastern Region fisheries and habitat personnel are exploring opportunities of using rock structures to enhance warm water fish habitat on the Argenta Wildlife Management Area. In our southern region, Moapa Day surveys were recently completed by NDOW Fish and Wildlife Service and SNWA in late February, resulting in a count total nearly identical to last year's count. Many larval fish were seen in recently restored stream reaches, while virgin river chub were also observed. I'll add there was a number of news pieces done on this that we'll likely include in the upcoming newsletter. They did a fantastic job. Southern Region staff are coordinating with the Conservation Education Division to develop an improved fish exhibit for the Clark County Fair in April. We're exploring the opportunity of using bluegill from an out-of-state vendor. And from our western region, commercial fishing operations at Lahontan Reservoir were recently suspended after receiving EPA analysis results, which indicated mercury content in Sacramento blackfish exceeded the FDA action level of 1 part per million. The newly established University of Nevada Cooperative Research Unit is assisting Western Region biologists with the ongoing Third Creek project in Incline Village. CRU personnel are helping with daily weir maintenance, trap checks, fish tagging, and spawning activities. They're also interested in developing a larger project to analyze spawning habitat upstream of the weir site to help inform future potential for LCT recovery. I thank you, and with that, I'm open to any questions.
Any questions? I did see one of the articles in the paper regarding the fish count. They did a nice job on that. So
It really did.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Chris Vasey, Conservation Education Chief for the record. Quick update on our past events. The department hosted the 14th annual Nevada State Championship Archery Tournament in 3 separate state tournaments, Elko, Reno, and Las Vegas. We had 813 archers compete with 407 female and 406 male archers. Very interesting note that the ratio is 50-50 female to male almost every year. So we're equal numbers on our schools participating in that event. The event was a huge success, and the conservation education team, volunteers, staff seem to make each event better every year. On another positive note, since the last meeting with the help of Commissioner Young, we did get archery approved in Washoe County School District, which is a huge hurdle. This is a huge milestone for our program, and now we can officially say that we're offer archery in schools statewide in every county. Thank you, Commissioner Young, for your help. Conservation education staff highlighted Nevada moose population and Moose Week campaign that got significant engagement. We reached about 5,000 profiles per day, both on Instagram and about 19,000 on Facebook. The week-long campaign made 134,697 impressions in a week on Facebook and 69,000 on Instagram. Con Ed staff highlighted invasive species on social media during Invasive Species Week from February 26th to March 3rd. The goal of Invasive Species Week is to shed light on invasive species and how people can take action to stop the spread. Con Ed staff sent an email to more 18,000 people who had been certified in hunter education in the last 5 years, encouraging them to purchase a hunting combination license to get ready to apply for tags. On the education front, statewide wildlife education coordinator and diversity staff specialists presented a biannual wildlife viewing and nature tourism academy in Duck, North Carolina. For the past year, they have been part of a community of practice with Virginia Tech on other states working to implement wildlife viewing program. A result of the community practice and 5-year wildlife viewing plan aligned with the revised state wildlife action plan. Implementation of this plan has already begun, and with new additions to the website set to go live soon. Con Ed hosted a week-long training for area AmeriCorps interns serving at Endow and our partner organizations. This training was on public speaking and interpreting and natural resources. Participants who finished the course became certified interpretive guides. There were 22 participants. Media highlights. In February, news stories mentioned in Nevada Department of Wildlife had an audience of almost 5 million people. Between print, online television, radio news, topics covered include Nevada's new moose hunt, tips on living with coyotes, bears awareness, and more. And we look forward to you joining us at our Clark County shooting range this evening. And we do have directions that are available to everybody that wants to attend. They're up at the table.
All right, thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks again, Paul.
And that sums it up unless there's any other remaining questions or topics.
I don't see any.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to go to agenda item number 7B, litigation report, Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett. A report will be provided on Nevada Department of Wildlife litigation.
So as opposed to Administrator Cruikshank's fisheries report, this litigation report is actually cooler than it sounds. So I'm happy to say that our litigation report gets smaller and smaller, and we are going to lose another piece of litigation on this report, which is the third one, which is, again, I've shared this with you many times, but this is the piece of litigation we tried 2 years ago. We got word 2 days ago from counsel that that the department will be receiving $70,000 from settlement of our attorney fee award in that case shortly, within the next week or so. And again, the guarantee as part of that negotiation was that the money would go to boots on the ground work for the department. So the department is still working out exactly how that money will be spent. But again, it won't go to salaries or that kind of thing. It's going to be money for a project. So that's good news, and that will bring to conclusion item 3 on our litigation report, which basically means the remaining 2, of course, are ongoing water law basically annual reviews. Well, actually, the second one is an annual Walker River tributary adjustment that the federal court makes with respect to where water goes. And there is another piece that, again, I don't handle the water law piece, but our DAG Colting is working on that. So the first one is a still actively litigated case. So we will have one actively litigated case after this report. So happy to say that. We're going to stay humble. We're not getting cocky about it. We're going to knock on wood and hope that it continues to go like it has. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Dag Burkett? All right, seeing none. Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go to agenda item number 7C, Wildlife Heritage Account Report, Habitat Division Administrator Mark Fries. A report will be provided on the funds available, interest and principal for expenditure from the Heritage account in the upcoming year, and an update on available principal balance.
Good morning, Chair Cavilla, fellow commissioners, Mark Fries, Habitat Division Administrator. So if you can look at the support material, I'll draw your attention to those numbers. There's two items I want to point out today. One's the annual allocation for Heritage Project funding that will be heard at the May meeting, and the other's the principal balance amount that could be allocated by this commission. So first, the second table on the support material going all the way to the bottom row, there was over $2 million of revenue earned in 2023. We take 75% of that, add the interest accrued on that year, which gives our annual allocation balance of $1,840,130.76. And that will be available for this year's Heritage projects. Next, the principal balance amount, draw your attention to the first table, that bottom row, 2023. You could see the beginning cash balance was $12,528,902. This commission is able to give out the amount above $5 million, and of course capped it at 50%, which brings our total principal project account balance to $3,764,451. And I stand for any questions.
Any questions for Mark? Seeing none, everybody's pretty quiet. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to agenda item number 7D, Wildlife Heritage Committee Report, Committee Chairman Tom Barnes. A report will be provided on the recent Wildlife Heritage Committee meeting.
All right, we had a Heritage Committee meeting this morning. First part of that meeting was what we just heard from Mr. Fries. And then we received a presentation on the South Shell Creek land acquisition Heritage Principal Project. I'm not going to say too much more or maybe anything about it because we're going to be able to see that presentation tomorrow during this commission meeting. And that pretty well sums up our meeting. Does any of the other members that were in attendance have anything to add?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will go to agenda item number 7C, Tag Allocation and Application Hunt Committee Report. Committee Chairman Cavilla. A report will be provided on the recent TAC meeting. The TAC committee met on, I think it was Monday, and I think we had a productive meeting. The two main items on there were the junior tag transfer, which we're going to look at tomorrow. We had a couple comments on that. I think we can discuss that tomorrow when we go over that proposed regulation. And then the other one was the waiting periods on bighorn sheep and mountain goat, and going to making that a once in a lifetime tag. And the committee voted to recommend forwarding that to the commission for further review. So I guess we did have a fair amount of comment on both of those. So when they get to the commission level, I would anticipate even more. But any additional comments from any other TAC members or? All right. Keep rolling. Number 7E, Wine Cup Gamble Land Exchange Deputy Director Caleb McAdoo. The department will provide an update to the commission on recent developments regarding the Wine Cup Gamble Land Exchange.
Thank you, Chair Caviglia. Good morning, members of the commission. Yeah, the department wanted to provide a very quick update on our correspondence regarding the Wine Cup Gamble proposed land exchange. As you're aware, we've had a fair amount of discussion on this topic since last fall. Since the September commission meeting, the correspondence has been very minimal with the project proponent. We reached out to Palm Glass to inquire about where they were at in this process in late January, early February. And I'm just going to read you that correspondence, his response, and just updating us. So Mr. Glass reports wildlife is a high priority for the ranch, and we are having internal discussions about the best ways to emphasize wildlife going forward. We are back to the drawing board with the development of our land exchange concept. We have taken some of what we've learned at last year's public meeting and integrated it into our thinking. We plan to involve a wider breadth of interested parties and further developing an exchange before making additional presentations to the public. So that's really the extent of our correspondence and general information on the subject since the last discussion last fall.
All right, any questions or for Caleb? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have we heard from any of our congressional delegates about this? Has it circled back through them?
Yeah, Chair Caviglia, Commissioner McNinch, to my knowledge, we have not received any correspondence from the delegates in this regard.
I'm not sure that we would want to, assume that that's going to happen, that there's going to, if things are happening in that direction. Obviously, that's my concern, is that, this is going to play out in that arena. So I'm not real sure, where we've made our position pretty clear at this point, but we haven't heard back from our delegation. We did send that letter out, I think, and we haven't heard a word from that anybody's aware of. I mean, it might be worth considering reaching out to them again somehow. This is one of those things that can just happen.
Yeah, good comment, and we can certainly follow up on that.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Caleb? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would just echo Commissioner McNinch. I think that's a great point. A lot of times, these issues come before the public. There's a lot of discussion, and then things kind of quiet down, and then, oh, by the way, this happened, right? So yeah, if there's a way for us to, continue to reach out to our delegates and make sure that we're having those communications and some type of awareness, I think is important. So, thanks.
Any additional questions or comments? Being none, thank you, Caleb. All right, with that, we are going to go to agenda item number 7K. Wildlife Damage Management Committee report. Committee Chairwoman Alana Wise. A report will be provided on the recent Wildlife Damage Management Committee meeting. And Alana is not here, so I guess I will summarize the meeting. So last night, the Wildlife Damage Management Committee met. I think we had a productive meeting. So Pat presented the draft fiscal year 2025 predator management plan. The committee did ask, we directed Pat, we asked Pat we wanted him to add some, in Project 37, which is the lethal removal of mountain lions, we asked him to add some language specific in regards to translocations that we put the lethal component in there and we add some criteria that when we do a translocation, basically it's one strike and the department is going to take out that offending line. So, and Pat did agree that I guess there is history and literature stating that that is effective when you're trying to reintroduce sheep, is keeping the mountain lions out of there for a period. We sprung this on Pat at the last minute. So we asked them to Pat to go get with the department and come up with some language on that. So what the committee would like to see that added to Project 37. We also looked at let's see here. Pat is going to put together a predator matrix for the predator program proposals. He just provided a real brief. He's not there yet. He's just kind of giving us a high level, I guess the direction he's going to create that matrix. So that's something that once he gets that a little more developed, I think the committee is going to look at that again. And then also obviously I would imagine the commission is going to look at that. And then the last item we looked at was there was a mule deer enhancement program. It was up in Northwest, or in units 021, 022. They'd put together a predator proposal. We had a substantial amount of discussion on that. And I guess at the end of that discussion, the direction from the committee is we were going to make a recommendation to the commission to increase the funding of Project 37 for lethal mountain lion removal. And then also on Project 47, which is specifically the mule deer enhancement predator project within the predator program. We wanted to add some language in there so that some of the funding coming out of Project 47 could be lethal removal of mountain lions as well. So there's an additional spot where the department can go grab, they can do lethal removal out of Project 47 as well. That was the gist of our discussion. We had a pretty good meeting. It was a long meeting too. I thought there was a good discussion there. So I believe I got it all in there, but I don't know if Tom or anything additional. Nope. All right. With that, we will go to agenda. Oh, Vice Chair Rogers, I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, based on those couple of items specific to Project 37 and Project 47, I'm just curious now what that flow is. So this is something Mr. Jackson is revising and then coming back to the commission with those noted changes for discussion. I'm just curious how that.
Yeah, so, and the next agenda item, Pat's going to present the draft plan again. And I think the commission could technically approve it today, but we could also, I believe, and Pat can correct me, but we could also ask for some of these modifications to be made and to do the final approval in May, I believe. And I think that would be this is just me talking out loud, but with these proposed changes, it might be, I don't know if Pat could get them all back to us today. Might be something we look at in May for the final approval. Is that right, Pat?
Specialist for the record, Craig Burkett gave me a look, so why don't we have him chime in? Oh, he said no. I think May's fine. We can take those into account and do a final seek final approval at the May meeting.
So yeah, we could look at the draft plan, which we're getting here in the next agenda item, the draft plan, and then we could do the final approval in May. Yep. Any additional questions or comments regarding the Wildlife Damage Management Committee? All right. And I'll give Alana crap for making me give that report. Let's go to item number 7G, draft fiscal year 2025 predation management plan, wildlife staff specialist Pat Jackson. The draft fiscal year 2025 predation management plan will be presented to the commission for review. A report from the Predatory Animal and Rodent Committee meeting held in February will also be shared with the commission. All comments from the commission, park, county advisory boards to manage wildlife, and any other interested publics will be compiled and shared with the Wildlife Damage Management Committee for their consideration at the March 2025 meeting. Go ahead, Pat.
So Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. I'm going to run through the second time the commission's seen this draft plan. No major changes since the last time you saw this at the January meeting, other than I included items P and Q from the policy 23, which I'll go over again. And then regarding the predatory animal and rodent committee recommendations, we attended that meeting last month in February, and they had a few questions, but supported this plan as written. So for the record. So here's a QR code to send anyone that's interested to our website on predation management, and just to keep track of various calendar years, fiscal years, etc. The November meeting, I provided the fiscal year 2023 report. We're currently functioning in fiscal year 2024. I am today going to present to you on the fiscal year 2025 plan that will go into effect January 1, 2024, and continue on to June 30, 2025. All of these various previous plans and reports are on our website. You can also email me directly. So a little bit about our $3 predator fee captured in NRS 502-253. Generates now a little over $900,000 annually. Sportsmen pay a $3 fee anytime they apply for a big game or a turkey tag, of which $14,000 is sent over to Department of Agriculture, Nevada Department of Agriculture, for administrative support. The remainder is ran through this predation management plan for various planned projects. It also covers staff salary, and it doesn't revert back. That any remainder is available for expense in this program in future years. And so the old ways to use the $3 predator fee were the management of predatory wildlife, research and lethal control techniques, and the protection of sensitive species. In this most recent legislative change, we saw AB 70, which amended 502-253. And so now in this upcoming application year, sportsmen will, and it would change the term from $3 predator fee to $3 fee. They can check one of two boxes. The first box allows for the development and implementation of a predatory wildlife management program. And the second is used for either habitat enhancement or research and management activities for non-predatory game species. And so we don't have those numbers. And so we're in a transition year where we are proposing this plan based off of largely old law as until we have these data. And the first rendition, seeing these votes, if you will be January of 2025. Some input opportunities. We saw this plan at the January commission meeting, presented out to the Predatory Animal and Rodent Committee in February, Wildlife Damage Management Committee last night. Here we are today, and then with the recommendations of the Wildlife Damage Management meeting, we will come back at the May meeting, and then this is heard in agenda items for most CAB meetings, and then folks can also reach out and email me directly. So a little bit about our budget summary. So fiscal year 2023 is the most recent year we had accurate accounting for. That was our generated amount, just over 900 grand. To spend 80%, which we don't have to anymore, would be just over $755,000. And so what we're proposing today still exceeds that 80% mandate. It's not a mandate anymore. And then with the recommendations from the Wildlife Damage Management Committee last night, that number will go up a little. Policy 23 additions. And so in the changes at a few commission meetings ago that we saw with the adaptation of policy 23, I have included some tables to look at the lifespan of these projects. And so with that, projects recommended for continuation. This is project 21. It's the longest project. I normally don't belabor this point, but the smaller the number, the older the project is. We propose projects. If they're approved, we stick with the number. If they're not, we don't reuse it. And so this is the longest lasting project. It's one that I inherited when I began in this position in 2014. We work with USDA Wildlife Services to lethally remove common ravens for the protection of greater sage grouse. And in the last few years, I've started also working with the U.S. Geological Survey, their science-based management tool of ravens, smart tool. That QR code will send you to a USGS website. And this is directing our removal efforts to be as surgical as possible. So it's been a nice evolution of a collaboration. And then this is the table, and this is the longest, loudest table since this project began in 2008. So everything else will just have one set of rows instead of two. Project 22074, this is the monitoring of Rocky Mountain bighorn for mountain lion predation. So this is largely been monitoring bighorn sheep for lion predation events, and then removing lions if they predate on these sheep, which has been a very rare phenomenon in this particular project. The population estimate's a little smaller than 35 individuals at the moment, but well over 15, which this is a series of metrics we came up with at the inception of this project. And so we were just monitoring for mountain lion removal. And you can see the history of this project. Project 37, big game protection mountain lions. This affords the department autonomy to remove mountain lions around the state for the protection of other big game species. This is a table that you can find within the predation management plan. These are indices that I built with other staff specialists in the commission some time ago. They are not intended to require predator control, but more metrics that we would look at to begin the conversation of what's going on with your population and could predation be a limiting factor. And so with that, as we heard, this number will be going up in May, but we work with both wildlife services as well as private contractors to remove lions around the state. And there's that P&Q table. Project 38, very similar to Project 37, affords the department autonomy for coyote removal around the state. Budget of $100,000. We really just work with wildlife services to do this, predominantly to attempt and increase pronghorn, fawn survival, and subsequently recruitment, and to a lesser degree, mule deer and winter range. There's the P&Q table. Project 40, coyote and mountain lion removal to complement multifaceted management in Eureka County. We have removed a lot of predators in Hunt Unit 144 and sometimes all of Area 14. And this project began to complement some multifaceted management that Eureka County had funded, pinyon juniper encroachment, some private predator control, and then there happened to be some BLM horse roundups about that time too. Project 41, Common Raven Management and Experimentation. This is an ongoing collaboration with U.S. Geological Survey. It really funded the work to develop that SMART tool, as well as a 3-tier management plan that we've heard various USGS collaborators present on in the past. And so this is a continuation to make that a lot more finite, more surgical. And then we're also interested in some additional findings with juvenile, more transient ravens compared to older mated pairs and their differences and impacts on sage grouse. Project 43, mesopredator removal to protect waterfowl, turkeys, and pheasants on wildlife management areas. It's slightly smaller budget, and we've been doing this for quite some time in Overton and Mason Valley, predominantly removing raccoons and other mesopredators to increase waterfowl nest success, collaboration with wildlife services. Project 44, lethal removal and monitoring of mountain lions in Area 24, and it should be Area 23 and 24, a budget of $125,000. This is the only project in the state where instead of proactively removing mountain lions, we GPS collar lions, visit their kill sites, and then remove lions that are eating bighorn sheep, which really honestly a small subset of our marked population has since the inception of this project. But in visiting those kill site investigations, it's been a very interesting project with its evolution and understanding of mountain lions consuming feral horses, and it's a growing collaboration with the U.S. Geological Survey, who's provided a lot of in-kind match, and then also Utah State University. We've heard some presentations on this in the past and will again in the future. Project 45, this began as our passive survey to estimate Nevada's black bear population. It's now more of an extension or continuation to complement Project 46, which I'll speak to next. It's work with Oxford and the University of Montana. Began as a series of both trail cameras and hair snares to genetically mark and recapture black bears, and has evolved into just the continuation of those trail cameras. And this was initially used to build a genetic mark and recapture population estimate. And I referenced this back in March for the bear season. Project 46, investigating potential limiting factors impacting mule deer in Northwest Nevada. Budget of $160,000. Didn't mention some of these other ones. This is matched with Pittman Robertson funding. So it's really only 25%, so the $3 fee. Collaboration with the same investigators, Oxford and University of Montana, a series of trail cameras through the grid. We will have some additional findings from this presented at future commission meetings. It's a year-long project, and then we're also using this project to attempt to deploy GPS transmitters on mountain lions on the Sheldon National Wildlife Refuge. And Project 47, Mule Deer Enhancement Program, Mule Deer Protection and Assessment, budget of $100,000. This is another one that we saw some feedback with the removal of some language to allow lethal control to happen in this project as well. And I'll be presenting on that in May. And then also can be used to help build a model to direct predator control on behalf of mule deer, both temporally and spatially. Then 2 projects recommended for discontinuation. Project 2201, mountain lion removal to protect California bighorn sheep. We have not to date hit critical mass on bighorn sheep populations in 011 or 013, where we wanted to see over 60 individuals in each. This work has gone on for quite some time, and so we don't believe that mountain lion is the primary limiting factor. We at the moment do not have any GPS marked bighorn sheep, and if we believe that we have predation events impacting these populations, we could still respond with Project 37. Then Project 42, assessing mountain lion harvest in Nevada. This is more or less looking at the data that we had on hand and building an integrated population model. And we're recommending discontinuing this just because that model should be written up and submitted to a paper this fiscal year, and that's the completion of the project. So with that, I'll entertain questions.
Any questions for Pat? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious, Mr. Jackson, on Project 44. I know we've talked about that a bit over the years, and I know you mentioned today, including Area 23 and 24. I'm just curious what percentage, if any, of that work is being done in Area 23 versus the focus on 24.
Yeah, Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. The majority is in 24. We added 23 at a later time because some GPS marked lions ended up in 23 and had similar diets. And so I would have to look, but the majority has been in 24.
Additional questions for Pat? Seeing none, and actually this is an informational item, so we couldn't have done anything today anyways. So we will look to review this again in May. And I think Pat knows the comments the Wildlife Management Committee had. He can add some of that for the commission to review in May. All right, with that, why don't we let's come back at 10 after 10, take a 15-minute break. I'm coming to read. Good. So. flip the switch and get the mics live again. I think they're dead. Ready to go. All right. All right, if everybody wants to take their seat, we're gonna get going again. All right, we're gonna go to agenda item number 7H, Administrative Procedures, Regulations, and Policy Committee, Committee Chairman Dave McNinch. A report will be provided on the recent Administrative Procedures, Regulations, and Policy Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I have a little sparkly under my monitor. I was wondering what it was. I got lost for a second. So the Administrative Procedures, Regulations, and Policy Committee did meet Tuesday, this last Tuesday, to talk about the new policy that we're developing, the second half of the $3 fee. I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'll leave that up to Kaylee. I'll ask her to provide an update. We did offer us a couple of minor tweaks to the proposed policy, mostly kind of an editorial type stuff, but well done. Ties right into the wildlife heritage process, the process where we consider projects through the wildlife heritage tag money, and it ties directly into there. And I'm going to let Kaylee kind of explain the nuances there, but very, very simple, very quick, and I think pretty efficient. So I'll let her go from there.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch and Chairman Cavilla. Commissioner McNinch gave a great summary. Commission Policy 12 will be the new policy for that second pot of that fee, that $3 fee. It is set up exactly like the heritage policy currently. So those projects will go through the same review process as the heritage projects. And then the committee did decide to move that policy forward. So the commission will see that when we can get it on the next most appropriate agenda.
So if there's any questions, I'll answer, and then I'll make one more quick comment.
Any questions from the commission?
Okay.
Seeing none, go ahead.
And then, as painful as it might sound, Kaylee reminded us that policies need to be reviewed every 3 years. And as brutal as the last process was, we're coming up on starting it over again. So the good news is that we did a lot of work on a lot of policies, a lot of updating, a lot of reaffirming, a lot of revisions, things like that. Those are largely fresh at this point. So when we start that process and go back through them, we'll just make it more of a practice to reaffirm, so that we're not catching up like we had to this last time. We'll reaffirm those and make sure we stay on this 3-year process. And I think we won't quite get as backlogged or jammed up as we did before. I think it'll be way more efficient. So keep that in mind. Coming soon.
All right. Thank you. With that, we will go to agenda item number 7I, Mule Deer Enhancement Oversight Committee, Committee Chairman Casey Keel. A report will be provided on the recent Mule Deer Enhancement Oversight Committee meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So the committee met this past Wednesday, and we reviewed all of the habitat investigation and predator projects proposed by the subcommittees over the course of the last year. There were 7 habitat projects which were ranked. We discussed in depth the majority of those. The committee agreed with what the department had ranked previously going into the meeting. A positive note that I thought was really helpful was the majority of the projects had funding attached to them, either fully or partially. So it's good that some of these have a mechanism to get put in place in the field. There were 6 new collaring projects. Mr. Espinoza went over some of those earlier in his update, but 140 total deer were collared. 10 of those are with the new solar tag, ear tag system. So that'll be interesting to see how effective those are going forward. And then the one predator project, which I thought was really well written. It dovetailed off of the previous investigation work that Northern Washoe did with the collaring effort there. I think at this point with what you guys have discussed earlier on the predator plan, the majority of that work can actually be conducted underneath project 37 and 47. I don't know if Mr. Espinoza or the department, anything else or any of the other committee members want to add?
Any additional questions for Commissioner Keel? I don't see any.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keel. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 7, mule deer tag quota development, harvest estimation and effects of harvest. Wildlife Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. An informational presentation will be provided to the Wildlife Commission on the nuances of tag quota development for mule deer, how harvest levels are derived, and the overall effects of harvest on mule deer populations.
All right, good morning, members of the commission, Mr. Chairman. Going to be present for the record, Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. Going to be presenting kind of an overview on how we develop our quotas for mule deer, going a little bit about population modeling as well, and some of the ways that we put that information out to the public. So I just want to kind of start, and I have a lot. I do get in the weeds at times, so I'll try to hustle through it as best I can. But just broadly speaking, this conceptual diagram kind of highlights how we come up with our quota recommendations. And these may seem obvious to many that are familiar, but for those who aren't, I wanted to provide, just kind of a concept here. So the primary data that we put into these are our survey data. We don't always have survey data for every year, and we don't always have it for every herd. We also have harvest data. So that's from the mandatory return cards. And the combination of those two really is what, those are the primary inputs to our modeling process. From there, we have our harvest objectives, our guidelines that kind of direct us, the sideboards, if you will, on how we want to go forward with those quota recommendations. And then this thing called quota array probably doesn't make sense to a lot, but it's basically just an Excel spreadsheet where we factor in all these different aspects of the process, like population size, buck-to-doe ratio, and out of that comes a quota recommendation. So harvest data is really strong component of all of this. As I mentioned, it's mandatory. We get really high returns, which is good. It's generally for most species, it's 95 to 98% return by the end. Some people just, for whatever reason, never return their card. They might move out of state, or they don't hunt anymore or whatever. But that's a really high rate. Some of the basic things we ask on that: did you hunt? Yes or no. That's important because we need to factor that in to our success rates. So we don't just base it off of the quota. Turns out about 10% of the people actually don't go hunting every year, even when they have a mule deer tag in their pocket. Whether they were successful or not in their hunt, they record their hunt unit, number of antler points, number of animals wounded or tracked, days hunted and days scouted. And then we kind of added this a few years ago, a hunter satisfaction, just a generic, on a scale of 1 to 5, how satisfied overall with your hunt. So a lot of people ask, why do we have these models? What do they do? And the answer basically is that, all these survey methods out there, we don't have perfect detection. So we're not censusing the populations, unlike maybe the human US population, for instance, where we can do a census because people are required to report. There's birth certificates and they actually go door to door. We can't do that with wildlife. We might not have survey data. The helicopter might break. There's a myriad of reasons why we use a model. Populations are always changing because of births, deaths, immigration, and immigration. So if we went out right now and we did a census on all of our wildlife, it would change in 2 weeks. So we'd have to census all the time. So that's why we use the models, because we're projecting through the year, and we're really only going out and collecting data a couple times a year when we survey and when we get our harvest data. So that provides probably the primary reason is to provide an abundance estimate. So how many are out there on the landscape? And that's what we use for the tag allocation process. And then finally, we can also look at other limiting factors. We use models for inference. Is the population declining? Is it increasing? What may be contributing to that population decline? Now, our models, to be fair, don't explicitly look at limiting factors, but we can use the numbers and try to correlate that with drought conditions or things like that. So in NDOW, we currently use what's called a deterministic spreadsheet model. And that's just a fancy way of saying that there's no stochasticity or random variation in the model. A lot of more modern models do use that. You can think of it essentially as an accounting model. Okay, we're accounting for every animal in the population and assuming there's no error with that. Some of the basic parameters are initial population size, and some of ours go back to the 70s, actually, from other models or survey and abundance estimates. The survey data, really important part of that is we count number of bucks, number of does, number of fawns. We put that data into a ratio, which is just the proportion of fawns to adults. That's what we quantify as recruitment. We also look at buck to doe ratio because that's involved in our management objectives. And then the harvest data, that's how we account for animals that are removed from the population. So we know with pretty good certainty how many bucks are removed, how many does, if we have doe hunts, things like that. And then survival rates, where we have it, we'll use collar data, but we generally use just published estimates in the survival rate data. And then that buck to doe ratio is one of the primary things that we're going to take out of the model to put into the quota process. And I'll talk a little bit more in depth about that. So this is what it looks like. This is the model, one page of it, the first page. I won't go through every row and column, but the blue are the inputs. So we have our postseason data, postseason survey data, number of bucks seen. We even count it down to the point level, point class, does and fawns. We have our survey, our spring survey data. You can see we don't collect it in every year. And then that observed fawn to doe ratio or fawn to adult ratio really is what drives a lot of the models. So if you look at the bottom row there, this is an older model, but 28 fawns per 100 adults. That's what we're using to project the population from where it was last year over the next year. And, that's a fairly low number. So that's probably going to indicate a little bit of a declining population for that year. So the next page on the model is the harvest. This is where we take out animals out of the model. And we project it through each age class up to 14 for does. They're entered as negative numbers because we take them out. We know they're removed from the population, so that's how we account for removing those animals. We can even account for, fawns if they're harvested. We don't get too many of those, but it also gives us an idea of the percentage of 4 points, and we can use that as kind of a general index of maturity in the population. And then this is another page. This is where we put in our survival rates. If we have them, we can adjust these like from a collar data study or something, but we generally just keep them pretty static unless we have, good reason to try to adjust them. They're broken down by different age classes. So you got your F1, it's female in year 1, F2, 2-year-olds, 3 to 11, so on. They're broken down by seasons because we know we have different survival rates, like in the winter compared to the summer months, for instance. And then this is the final output, the results. So our September population estimate, and the highlighted box here, these are going to be the numbers that we are going to put into our quota formula, if you will, for the upcoming year. So the bottom row there, we look at it bucks and does. So this is adults. And then that September buck to doe ratio there, you'll see 46, 48, 49 in the last 3 rows. That's what we would consider our pre-hunt buck to doe ratio. So that's how many bucks are on the landscape before the hunting season starts, essentially. And that's going to be important because when I talk about our management objectives and how many bucks we're, aiming for, it's actually a post-season buck to doe ratio. I'll explain that a little bit more. But you can see this example herd, we got 48 to 49 bucks going into the population before the hunting season starts. And we know we're going to remove a certain percentage of those to get down to our management objective. So there are other types of models. We have one in development. Pat mentioned this for carnivores, but we're also working on this for mule deer. It's called the integrated population model. I mean, it uses some of the same components as a spreadsheet model, but it accounts for the variance in different ways and explicitly accounts for the variance. So the error and how we count data. So that's our survey data. Telemetry data is an important part of it because you can, calculate the adult survival and the juvenile survival with a measure of uncertainty. So with an estimate of confidence. Harvest data will use the same that we're collecting. They also have the added benefit of correlating environmental covariates explicitly into the model. So it's a Bayesian statistical model, and it sort of uses these four components together to come up with an abundance estimate. Just generally speaking, this is our population trend over the last decade. Most people are familiar with our population estimate has been declining. I mean, it goes way beyond 2013. It's on a general downward trend. The spring fawn to doe ratio, though, what I wanted to highlight with this is just how correlated these are, and that's it makes sense because that's the primary input that we use to estimate the population. But we're estimating fewer number of fawns per doe on spring, and this is a statewide average. So when we do the quotas and things like that, we actually look at it on a unit level. This is kind of showing the general trend at the state level. Last year, we were at 68,000 mule deer statewide, which is one of the lowest estimates we've had since the mid-70s. Wanted to point out a couple things that we've worked on with WAFWA. This is the fact sheet about assessing mule deer harvest. It's available on the WAFWA website. I wish I would have put a QR code. I'm not quite up savvy enough to do that at this point, but you can Google mule deer working group and come to these fact sheets very easily. But I really like these because they boil down a lot of this information. The idea was to have it, remove the jargon and just kind of plain English, how we do this and how different Western states do very similar things. It talks about why harvest data is important, how different agencies collect it, sex and age ratios, different types of survey methods. And we're working on another one that I hope has this title. I don't know if it will or not. We were supposed to have it ready for the summer WAFWA meeting in June. But bucks don't have babies. It seems obvious, but a lot of people have a misconception that harvesting male animals has a large impact on the population. And in fact, it really doesn't. That's what we're going to highlight in this fact sheet. Bucks have very little to do with the population size or the dynamics of it, the rate of change. Obviously, they are part of the population. So when you remove them, you are affecting the population in that way. But the females are really what are the driving segment of the population, and their body condition, the size and weight of the fawns are essentially what drive the population. Now you can have extrinsic factors forcing that, like things like drought and predation and things like that are obviously going to affect your fawn survival, but females are driving the population. So we really want to hit that home because typically when we're looking at our harvest rates and our harvest pressure, we're very, very light. Even compared to all of our Western counterparts, we have a fairly light harvest of deer. We're pretty conservative in our buck to doe ratios. And also just pointing out that recruitment data, our spring surveys, our fawn to doe ratios are super important to track. There are other means to track it. You can use camera studies. Trail camera studies are becoming more popular, and there's really good models out there to help us with that. Radio collaring studies and telemetry and also mark recaptures are other ways. And as I mentioned, just to plug, the working group is kind of working on this fact sheet around this misnomer that, harvesting a lot of bucks or over harvesting can have an effect on the population. It turns out that you really only probably need 5 to 10 bucks per 100 does to have, no significant changes on female pregnancy rates. And a lot of states will manage for much lower ratios. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that's what hunters want and Nevada hunters want, but technically you can have those low ratios and not have an impact on the population. So here's our objectives for our standard hunts. We're looking at 25 to 35 bucks per 100 does. For our standard hunts, that's what most of our hunt units are. However, we are managing a few, differently. We have alternative hunts. We're managing these for a little higher buck to doe ratio. That's to provide just a little bit more quality experience, I guess, if you will, more mature bucks in the population. So we use an additional criteria for those: higher hunt success, 40 to 55% range, and a higher percentage of 4 points in the harvest. So we only have these in 2 units in the western region, 4 in the eastern region, and 2 in the southern region. Those are the units there. And then we also have these, what we call non-standard hunts. And these are oftentimes units that we don't survey. They're fairly low density usually. And we can just use harvest data. And that is kind of the beauty of this process, is we can track harvest so closely that we're going to know if hunting is going to have any kind of impact on the population, even for ones that we don't survey. And that's covered in some of those fact sheets, as I mentioned as well. So the quota development process, boiled down in a nutshell, is basically 3 steps. The first step is to determine the number of animals available for harvest. So we get that from our population estimate and our buck to doe ratio. Then we need to distribute that into these different weapon types or classes based on a fixed allocation percentage. And then we got to expand that harvest into the quotas. We do that by dividing by the tag success, and we use a 3-year average. So tag success, the nuance there, this is in policy 24. You can think of it the same as hunt success, but we're accounting for those folks that put that they did not hunt on their return card. So we can vary that by unit, because some units, maybe everybody goes hunting, and some units, for whatever reason, 15% of guys don't go hunting, guys and gals. So demand changes to this. This is probably updated from the last time you saw this, or some of you did. It's a fixed percentage of the desired harvest allocated to any big game species and weapon group. And it's a little odd the way we treat juniors in this process, because we're basically treating them like they're a weapon type. They're treated in the allocation of where the tags go right up front, instead of doing it on the back end. So we allocate 25% to the juniors. That's why you might see in the quotas, I get a lot of questions about, well, it doesn't seem like the numbers of tags you guys give out match. It's not 25 with the other. Well, that's because it's in the demand. It's sort of before we're taking account hunt success. So now we're using 57% for any legal weapon, 10% for archery, and 8% for muzzleloader to apportion those tags into different groups. So hunt success, as I mentioned, is a big part of this. This is our statewide antlered deer hunt success for the past 3 years. You can see it's fairly stable. It generally is like this. Higher, obviously, for the any wheel weapon or the primarily rifle, although you can hunt with a muzzleloader or a bow in the any legal weapon season. About 38% on average for the last 3 years. A little bit lower for muzzleloader in the low 30s, and then archery is always much lower in the 14 to 18 range on average. And just wanted to point out that, again, we use this on a hunt unit level when we're formulating the quotas. This is just kind of showing statewide trends, but we'll actually use it for every unit that we calculate. So I have a little example it's a little busy, but I'll walk you through it. And this is kind of a simplistic way that we do it. So we start with our desired buck harvest level. In this case, I just picked $100 because it's an easy number to work with. The math is a lot easier. You can do it in your head. So we have $100 to harvest. That's how many we want to remove out of the population to get to our management objective. So we portion that out into these weapon classes. As I mentioned, juniors get their own category: archery, muzzleloader, any legal weapon. So you multiply by the desired bucks to get your desired buck harvest in each of those categories. So we want to get 25 bucks harvested by juniors, 10 by archers, 8 by muzzleloaders, and 57 by any legal weapon. So to get to the quota, you simply divide by the success rate, and we use a 3-year average for that. That is to kind of take away a little bit of the fluctuation that you might see on a year-to-year and annual basis. So you can do the division there. And you'll see that's our projected quotas for each category: 40 junior tags, 50 archery tags, 22 muzzleloader tags, 143 any illegal weapon tags to get to our desired harvest. But we're not done yet, because we have to account for residents and non-residents. We have to account for seasons that are split, like an early and a late, or early, mid, late. We have to account for non-resident guided. We have to account for other things. So this is just a simple case, 257 tags in this hypothetical population. We don't have non-resident junior hunts, so those all go to residents. I wanted to provide a non-resident guided quota example because it did come up with the January meeting, and we've gotten a little bit more even after that from some of the guides. How do you come up with these quotas? So they are set in NRS. I believe it's 502147, based on the previous year's tag allocation. But we also have to account for it in the current year. So right now where we are, we set the seasons in January. We allocated the quota to non-resident guided tags. We have a draw that's open right now. And once we get the results from that, because there may be some that don't get sold, we'll take those and we'll account for them in the May commission meeting quota. So an example here, 171 early. Last year, we issued 20 tags to non-residents for the regular any legal weapon season. We issued 10 for the non-resident guided. So you take the combination, 30, multiply it by 37.5%, because that's what is out. That's what it's laid out in NRS. And that's what the quota is. And then it's rounded to the nearest whole number. It says right in the NRS. So it could be up, it could be down by 1, depending on where it lies. So then we take those and we subtract them from the regular season any legal weapon quota. And that's when we're establishing like the upcoming quotas for the draw for this year. So that also helps us maintain, we're not double counting, if you will, and it helps us maintain the 90-10 split. So we're staying strict with the 90-10. Just the 10, the part of the 10 is going to the guides, the guided draw. If that makes sense. So here's an actual quota array, as I mentioned earlier, how we come up with them. And it's, of course, there's Excel formulas in here, but the top left box, that's where we input our pre-hunt estimate. In this case, we have just over 3,000 deer, 3,200. Our preseason ratio, preseason hunt buck ratio is 46. So that's before the hunting season starts. We can account for doe harvest and junior harvest when we have does hunted by juniors, although we don't have those now. So that makes things easier. We take all that out. We have the fixed demand row there and our 3-year average for hunt success. So the yellow is what we can input and the rest of it is what we output. In this case, in the lower left, we have our post-hunt buck ratio of 30. That's right in the middle of our guidelines for this particular hunt, 171, 173. We got to take that desired buck harvest, and that's where the formula is basically apportion it into all those different categories. So you've got resident, non-resident, each weapon class. We get that data out of the POP model. You can see down below there on the lower, in this particular unit, we have an early, mid, and late season. So we have to also apportion those tags into each season. And we use a different success for each season. And then we also have to account for the non-resident and resident split. And so that's where the non-resident guided tags come in. So we'll subtract them from the regular non-resident tags at this phase of it. And if we have any remaining, we can add them back in here if they don't sell in the draw, for instance. So that's how that works. And then we started doing this a few years ago. This is just a form where we kind of report all this data in one nice output. We had developed these kind of more internal use for internals just to help us keep track and have all this data at our fingertips. However, we've been making this available to the public, to the commission, so that for full transparency. This helps in the transparency process. You can see exactly what our numbers are, how many we counted, what our population estimate is, what our success rates are, what our last year's quotas were, all in one box or one form. And then this quota rationale is usually where we kind of describe what our rationale was if we had to deviate for some reason, or if the population is declining. Like in this case, this is the Area 10 quota form from last year, where we knew we had some significant impacts of winter. We have that described in there, what we saw on our survival rates and things like that. Public process is a really big component of all this, and really want to emphasize, I know this is obvious to most people. Obviously, we're here at a Wildlife Commission meeting, but not everybody in the general public actually understands this. That we come up with quota recommendations. We submit those to the Wildlife Commission, but the CABs, the county advisory boards, also get these, and the general public, we post them on the website. The CABs typically at the commission meeting present their alternative recommendations. And then you, the commission, obviously have the final say in the quotas. And there are often changes, and sometimes you accept what we present as is. This is just kind of reviewing that whole process. County advisory boards receive the quotas from us. They have their own meetings, and the publics can go there, or they can go directly to the commission, the May commission meeting. As I mentioned, we get solicit input from everybody, from the general public, from the CABs, and then commission makes the final decisions. We do have a story map on our website that we developed a couple years ago that we kind of describe this process. Talks a little bit more in detail about the survey. We actually have a YouTube video in there. I believe it's Deputy Director McAdoo. When he was a biologist in Area 10, Elko, explaining how we count them in the helicopter and how we account for different group sizes and things like that. You can go to the link there on the website and scroll down through and see all this information. A lot of it I just presented, and we have a map kind of describing like the distribution of deer, winter ranges and summer ranges across the landscape. It talks a lot about the commission and the CAB process as well in this process as you scroll down. And I think, Doug, you can probably just go to the next slide on the PowerPoint, which is a video if it works. Uh-oh. I think another window, maybe. The bottom. All right, so I wanted to highlight this camera footage that we got on our overpass. I like this video because you can really see good, like a classification. So you'll see a little buck in there, a little spiker. Fawns. You're going to see a mature buck. There's a 4 point. Okay, so when we counting these, we're counting by point class. But you can see just kind of the menagerie of different age classes. Now they're grouped up together because they're migrating. This is from I think the HD Summit overpass. We don't get that good of a look from the helicopter, as you can imagine. I wish we did. But that's just kind of describing the diversity of these, when I talk about ratios and fawns and adults and bucks, that's how we come up with that. We just quantify the ratio from that classification right there. Just in summarizing, population estimates are based on models. We have a basic 3-step process. If you boil it down, it's dependent on demand success. We change that demand fixed allocation through policy 24. We're still using a 3-year average on our hunt success, and just hammering this home that it really is a public process. We solicit public input. We try to be as transparent as possible in this whole process. And I think that's all I have. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Cody? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for that presentation, Cody. That was it was very well done, and I appreciate you walking through that. Couple of questions though. You talk about the population models, and I'm just curious, who creates these models and how often are they revised? I thought maybe I heard you say in the presentation one of them was 1970, or I think that was maybe to the model. I'm just curious, how often, again, who creates them? How often are they revised? Are they revised? Just curious around that. And then I had one other question, but I'll let you.
Yeah. Yep. For the record, Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder. So when the reference back to the 70s was the population estimate. So we do have the estimates going back to the 70s. The spreadsheet model itself, I think they were developed, it was before my time, I believe the mid 2000s, I want to say, and we really have not updated it since then. Updated in the sense that we haven't updated the software or changed anything the way we've done it. We do update them every year because we put new data into the models, obviously, and get new outputs. But if you go throughout time, and I used to have a slide in this presentation, there have been different models used in the past that use, similar methods, but different software. Some of them are based on change in ratio methods. Selig-Hart was one of the models that they used, I think, in the late 70s. But I would say we really haven't changed since the mid 2000s. We are trying to get it more modernized with the integrated population models that I mentioned. Very close on that. We actually have them up and running. We're not quite there yet with the, making them available and actually using them. But I think probably in the next year or two, I'm hoping we will. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, the other question I had real quick is I've always been curious on these population models and these population estimates, when you're doing your surveys, and some of the areas that we have in the state are geographically, massive areas. So obviously you cannot cover every square mile or inch of those areas. So when you survey and when you fly and you take a snapshot picture of a particular area within a larger unit, how then, or what is the process, and how do you then extrapolate those numbers for a small subset of a unit to determine what a total population is for a given unit?
Yeah, that's a good question. So our management units are kind of set up, it depends on the area. We have some that we just have like one small unit, or we might have a unit group. like for instance, area 22 is a huge area like you're explaining. So we do our best actually to survey the entire unit group and get our best representation. So we are grabbing a sample from as much of the landscape that we can, and we are extrapolating that to the whole unit that's available. And so I guess that data does get shrunk down into one number. To answer your question, we collected over a huge range and we put it into the model, and one number comes out of it essentially, if you think of it that way, the population estimate. But that's where, I think dispersing the survey as best we can. And again, if you think about a random sample, you don't have to cover every single canyon in the entire mountain range to get a good representation of what's going on in the unit. Now you will get into issues with if the animals are there or not the entire year. So we do have some challenges with that. So our interstate herds are very challenged in that because they might not be in Nevada when we count them, or they might not be there in the hunting season. Like our interstate herds with California are notorious for this because it depends on the snowpack and things like that. But we do our best, I guess, to answer your question, is to distribute that survey effort over the population segment that we're trying to estimate. So for 22, we try to get full coverage and account for migrations where we can. So we'll survey winter ranges that we know the animals are surveying, or they're summering in different mountain ranges. And that's where the telemetry data and these migration corridors and things like that data becomes pretty important for that, because then that can help us inform, well, hey, maybe this segment of the population isn't summering in the units that we're estimating for. We can make changes there where possible. But actually our hunt unit boundaries and our unit groups for mule deer they're pretty good. Like even though they were based, I don't even know when they were developed, like in the 60s or something like that. The animals actually, for the most part, stick to those groups that we're estimating the population for, so we can be fairly confident. And then I guess to add on to that is that data that we get from our harvest, that is at a unit level too. So we can get a pretty good idea of the proportion of deer that are in each unit. So for instance, the area 22, we might know what proportion of the harvest comes out of 221 versus 222 versus 223. And that will also kind of provide some confidence that we're, not, over pressuring one unit of the group or something like that. But it is, the ratio is unfortunately taken over the average of the unit group. So there's some downsides to that too, because you might have areas that are inaccessible that have elevated buck ratios, and some areas that are easily accessible by roads that have, lower buck to doe ratios. So it's not perfect, but that's the best. It's really the best we can do with the tools we have currently.
Go ahead, Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to department and Mr. Schroeder and Mr. Espinoza for you guys' continued presentations on mule deer. I think the attention to that is necessary. And again, I really appreciate you guys kind of almost every meeting coming up here, if it's quotas or projects or what have you. On the formula, though, I had a couple questions. So at the end of the day, we're trying to get to the 30 to 40 or 25 to 30, 35 to 40 on the alternative units. And I kind of went through unit 10. And again, I support the 30, the 30 buck quota, as well as I totally agree. We're not talking about increasing the herd here, even though everyone wants to increase deer herds across the state. That's not what we're talking about here. But I took the area 10 big game status report information, and my concern, and I just want to be cautious going forward, is kind of the actual age class we have within the 3200. And I'm using 3200, but it could be 35 to 100. And I went through the last, 9 years, and within the 9 years, there's been 5 winter kill years and then the 3 drought years. So essentially, just in unit 10, and again, I just took unit 10. I'm not expecting the department to do this for everything, but we're light on the top. We only have the year 7, I think, the fawns born in 2017. And then we have the fawns born in 2019, 2020, and 21, which was the drought years. Those are kind of the big age classes that we have out there. And I just wanted to kind of make a note of my concern of, even though the formula is going to give us 30 to 100, we might within the age class have more 2 to 5. We're missing the 2022 fawns likely, or 50%. We're probably missing of them. And so again, just kind of a concern of mine going forward of what's the actual age classes out there, because when sportsmen and women do go out there, obviously we all know that seeing a 3-year-old versus a 7-year-old is significantly different when it comes to a buck.
Is that a
It
question?
was more of a concern statement, Mr. Schroeder. I'm not asking for an answer.
Yeah, I mean, I could comment to it. I think that's a fair point, and that is a challenge when you get big gaps like that in your cohorts. You definitely see the reduction in mature down the road. Unfortunately, it bears out usually several years later. That is a downfall of using the ratio. You know, we could try to get it more ingrained if we wanted collecting age data. We use the 4-point or better as a general metric for maturity, but it's not in our metric for our management objectives currently. So if that was something that, you know, the commission wanted to pursue or give us direction, we could certainly look into that. And we do make adjustments based on some of those gaps. So we might make an adjustment to the model to try to.
That was actually going to be my question. So do you know, obviously from the bottom up, we're going to see probably higher percentages as they get older. There's going to be less bucks in that age class. Do you take in consideration sometimes, like a winter of 2022, 2023, where we likely lost a significant portion? Okay, maybe we'll lower them to kind of look 5 years down the road, because we're going to be missing a big portion, at least, of that age class.
That's a good question. We really don't explicitly do that with mule deer as much, just because we're more about bucks than age. Like elk, for instance, we do that a little bit more because we're trying to manage for certain age class. We have different criteria for main beam length. That's not to say we couldn't. And that's where that alternative units, that does capture that a little bit. That's why we have the higher ratios. I mean, in order to get older deer, they have to survive until they're 5 to 6 years old to get that really their peak, essentially. So the alternative units, I think, attempt to do that with that criteria of the 4-point or better and the higher hunt success and the higher buck to doe ratio. But it doesn't really fix. I mean, people want more bucks everywhere. Like, and we just can't have that. Like, I mean, I wish we could, but like the granites, for instance, it's an alternative unit, but we know the population is way down from what it once was. We're still trying to manage for that top end, if you will, of maturity, but there's just so few animals out there that we have to have pretty low quotas to get there. But the good news is, it only takes a couple good years of a couple good wet years back to back, like we're kind of experiencing right now. Hopefully we can avoid like a massive winter kill. And you're going to backfill in that age class pretty quickly. So all those will get to be 5 to 6, you know, just kind of wait a couple of years.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And again, I want to be clear. It was not a goal or a position to get to 2005 in Gunnison Basin where they had 60 to 100. That was not the goal, but just a general concern. And I'm definitely supportive of, we probably had a decent fawn recruitment from 23. And this one, hopefully, knock on wood, will be pretty good. So kind of going forward, I'm just looking at that lower age class. Hopefully that can kind of build up, and obviously the top end will fall off, and hopefully have good things to come. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder.
Additional questions or comments? And I'm assuming Cody's, your PowerPoint's going to go on the website on the record.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just wanted to mention, I did get the opportunity, the department gave me the opportunity to do some counts in December in southeastern Nevada. And I was really impressed by what we saw and how they classified the deer. And it really opened up my eyes. I mean, I did have, I guess, even more respect for that count out of the helicopter. It was kind of an eye opener for me. So I do appreciate the opportunity that I got to do that. I don't think very many people do outside the department. So that was pretty neat, but it did give me a lot more, I guess, I don't know what you'd call it, respect to that portion of the model. Yep, without a doubt. All right, any additional questions or comments? Director Janae?
Yeah, so I greatly appreciate the commission's time to go through this. The intent was to try to get this off of the May meeting. We've done this, and sometimes people arrive at that meeting and don't have this background information. And so the intent is to give it at this meeting. People can digest it, consider it as those quotas come into that May meeting and have all of that background. So that was the intent, and also maybe to keep the May meeting a little lighter. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it, and hopefully the general public takes advantage of this. And as Mr. Schroeder stated, is it will be on the website along with that past presentation as well. And I think there's plenty of information for people to digest and understand the process. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I know I have one of the past ones saved, and when people ask me questions, I email that to them to say, go look at this, you know, and provides a ton of information, and this one will as well. So I hope people utilize it. Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you. No, I just one comment, as Director Janae was talking, as we prepare for May meeting and quota setting, in the presentation, the one-page snapshot with all of that data kind of consolidated down over the last few years for myself has been extremely important, because obviously there's a lot of data, a lot of information to digest. So I appreciate those, and just hope that data is out and available for us before those May meetings, that we've got that data to peruse and be able to come best prepared to that May meeting with questions, comments. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I just, you can go, Cody. It just was one of these presentations. This was before you were on the commission, but a few of us were here, but they actually flashed that spreadsheet up in a presentation, and the commission was like, hold up, wait a minute. What's that one? Right. And that's when we said, we would like to see that. And the department has been providing it since then. So they might regret that, showing that slide, but I joke, but all right. With that, we are going to go to agenda item number 8, Wild Horse and Burro Letter for possible action, Habitat Division Administrator Mark Freese. Discussion of the sign-on Wild Horse Burro Letter addressed to Theresa Stone-Manning, the Director of the Bureau of Land Management, from the Coalition of Healthy Lands, Wildlife, and Free Roaming Horses.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Freese, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. I apologize for being late. I thought there was one more agenda item between us and this topic. Anyways, we will proceed. So here today, as part of the support material, there's a letter from the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands, Wildlife, and Free Roaming Horses. The request has been asked if this commission wants to sign on to this letter. Note that this letter was already submitted December 8th, and so it wouldn't be a sign-on letter. We could, if directed by the commission, write a letter from Chairman Cavilla and attaching their support letter and sending a separate letter to Theresa Stone-Manning. So that's what's before you here. The content in the coalition's letter largely aligns with Commission Policy 67. And I believe in some of the public comment period, there is a representative from the coalition who can help articulate their ask as well. With that, I'll stand for questions.
I guess I'll have one real quick, Mark. As far as, and I'm just not schooled on it, as far as the funding for the Wild Horse and Burro Act for 2024 and 2025, when does Congress basically set that funding that they're asking for the increase within the letter?
That's a good question, and I don't know if somebody else can help me on that one. I'm not sure.
Haley Musso for the record. Mr. Dixon is correct. Most of the time Congress does appropriations around the spring, usually like March to May. And then he's correct. Sometimes those will go back through, but I think it is pertinent if you're interested in sending a letter regarding appropriations to do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I guess that would be my question is, if any, I don't know where we are at for this year's appropriations. Right, if that ship has already sailed or if it's still out there, or Director Janae.
Yeah, thank you. So as most folks are familiar, as this continuing resolution discussions have still been ongoing. And so those appropriations discussions for the next year are kind of slowed up. So there's still opportunity this spring to provide that comment. Should there be a wish to try to influence or, you know, put some messaging in about increased appropriations or something like that. So it's still a process that's open, but yeah, it's mostly because of the delays in the continuing resolution.
Any additional questions or comments from the commission before I open it up? Seeing none, any cab comment in Clark County?
I'm not sure how, oh, it works. Okay, it's on. So to bring things up to date, right now, the House Appropriations Committee is looking at a 4 to 5% decrease in funding for the next fiscal year compared to this year. This does not bode well for dealing with wild horses. What will happen and what the Senate does to that, I don't know. But right now, it's not looking like we're going to have more money. So everything we can do to urge more funding is incredibly important. Essentially, the rest of the states don't have nearly the kind of problem with horses and burros that Nevada does. And so it's really incumbent upon us to really raise our hands, raise the flag and say, we really need money here. We've really got a problem, because no one's going to come to our help. So it's up to us to help ourselves by raising the flag and saying, we have a crisis at hand here and we need money now. But if we don't get money now, it's going to take a lot more money in future, because populations of animals basically increase geometrically. So that means they double and then they quadruple and it goes crazy. So right now we can expect almost 10,000 foals this year nationwide, 5,000 or more here in Nevada. So if we're only gathering 5,000 animals, we're just staying constant. We're not making any progress. And that's what people don't understand, is that whatever you see out there today, if you don't do anything, you're going to have a lot more next year. And the longer you put it off, the bigger the annual increase. So it's really, really critical that we sign, in my opinion, that we sign on to this letter, do everything we can to convince our congressional delegation to be really supportive. And you've got one person, Dina Titus, who's never going to support this. So we really need to get the rest of the delegation and get everybody on board. And I think Theresa Stone-Manning and the people in the Washington office of the BLM, they get it, but they can't change the amount of money. They can provide information to Congress, and they do that. But the more support they have and the more documentation from people like the commission that this is important, the better the chances of actually getting the money that is critical to moving forward on this issue. And I can provide more information about the history of it if anybody wants it.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Las Vegas?
Paul Dixon, Chair of Clark Cab. I appreciate John giving his personal information there. He did that at the cab, and I let him go first so he could share with you on that stuff. The cab did feel that the commission should sign on and support this type of letter. The letter, although not perfect, it's a very good start for getting to move things. When we look at other wildlife in this state, when we have fires, we have depredation hunts. We go in and we do things to remove animals when we get too many in the population and they're causing damage or they're over harvesting in their habitat. And so I think one of the big things that everybody has seen, whether it was the horse rich dirt poor video or some of the letters that came out from the horse advocacy groups, there are a lot of horses suffering on the range. When they moved horses off the Spring Mountains here a few years ago in Vegas area here, I think 90+%, I don't know the exact number, were euthanized because of poor body condition. And when you start looking at those sort of things, we have to look at animal welfare. And although not perfect roundups or other things, we really do, as John said, have to look at how you reduce the numbers. Once you get down to AMU type units, the number of animals you want to have per unit, then we can really focus on things like birth control and other things to maintain populations. But just trying to maintain a population right now where it is not going to help the landscape or the animals. And we see that. I mean, we see it everywhere where we look in the state, and that's the big discussion. I mean, I devoted in our meeting, which is only 3.5 hours long, we devoted over an hour to just this topic. So we had a lot of public comment and discussion on it. And there's a lot of energy around this and has been for many years. I got onto the cab 16 years ago because of the wild horse issue after I'd went hunting and saw the devastation that horses were doing in the Dolly Gardens and the Spruce Mountains and wanted to know what we were going to do about it. And what I've seen is a lot of let's talk and ask things. And although the cab did not vote on this, from my personal perspective, the only way that we've ever gotten the federal government to give more funding is to sue them. And we have avoided that for 16 years through a lot of administrations here and department heads. And at some point, when John tells you they're going to cut the budget this year, they will. But until we actually sue the federal government, I don't think we're ever going to get the attention we need in the state to really deal with our wild horse and burro issues so that those animals don't suffer in the wild. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Any additional cab comment in Las Vegas? Any cab comment on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Caviglia, could I just remind our Zoom attendees that at this moment, we're asking for comments from our CAB members only. Thank you. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hi, this is Ryan Brown with the Washoe Cab. I'd just like to echo what these guys are saying. You know, we truly have a wild horse problem in Nevada, which you guys are all aware of. We support signing the letter, but if that ship sailed, we would support the commission writing their own letter to echo these concerns. Thank you.
Brown, any additional cab comment on Zoom? No. Okay. Any public comment in Las Vegas?
Hello, my name is Helen Foley, and I am the legislative advocate for the American Wild Horse Conservation. Because I represent an organization, I respectfully request 6 minutes. Thank you. The American Wild Horse Conservation is the largest wild horse and burro protection organization in the nation, with more than 16,000 Nevada supporters. We urge you to reject the request to sign on to this Coalition for Healthy Nevada letter to the BLM Director Theresa Stone-Manning to request congressional funding for mass roundups and removal of wild horses from Nevada public lands. I have to start out by saying we recognize that there is a population problem in Nevada, but wild horse roundups is not the solution. And as the budget continues to be reduced, we think there's a better way. The letter seeks the reduction of Nevada's wild horse population to the low appropriate management level of just 12,811 individuals in 5 years, requiring the removal of well over 40,000 animals at a cost of $40 million to capture and remove, and as much as $2 billion to maintain in holding facilities over their lifetimes.
Dude, it's Ryan. Hey, dude, I had an international hunting question for you.
Okay. The requested action would devastate Nevada's wild horse populations, leaving behind remnant herds with a density of 1 horse per 1,100 acres of land, making these significant ecotourism attractions difficult, if not impossible, to find for people visiting and spending money in our state. The mass removals would add tens of thousands of horses to the BLM holding facilities that already confine an astounding 62,000 animals at a cost to taxpayers of $109 million annually. Wild horse roundups and removals represent a failed approach to wild horse management. We all know that. And without fertility control, these costly mass removals would at best kick the can down the road until populations increase again, resulting in need for more roundups in an endless and unsustainable cycle. This keeps federal money flowing to the livestock contractors who earn millions for rounding up wild horses with helicopters and confining them in holding pens, but it does nothing to effectively manage these cherished Nevada wild herds. It's been over a decade since the National Academy of Sciences recommended that the BLM use fertility control as a more affordable and satisfactory answer than continuing to remove wild horses to long-term holding facilities. BLM is creating the problem it is complaining about. Even the National Academy of Sciences said we need to find a more affordable and satisfactory answer than continuing to remove wild horses to these facilities. So these roundups continue. Meanwhile, our Virginia Range Wild Horse Fertility Control Program has proven there's a better way to manage wild horses. The program is now the largest of its kind in the world. This year, there is a published review, peer review science affirming the feasibility and efficacy of the program. I urge you all to read this report, because within 4 years, more than 70% of the breeding age mares were darted with the reversible PZP fertility control vaccine, resulting in a 58% reduction in foaling during the study period. By the end of 2023, foal births on the Virginia Range were reduced by 66%. Fertility control works, and it's 96% less expensive than rounding up and removing horses from the range. And it spares taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars if the agency would just focus on fertility control instead of removal of the horses. The coalition's letter to the BLM blames wild horses for range degradation in Nevada. This is a tactic to divert away from the largest cause of rangeland destruction in the West: livestock grazing. In Nevada, wild horses live on just 14 million of the 43 million acres of BLM land grazed by livestock. The largest cause of failing rangeland health standards on the BLM land in Nevada is livestock grazing, not wild horses. If this was truly about making the urgent progress toward healthy rangelands, why is the coalition singling out wild horses when there's clearly a larger systemic problem affecting millions more acres? The Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands is not a registered entity in Nevada or a registered charity with the IRS. Its website does not reveal its membership or organizational leadership or the purpose of the funds it is raising. The coalition lacks transparency, but clearly advocates the agenda of commercial interests like livestock grazing and wildlife trapping that seeks to profit from the public lands where public horses roam. The public interest, on the other hand, strongly backs the wild horse protection. Polls show that 86% of Nevadans agree that wild horses are defining symbols of our state and want them protected humanely and not slaughtered. This past weekend, over 23,000 citizens sent letters to Congress in support of Congresswoman Dina Titus's bill to ban helicopter roundups. This winter, national media focused on cruelty to helicopter roundups and the trauma and injury.
That's your 6 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, just to say that we want to actively work with you to promote humane, publicly acceptable, and sustainable policies. And we thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional public,
A copy of my letter for the record.
you can give it, yep.
Thank you.
Additional public comment in Las Vegas. All right, seeing none, I'll take it to public comment on Zoom.
Thank you. We have quite a few attendees on Zoom this morning. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. That's to the right of your name, and keep it raised until you speak. Please identify yourself before you speak. If you go over your allotted 3 or 6 minutes, you will be muted and we will go to the next speaker. Thank you. Go ahead, Dre.
Thank you. My name is Dre Armand, for the record, speaking on behalf of the Nevada chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Backcountry Hunters and Anglers is an international organization which seeks to ensure North America's outdoor heritage of hunting and fishing in a natural setting through education and work on behalf of our public lands, waters, and wildlife. The Nevada chapter acts as an extension of this mission by activating hunters and anglers across the state to work together to preserve our hunting and fishing heritage through stewardship and community engagement. Our freedom to hunt and fish depends on habitat, as does the hundreds of millions of dollars generated from hunting and fishing activities in Nevada each year. On behalf of hundreds of hunters and anglers across the state, we recommend that the Commission support the letter drafted by the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands. Feral horse populations far beyond AML on our public lands are one of the greatest threats to our natural systems across Nevada's vast landscapes, and we urge you to do everything in your power to advocate for adequate resources and strategy to restore balance to Nevada's iconic rangelands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Craig, please.
Yeah, yes, I'm with the my name's Craig Carpenter Downer, and I'm a wildlife ecologist. I have a nonprofit called the Andean Tapir Fund, also known as Wild Horse and Burro Fund. And don't agree with the chemical sterilization of these horses. I think it goes contrary to the true purpose of the Wild Free Roaming Horse and Burros Act. Would like to suggest a much better approach called reserve design. It's related to rewilding. It's by which, through the formation of mature social bands and allowing these horses or burros to fill their ecological niches in a truly viable habitat for a genetically viable population, they will be able to self-stabilize. But the problem has been that these animals are being subject to a squeeze play. And there's a lot of dishonesty and hypocrisy going on among our officials and among the people in control here. I think they're kind of blinded by their own selfishness, and they're very backward looking. I've delved a lot into this issue, and these are deeply rooted natives. They're a different kind of herbivore with a different digestive system, different lifestyle, different teeth structure, hoof structure, which actually complements these cloven-hoofed rumen fermenting herbivores. And there's a lot of studies that prove that they do truly contribute to the enhancement of an ecosystem, increasing its resilience, its ability to withstand global warming through increased carbon sequestration. And I have done a number of investigations and reports on this. I submitted a 5-page summary of my statement to you, and I would appreciate you would make this available to everyone on your board or to the public who's interested. And I also list the various studies and articles that I and other people have done that support my stand. I think there needs to be a much larger number. I think these appropriate management levels are extremely unfair. Do you realize they represent thousands of legal habitat acres for per individual wild horse or burro? So how can this be fair? I think generally there's a ganging up against them. And it's very similar to what happened to the Native Americans when we made treaties with them to let them continue their native way of life.
All right, additional public comment.
Go ahead, please, Laura in Carson City. Laura, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, good. Dear Advisory Board, I am writing today to express my opposition to signing the letter to BLM National Director Theresa Stone-Manning. I'm sorry, my name's Laura Fusen. I'm in Carson City, Nevada, and I'm a wild horse advocate. Nevada herd management areas need to be updated and researched. The herd management areas are not utilized to their full potential and are mismanaged. Some of these HMAs are overpopulated, as we have been hearing, and some are absent of any horses, while more are at their achieved populations. A separate agency needs to be formed, separate from BLM, appointed by the government to manage Nevada's biggest wildlife issue, taking more horses and burros off the land and penning them for years is not cost effective and a major hit to government spending. There is a better way. Through private and public herd management programs such as sanctuaries, these penned wild equines can be maintained and actually useful in our conservation of land. They can graze on grasses that support wildfires and they can be managed for population control. Holding pens can be removed and the land reused for horse-related education, open space recreation, and destination vacations. Horse adoptions cannot fulfill the 10,000 plus currently penned. Our native horses are recognized and followed by people all over the world. All eyes are on BLM management and the cruel helicopter roundups. There is a better way. HMA must be reassessed and horses rewild to specific areas. Please stop kicking the can down the road and continue the management for extinction. Approval of this letter is not solving any detail of wildlife management. Do not allow mining, cattlemen, or big game hunters to sway you. Recognize this letter from the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands as misrepresented, outdated, non-factual entity that it is. The public is very aware of the collusion going on with these groups. Please do not support this letter. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please, Mr. Belding. Mr. Belding, if you unmute yourself, please, and go ahead.
I hit the wrong button. It was on my screen. I hit. Okay, here we go. Mel Belding for the record, Washoe County Public. A question was asked earlier on the budget for the feral horse program. Appropriators also cut $5.9 million from the Bureau's Wild Horse and Burro program budget to $141.9 million from $147.8 in enacted levels. That's $12.8 million less than the administration's request. I would also like to address this PZP for herd sterilization or birth control. PZP in the studies, they found that PZP, which is what the person was advocating for, has caused abandonment and no colostrum in the mare's milk. It is very critical that the herd size is small and in smaller areas. The horses that they mentioned are the Virginia range horses, and they are very acclimated to humans because of the diversionary feeding areas that these horses have. Horses on BLM lands cannot be fed extra. The main thing is they want to take away a right. And this is what really rubs me here. They're wanting to take away a right that a leasee has on BLM or forestry. These are rights. These are not someone saying, well, let's just take them. So I think we all ought to be aware that these are rights that these leasees have, and they're entitled to those grazing rights. I urge you to sign on to the letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment.
Thank you, Karen. Go ahead.
Did that work? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
we can.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. This is Karen Boger calling, Boeger. I'm part of that now infamous group called Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands in short. And oh my gosh, now it's sort of wrecked what I was going to say because there's so much information to clarify for you. But
We lost you.
am I back?
You're back now. Yep.
I don't know. Honestly, my technology out here in this remote little spot is not too convenient. Anyway, the coalition is indeed going to resubmit this letter once we've collected more signatures from people who have told us and entities that they are considering it and signing on. So we do hope that you will unanimously support this letter. It does indeed, as was noted, complement policy 67 in terms of how management should happen in order to keep that thriving ecological balance with all of our wide diversity of wildlife that's trying to exist out there at the same time. And so, but I do want to assure you that we, the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands, are indeed not an organization. We're not a 501c3. We're a handful of little volunteers who vary between maybe 10 of us or 12 of us. And we volunteer all our time and efforts on this issue because we are passionate about it. At the same time, we wear many other hats, many other issues, several other boards that we're responsible to also besides this event. And no, we get no payment from anyone. Granted, we had some contribution to help us put on a panel or two, but that's about it. So coming back to the letter, we really urge you to unanimously sign on to this, as did the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council just recently, because it's very important for BLM to show Congress that there is a wide and deep breadth spectrum of stakeholders who support BLM getting to AML speedily with a 5-year plan of dedicated dollars, which would be a lot of dollars, granted, using all management authorities to do so. The health of our public lands and all our creatures and plants that reside there is our savings account for future generations to come. Please do help all of us and BLM to get Congress's attention. Thank you very much for this time and opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Telephone caller with the last 3 digits of 705. Don't forget to identify yourself and please go ahead and speak. Please unmute yourself, caller 705.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello. Yes. I've had a television program for 25 years investigating the wild horses, and I found it was that that's how I realized how corrupt our government was. And it was such a shock to me, and it hurt me so badly, as it's hurt millions of Americans. These wild horses and burros are so valuable to our land, and particularly now because they eat 30 pounds of brush daily, twigs. I've filmed them eating actual twigs as well. And they could stop our brush fires. And the livestock is never mentioned by the BLM, and that is the problem. I have filmed so much livestock. We see livestock all over this country, but we do not see our wildlife. We do not see the beauty of the buffalo and the wild horses thundering across the land. We don't see any of that. We see cattle, and the BLM continues to lie. As far as sterilization goes, that becomes a man-made product, and those animals are no longer wild, which under the Wild Free Roaming Horse and Burro Act, we're supposed to leave them alone. BLM is supposed to manage them with minimal management activity. So sterilizing them when their numbers are so low as it is, when we need to have wild horses in all the forests to help reduce all that brush fire instead of you mechanically coming in and chipping, I mean, listen, the lies have gone on for so long, and I just want to quote here, our task must be to free ourselves by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures, the whole of nature and its beauty. And that was by Albert Einstein. And there's no mention of the importance these animals are for fire and for ecology. They are priceless. And the greatness of this nation and the beauty of it is our wildlife and our wild places. It's not burger stands. And that's what we're becoming. We're becoming burger stands. I'm a vegan, and I'm a vegan because the wild horses taught me what an evil thing it is that we are doing by killing animals and eating them. And for 35 years, I haven't, and I'm healthy as can be. So finally, the great Pythagoras long ago predicted that if human beings ate suffering captive animals, we would never free ourselves. We would become a warlike, subhuman species without the capacity to spiritually save ourselves. And here we are, wars all over the planet, and fathers teaching their children to kill the very beings they love to cuddle as babies. I don't trust them.
Thank you. That was your 3 minutes. Additional public comment.
Thank you, Theresa. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Theresa Barbour, and for the record, that's Barbour, and I'm from many different wild horse organizations, but I am a board member of a national nonprofit called Oregon Wild Horse Organization. I have, for nearly a decade, participated in administrative appeals to try to get the BLM to follow the Wild Horse and Burro Act. So we are with you in considering the letter where you ask them to follow the act, but we obviously are asking for them to do so in a very different way. When the act was created, it said that every area that had wild horses in 1971 was to be managed principally for wild horse and burro use. Now, we understand that's not exclusively, and obviously other uses could be on those areas. However, the horses should have principal use of those areas. And what we find is that the areas in Nevada that have both wild horses and livestock typically have an allocation to livestock of about 80% of the forage on the area. That is not giving principal use to the wild horses and burros. BLM explains this by saying, well, any area we called a range with a capital R are the areas where we manage principally for wild horses and burros, but we don't do it on the rest of them because we called it a herd area or a herd management area. There is no place in the regulations where it states that if you call it something else, the requirement to manage it principally for wild horses or burros is therefore removed. That does not exist in the law. However, the horses have been pushed and pushed into smaller and smaller areas because the original areas, most of which were called herd areas, were separated when FLPMA came about and said, okay, you have to manage public lands for multiple uses. So then BLM tended to create a little small area within the big HA, which was then called an HMA or herd management area. So the horses got pushed into these small places, and then all of a sudden BLM started screaming overpopulation. And then you could get into how they developed population levels, which the NAS report of 2013 said was not done scientifically. It was done for administrative ease. It was basically what was left over after livestock and wildlife got their share. And that's not an appropriate way to develop population levels. And this letter that you're considering absolutely does not take into consideration the impact of climate of horses versus the livestock that are out there. And I think that's horribly irresponsible. And I also wanted to add, listening to the stuff that you're talking about, people are talking about how population increases, and you don't take into account the fact that most of the mares in Nevada are being treated with fertility control, which means they're not going to increase in population each year at the same rate. So you've got to take that into consideration. And also, somebody spoke about a herd of starving horses that was removed. That was an isolated incident. It is not what we see coming off the range. What we see coming off the range are very fat and healthy horses, and we really ask you to consider not submitting that letter the way it's written and doing some more research. And I am very happy to connect with anyone who wants to have a serious conversation with that and not just scapegoat our horses for livestock purposes or hunting or angling, because these horses are not doing the damage out there. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Volz. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning. For the record, Fred Volz. The proposed letter for sign-on contains no bona fide conservation organizations supporting the data presented or the approaches proposed to the BLM. Based on BLM's own data, a mere 720 mares received fertility control in fiscal year 2023 out of a guesstimated Nevada wild horse and burro population of just over 49,000 as of January 22nd, 2024. Fertility control has not been used on a widespread basis, so an incorrect conclusion has been claimed by the letter's signatories without any probing for readily available public information. Previous year's fertility control efforts were minuscule too. BLM's total incarcerated wild horse and burro population nationwide in BLM-operated facilities, excluding the private ones that BLM also uses, numbers just under 65,000 as of January 2024. By contrast, Nevada's human prison system has 10,622 total inmates as of March 5th, 2024. Thus, BLM runs a national prison system 6 times the size of Nevada's human prison system. If the ranching and hunting groups proposing this letter were really concerned about habitat and all wildlife, then why aren't they suggesting veterinarian services to help suffering wildlife, more water hauls to guzzlers, and substantially reducing the 500,000 livestock that graze on public lands at bargain basement prices? A reasonable path forward for BLM to find more money includes increasing livestock grazing prices to market rates,
since Nevada livestock represent more than 10 times the number of wild horses and burros. Why isn't BLM being challenged to implement widespread fertility darting with embedded microchips that could be read from a distance and assess if or when the wild horse or burro was last given fertility control drugs? This letter could have pursued so many constructive rather than destructive alternatives, but chose imprisonment and death as its solutions. The letter does not deserve the commission's endorsement. Wildlife deserves to live in the wild, just as people seek freedom. And I would ask that my comments be added to the record verbatim. Thank you.
Go ahead, please, Mary. Please.
Can you hear me? Am I? Okay, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, that is a miracle. I've been trying to do this for 15 minutes. My name is Mary Siafi, and I'm president of the Pine Nut Wild Horse Advocates in Gardnerville, Nevada. Our organization is a local 501c3 to protect the wild horses in the Fish Springs area of Douglas County. And we have an amazing team of certified darters. We have reduced the reproduction rate of our range by over 90%. We pride ourselves at having logical solutions to our horses in the range they roam on. It appears that the coalition, from a document dated of July 31st, 2002 to NACO, the coalition was formed only to address current impacts of wild horses. They had no other goals that we could find. They didn't have any range improvements in place. They didn't try to restore lands or protect wildlife. Removing wild horses was their primary goal. We're asking you to reject this letter and depend on information from unbiased experts and information from the National Academy of Science. The efforts needed to increase dramatically on PZP birth control. We're not finding any of the side effects of PZP. We've been now using it for 10 years, as have many other organizations. The only thing we have seen is a dramatic reduction in the reproduction rate of our range. What we're suggesting is that you don't paint the entire state of Nevada with one broad brush. Every area of Nevada is not the same. They don't have the same conditions. Some areas may have horses that are struggling, while other areas like ours are all healthy horses in good body scores. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Anna Maria.
Hi, my name is Anna Maria Balstrid. I would just like to respond to the previous comment about the horses suffering. I'm personally so sick of hearing pro-coalition people lamenting about the poor horses suffering when they are asking for more roundups. More roundups means more broken necks, more broken legs, foals dying of heat exhaustion on the range. So I'm writing my comment in opposition to the letter by the Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands, urging for more money for further wild horse and burro roundups. I am a citizen of this great country, a resident of awesome Nevada, and a dutiful federal taxpayer. The coalition would have you believe that the horses and burros are wreaking havoc on our native wildlife and fragile arid rangeland ecosystems. Quote, they mention squirrels and mule deer, but nowhere is there any mention of the millions of animals that do indeed dominate the Nevada rangelands in sheer numbers, the livestock. 43 million acres of Nevada's public land is authorized for grazing. To put that into perspective, that is about twice the size of South Carolina or Kentucky. The cost of grazing on public lands per month, the AUM, is $1.35 for a cow and a calf in 2023. That is, it costs approximately $17 to graze a cow and a calf on public lands for an entire year. But government contract records show that there is an even more lucrative business out there on the range. Wild horse roundups have become a self-perpetuating enterprise. Millions and millions of dollars paid to these service contractors. The coalition would have you believe that this is, quote, a crisis on our public lands, and that the only way to deal with such a crisis is to have the government pay out millions more to these contractors. Because this is, after all, taxpayers' money, millions and millions of dollars going to livestock operators to round up, remove, and feed these wild horses. The price difference between grazing a cow on public land versus removing a wild horse to feed in feedlots is astounding. While this may provide very lucrative jobs for a relatively few, this is in essence subsidization by taxpayers' money. I must therefore, as a taxpayer, conclude that the letter from the coalition asking for further funding for further roundups is not based on any sound economic sense. If the coalition is really concerned about the health of our rangeland,
Caller with a phone number ending 837, please identify yourself at the beginning of your talk, and you are free to talk now. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. I'm in California, Trinidad, California. I'm very concerned about the lawlessness that's been going on for a long time in this country, the lies, going back to the days when we broke all the treaties with the Native Americans, when there was 30 to 60 million buffalo roaming around, and bounties were put on them so we could get rid of the Native Americans who depended on the buffalo for their survival. And by the way, 30 to 60 million buffalo, they were good for the land. I don't believe the propaganda. These animals, the land was teeming with animals back in the day, and they were good for the land. And now there's very few animals, even lack of deer populations. In Yellowstone, the ranchers don't want the buffalo populating and competing, so they send the Yellowstone going across the border, so they send 1,000 to be slaughtered every year because they're a threat to the cattle. And it's the same with the wild horses. They're a threat to the cattle and the hunting because they eat forage. And they want to have more deer for the hunters and more forage for the cattle so they can make more money. But the cattle and the humans, especially the humans, do much more harm than the wild horses. Much more damage. The roads, hauling in water for the cattle, big trucks tearing up the landscape and little dirt roads, etc. And we put them in little holding tanks. So how cruel can that be? When Mahatma Gandhi, in his autobiography, it was either him or his wife who said that the life of a lamb is no less than valuable than the life of a human being. And his wife absolutely refused to eat any animal products. He became a vegan later. And so, we need to respect wildlife. The Wild Horse Free Roaming Burro Act is a great act. It needs to be followed. Minimum interference. Not zeroing out the land for wild horses, which has happened in so many acres, and now they've been replaced with cattle. The horses are supposed to be the principal presence. They're supposed to have minimal interference. Yes, they're concern over overpopulation due to the lack of predators. The government offers bounties quite often to remove predators so there will be more deer for hunters. Interfering so much with the wildlife. It's best we leave nature alone. It's done very well before we came on the scene. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Somehow I got muted. I just
your
want to
3
thank,
minutes ended.
Your 3 minutes are up.
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Henry, please go ahead. Henry, please unmute yourself.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
For the record, Henry Krinka, speaking for the Nevada Outfitters and Guides Association. For the record, we'd like to, for the commission to support the sign-on for the wild horse and burro letter for the BLM. These are not wild horses. These are feral horses. And they are devastating our state with the habitat that they're consuming that our wildlife needs to survive. They're just, I'm fourth generation here. I've seen it since the 70s. And it's worse and worse. So we really believe that now is time to attack, and thank you.
All right, any additional public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I am going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I appreciate all the comments and discussion on this issue. Certainly it's healthy and what keeps this country rolling. That said, I'm not going to engage in a discussion about the validity of administrative discretion or consultation or failures of particular agencies. I think the simple question before us is that a sign on to this letter in my position furthers and supports the goals of policy 67. And with that, I'm in support.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not in a position, nor is it my intent to defend the coalition. I do know an awful lot of those folks that are part of that group that have gotten together to try to move the needle on wild horse challenges in Nevada. I've always found them to be decent, and I'm talking to the commission at this point. I'm not trying to change people's minds, but they did put together and I wish somebody from the coalition was here to talk about it and be a little more, they'd be better at talking about it, but they did put together a plan. It was called the Path Forward. And we as a commission, it's been a little while, but we signed on to it in support of that. And it basically outlined, I believe it was a 4-step process. It was based on a collaboration of a really significant, diverse group of people. Everything from wild horse advocates to cattlemen, to sportsmen's groups, to local governments, to it was a wide array of a broad array of interests that had worked on that proposal. It's not substantially different from what we hear people wanting to do now with the fertility control, that kind of stuff. Really, the primary difference is timeframes, how you get there. As part of that path forward, what we signed on to was, hey, we can buy off on enhancing adoptions, cleaning up the process for moving animals out of these holding pens and into private ownership or whatever it might take there. Try to bring the roundups, kind of bring those numbers down so we're not spending tons of money doing those and holding animals. Recognizing that there's a point where fertility does become effective. But the big difference was the coalition and this path forward couldn't see, couldn't buy into the time frame. It was just too long. Concern for what's happening on the range and the habitats now. So the whole idea was, let's get some of the big numbers off, get them down to AMLs, and get those horse numbers down so that these other efforts can be more effective. It's way different treating animals out on the Owyhee Desert or out in Monitor Valley or down in Lincoln County than it is treating animals in the Virginia range or, maybe perhaps down. I appreciate what folks are doing to help their horse numbers, their herd management with the fertility efforts. I don't want my vote today to reflect that I don't appreciate or recognize those efforts. It's time that people are putting in, it's volunteer work. I appreciate that. I would have to, I fall into the camp with the coalition. I think it's a timing issue. We don't have 20 years to get there. That's a pretty sustained burn, a substantial one across the state of Nevada. I'm not convinced that we can sustain that for 20 years to get there in 20 years. I think this needs to be done sooner than later. And the only real mechanism to do that I'm aware of is to remove horses to AML now. So that's where I'm at. Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the public comment and the dialogue and all of the correspondence that I've received, and I've taken the liberty to obviously listen to that stuff and read the various emails and communications. And given today's public comment, I think, one of the main things that continues to stick out at me is that everybody seems to agree on that there is an overpopulation of horses in the state of Nevada. Where the rub becomes is how do we fix that, right? So at any rate, in terms of some of these other items that were talked about, the fertility, again, I think there's, those things could possibly work, but to Commissioner McNinch's comments, I think that, we have to get down to an AML, an appropriate management level. And we are so far out of line with those numbers that I think, some of these other items that have been proposed, fertility, other things, I just don't think we get there until we get down to, I don't think those can be effective until we get down to an appropriate management level. As it relates to this specific issue, again, the question becomes the question is whether we sign on to this letter or not. My 2 cents, I guess, and where my head is with this is I agree with the letter. I support what the coalition is doing. However, I think that given our own policy 67, I think I would maybe much prefer to have us draft our own letter expressing our concerns and reiterating our policy 67, in addition to us, the commission, sending a letter to the BLM. I'd also like and ask that maybe we look to send letters as well to our congressional delegates in addition to the BLM. So anyway, that's where my head's at.
Yeah, and I guess I think our policy 67 kind of lays it out. Everything we're discussing is already in policy 67. In policy 67, we talk about lowering the population levels to AML, and then we talk about using the fertility treatments at that point. And it's all in policy 67. And I myself, I'm kind of on the same page as Vice Chair Rogers. I don't know if it'd be more appropriate for the commission if we were to draft our own letter, not necessarily attach ourselves to the coalition, But the commission, we could write our own letter, and I agree with Vice Chair Rogers as well. We don't just send it to the BLM, we also send it to our delegation as well. That would be kind of, I would lean more towards that than attaching the commission to the coalition's letter myself. But I think I agree with everything everyone else has said, and I think commission policy 67, if everybody reads it, it lays out the commission. We put some thought into that when we did that a couple of years ago. We didn't have as much public involvement, I think, at that time, but we did have a fair amount of discussion when we wrote that policy. So that's what I would lean towards. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with kind of Tommy, with you and what Commissioner Rogers is saying too, but I also kind of like what the coalition put together. And as I was looking down the list of signees on here, and I think it really is only fitting that we sign on to this as well. We all kind of agree with what the letter says. We want to, I think what I'm hearing from you is that you would think if we made our own letter, make what might make more of a difference or a little more of a powerful impact. So I don't know. So could we go ahead, sign on to this, and then go ahead and write our own letter besides? Sign on to this, and then if we want to write our own letter, then go ahead and write our own letter and direct it to Commissioner Rogers is saying we need to direct it to. But then I guess I also have a question for Dag Burkett, because the way this is agendized, can we talk about writing our own letter, or we stuck to the to this letter? Are we kind of getting over our skis a little bit?
I appreciate the question. Thank you. I want to go back and reread the agenda. Yeah, I think the agenda is pretty focused. It's really limited to sign on. You certainly could re-agendize it for the next meeting and do exactly what you're asking to do. If that's not influencing, I'm not attempting to influence what this commission does, but you can certainly re-agendize it and do your own letter later.
Yeah, I guess it's my time on the commission. I don't recall us ever really signing on to another organization's letter. When we did make a statement, the commission wrote its own letter, right? I don't know where everybody's at. If the commission wants to do that, to start doing that, that's kind of where I'm at. When we've had stuff come up before, we wrote our own,
So, Mr. Chairman, so with that in mind, maybe we have, maybe it's difficult to do our own letter, but if we have, I mean, we're talking about signing on to this, and I think what we're saying is that if we choose not to sign on, I'm not sure we're wandering too far to say that we would prefer to do our own letter, with that basically put our name on the letter rather than signing on to this particular one. I don't know, maybe we're pushing the boundaries. I don't like to play games like that. I'm not trying to play a game here. I'm just throwing that out and asking Dag Burkett if that's
Can you clarify? Say that one.
Well, I guess my thought is that you have a letter with information in it, and we're being asked to put our name at the back of the letter. Is it agendized so specifically that the only option here is to put our name on the back of this? What if we took basically largely what's in here and put it in a letter to, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
just put it on
the
our letter.
purpose of the open meeting law on this issue is to give the public adequate understanding of what you're going to do on a particular issue. Here, the question was generally signing on to the Wild Horse and Burro letter. You could do it through your own cover through the commission as well in your own way. I don't think that's misleading the public. I think drafting a separate letter would not be within the scope of this agenda item.
So you're
Does that
saying,
make sense?
so you're saying that if we take basically what's written in here and put it on our letterhead,
Yeah, and simply say we're signing on to, I would include the language that you're signing on because that's what your agenda item says.
the only thing that kind of trips me up is the time frame. I have no problem bringing this back and having our conversation at the May meeting to do our own letter. I'm not worried about that, except for the time frame. And, you know, right now, if you had to put money on, are we going to be missing an appropriation opportunity, you know, that moves forward without further consideration after May? I'm not sure that's going to be the case at the rate we're going these days, but so there might still be time.
So, I guess in listening to the Dagburkett's comments here, and trying to accomplish both these goals being discussed at the commission level, I do not see the harm, and I'm just kind of wondering where everybody is at in we draft a cover letter stating that we are signing on and supporting it, listing the reasons we are having in this discussion within that cover letter, and we can forward the cover letter together with the coalition letter to the director of BLM, as well as any delegates we deem appropriate at some, you know, at some juncture.
Yeah, and I guess for me too, I'm absolutely not against the letter. I just personally, I think having a letter on, you know, the commission's letterhead coming right from the commission, I think it just carries more weight than being attached at the end in the list. I just honestly do. That's just kind of where my thought process is.
So Commissioner Walter, what you're suggesting, is that kind of what the Tommy just sum up what you were thinking?
Well, I mean, I'm addressing, you know, some of the time concerns, and that kind of thing, suggesting that we draft a cover letter, with this letter as an attachment, you know, stating the reasons why we support it and signing on to it, or just stating in the cover letter we support the attached letter and include the reasons we're having in our discussion today.
Okay, and Commissioner Walter, if that was been the form of a motion, I would support it.
I'll make that a motion. Mr. Barnes, do I need to make it more clear?
That's a motion. I will second it.
And I guess just for clarification, I think typically when we do a letter like this, it would be and I'm not making your motion, but the motion would be that you would give the leeway for myself as chair to work with the department to draft that letter, cover letter in support of the coalition's letter.
Correct.
Basically.
And not to insert myself here, but I could certainly work with you to make sure that, again, it meets the agenda item focused. And thank you, Commissioner Barnes, for bringing this up.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that Chairman Caviglia has the authority to work with the department to draft a cover letter in support of the coalition's letter.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Wise absent. So it's 20 after 12, so we're gonna break for lunch and let's come back at the 1:45.
The recording has stopped.
constituency that was impacted by those decisions. And sometimes that's a hard thing to do when you're in the legislature. So I know it's not always fun to go back, but representative democracy works. The process, the notion, the concept, the idea that you gather all of the information and speak on behalf of your constituency works. It's a system of government we've all bought into, and it works. So who's your constituency overall? I read the mission statement. NDOW's mission is to protect, conserve, manage, and restore wildlife and its habitat for the aesthetic, scientific, educational, recreational, and economic benefits of the citizens of Nevada and the United States. At the end of the day, that's your global constituency. You might represent the ranchers. You might represent the general public. You might represent conservationists. But at the end of the day, according to your mission statement, you represent not just all the citizens of Nevada, but all the citizens of the United States. We have a system that's been debated here. We have 5 representatives of sportsmen. We have 1 farming representative, 1 ranching representative, 1 conservation, and 1 member of the general public. So there's 5 members that represent sportsmen, which has traditionally meant hunters. You got 5 representatives on this board that represent 3.5% of Nevadans. I know that's been debated. I have had in my legislative career at least 3 occasions to vote to change the makeup of this commission. And all 3 times I voted no or declined to vote at all, because I firmly believe in this process. I am a strong believer in representative democracy. I have always believed, and you can go back through the legislative record and hear me say many times, probably hundreds of times, that the issues, the problems of government are best solved at the level of government closest to the people. That's you in this case. This is where this debate belongs. I will not support this going to the legislature. The legislature has set up this commission to deal with these issues. Now that requires some discipline on your side as well. Because if you're really going to deal with the issues on these issues, you've got to deal with them by listening to all Nevadans and the perspective of all Nevadans. We're not here to talk about identity politics. I don't care what you do or how you like to recreate or whether you hunt. I've always been a strong supporter of hunting. I've got a very strong a record in the legislature on that point. But the policy that you make on this issue and all issues will impact all Nevadans. It will be the policy of the state of Nevada. And so I ask you to keep that in consideration. So here's our ask today. And I wanted to give you this opening statement so you could hear it in the context of this. We're not asking you to outlaw wildlife killing contests today. That's not our request. And I want to state for the record that you moving to advance this to the rulemaking process will not be interpreted by me or my client as support for eliminating wildlife killing contests. What we're asking you to do is something, and I'm happy to stand corrected on this, something this commission has never done, and that is move this to the rulemaking process. Because in the commission context, that's how democracy starts. By you, if you're not willing to move that forward to a discussion, to a policy discussion about a regulation, that's akin to having a piece of legislation introduced in the legislature and the legislature saying, we're not even going to hear it. I know you're listening to it today, but this process is about making sure that all Nevadans have the opportunity to weigh in. What you look at today in our petition is a snapshot. I don't know that this is the right solution. I don't know this is what we need. This is the start of the process to determine what this should look like or whether we should even have it at all. But we're asking you to start the process, to give all Nevadans an opportunity to weigh in on this. They could all be here today, but I'm not entirely sure the resolution we have in front of us is the right one for Nevada. We won't know that till we go to the rulemaking process. So I'm letting you all off the hook. You're never going to hear me say you voted to send this to rulemaking, therefore you support the discontinuation of wildlife killing contests. Because in my mind, that's not what's happening today, and that's not what we're asking for. I have a lot of confidence in this commission. It's the reason I voted 3 times that I'm aware of, and it might have been more to change against changing the vote here. This process will work unless you allow it to become politicized. This process will work unless you drown out the voices of people who want to be heard on this. The challenge you have is that the dynamic is shifting. When I first started getting involved in these issues 33 years ago, there weren't a lot of people in the state of Nevada that cared much about wildlife issues besides hunters. Most of the times that I've gone out to do habitat issues and to do land issues and to build guzzlers, it was with sportsmen. Sportsmen, in my mind, have always been conservationists who protect our wildlife and protect our outdoor community. But there were very few people that really cared about it back then. Now, and you'll hear in our presentation, the number of individuals that care about the outdoors and care about wildlife for reasons other than hunting has grown exponentially. I want to protect this process where this group at this level of government closest to the people resolves these issues. But I will just say this, if we can't move this forward to rulemaking where we feel like our constituency feels like we have a legitimate discussion, I'm going to have a very time convincing them that the legislature is not the right venue. This is the venue. That's my firm conviction. But the process has to play its way out. You may or may not like the end process, but if you don't, vote against it. I'm not asking you to support it at this point. I'm asking you to give us a chance to bring all the communities together, develop a regulation, and then let you make your judgment based on that. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate you allowing me to make those opening remarks. If it pleases the chair, I'll have Rebecca go ahead and then we'll stand for questions.
Thank you. So, wildlife killing contests are a blood sport, like dogfighting or cockfighting. They're organized events in which participants compete for cash and prizes, including championship belt buckles for killing the most, the largest, or even the smallest animals within a specified time period. The events typically take place over 1 or 2 days. After the killing is over, participants gather together to weigh and count the bodies next to photos of piles of dead animals and collect their prizes. At any given event, hundreds of animals may be killed. The animals are then often dumped like trash. They are not killed for their meat, or even their fur is often rendered useless for sale. I do want to note that while we're talking about wildlife killing contests, we are not talking about the lawful hunting of these species. Rather, we're talking about games that involve the mass killing of unprotected animals for cash and prizes. A wide range of species are targeted in wildlife killing contests in the United States. In Nevada, the most common target is the coyote, but bobcats, foxes, and even raccoons, badgers, ringtails, beavers, and rabbits have been targeted. These animals tend to be maligned and misunderstood and receive few protections under the law. They can be killed in limited numbers year-round, and that makes them easy targets. This is just a sampling of some of the recent contests that have happened in Nevada, which shows events within the last 5 years, including many from 2024. As you can see, they take place across the state. Roughly 15 to 20 contests take place every year in Nevada. This is a map of the states that have banned wildlife killing contests and the states that are considering regulations or legislation to do so in 2024. Since 2014, 10 states have banned these events. 4 of these states banned contests through the legislature, but the remaining 6 states, Arizona, California, Colorado, Massachusetts, Oregon, and Washington, banned them all through their state wildlife commissions. These commissions prohibited the competitions based on science, ethics, and because they want to protect the reputation of their hunting communities. As you can see, the majority of the states around us have all ended these contests in the last several years through the state wildlife commissions, and more states are banning them every year. This could drive more contestants into our state as it becomes a safe haven for these events if we do not make a change. In this petition, we included language for a proposed rule, which was drafted by our attorneys. It reads, "A person may not conduct or participate in a contest, competition, tournament, or derby that has the objective of taking unprotected mammals as defined in NAC 503.035 or fur-bearing mammals as defined in NAC 503.025 for prizes or other inducement." With this language, we're targeting organized events that have the goal of mass killing animals for prizes. These events are promoted and generally require registration fees and payment of entry fees. The proposed rule explicitly states that these contests do not affect competitive field trials for hunting dogs or the taking of fur-bearing mammals causing damage to property. This language is very similar to the laws passed in other states. It is important to note what this ban would not do. It would not reduce opportunities to hunt coyotes, foxes, or any other species. These animals can still be killed according to existing game laws. The ban would not in any way affect the ability of farmers and ranchers to use lethal control to protect their livestock. It also would not ban big buck contests or fishing tournaments. You might ask why killing contests are different from big buck contests and why we're not trying to ban those. The Wildlife Society's 2019 position statement on wildlife killing contests helps distinguish between typical regulated hunting and killing contests, as well as big buck competitions. It reads, "Killing contests differ from typical regulated hunting by the very nature of the organized public competition and prizes being given specifically for killing the largest, smallest, or most animals. Big buck pools or organized record books differ from killing contests because the animals recognized in these competitions are harvested consistent with ordinary and generally accepted hunting practices and then introduced into competition. In other words, deer are protected by strict bag limits, seasons, and hunting hours, unlike the animals targeted in killing contests. The language of the proposed rule is very clear that it would only apply to unprotected and fur-bearing mammals, not deer." There are many reasons to prohibit killing contests, and we're first going to consider it within the context of the North American model of wildlife conservation. Many state wildlife management agencies, professionals, wildlife commissioners, and hunters adhere to the tenets of the North American model as a set of guidelines, principles for ethical hunting and wildlife conservation. Wildlife killing contests contravene at least 4 of these 7 tenets, which I'm going to discuss a little out of order. Also, for the purpose of today's presentation, I will be referring to information on the North American model from the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies.
And I would just add, Mr. Chairman, if you don't, if the North American model of wildlife conservation is not your favorite, it's not, choose one, pick one. I've never seen one that doesn't have something similar to these tenets. Better yet, find a model, find an argument that these contests do anything positive for the population. At best, that is up for debate. So I just would add that if this is not your favorite model, pick your favorite because they're all very similar.
Tenet 4 of the North American model states that wildlife may only be killed in legitimate and non-frivolous purpose. There is nothing more frivolous than a wildlife killing contest where participants turn animals into disposable pieces in a game for cash and prizes. Killing for food, self-defense, and property protection are generally cited as legitimate uses under the North American model, but these animals are not killed for their meat, and often their fur is rendered useless. They are also not killed for any genuine wildlife management purpose, as we'll discuss, and they're killed without consideration for the important role each animal plays in healthy ecosystems. These animals are typically treated like garbage. While participants thrive on the thrill of the kill, cash and prizes are the big draw. As you can see, many of the contests are high stakes. These are flyers for 2 Nevada contests. As you can see, it's all about money and prizes. Each contest advertises side pots for big dog, small dog, and lucky loser, and Calcutta sports betting is encouraged. Young children are even encouraged to participate. The killing is often followed by a dinner and an award ceremony with raffle and door prizes being given out.
And I would add, Mr. Chairman, the Calcutta buyout, the Calcutta system is really a gaming scheme and mechanism which impacts our reputation as a gaming state and community. I would suggest that to you.
Thank you. Competitors often pose for photos, smiling next to piles of bloody carcasses, which they then post on social media. The goal of any contest is to kill the most animals possible, and the kill numbers can be staggeringly high. This photo was posted by a Nevada contest participant who brags, 2 dogs during the night hunt and went to Pound Town during the day. We killed 10 dogs in 6 hours day calling. Couldn't ask for a better day. Was a super fun contest, didn't come out on top, but we gave them hell. To achieve high kill numbers, participants use high-tech equipment, including spotlights and electronic calling devices, which mimic the sounds of dependent young or prey animals in distress to lure the animals to be shot. The animals are killed with guns fitted with night vision and thermal imaging scopes. This equipment overwhelms the animal's natural abilities to escape, violating the ethics of fair chase. Now, some people have insisted that these killing contests be called calling contests instead. But as you can see from this screenshot from a YouTube video, which provides tips on how to call coyotes, the ultimate result is still a bunch of dead coyotes. Participants falsely claim that wildlife killing contests provide benefits to public and other wildlife species. But as Colorado Parks and Wildlife stated in 2020 at a Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting, hunting contests for these species are not necessary to provide an adequate, flexible, and coordinated statewide system of wildlife management, or to maintain adequate and proper populations of wildlife species, nor are hunting contests for these species necessary to protect, preserve, enhance, and manage wildlife for the use, benefit, and enjoyment of the state or its visitors. The Colorado Commission then banned killing contests. In recent years, thanks in large part due to investigations and investigative news stories that have exposed wildlife killing contests for what they are, these events have caught the attention of major media news outlets, including the Chicago Tribune, the Boston Globe, the Washington Post, the New York Times, and most recently, National Geographic. Exposing these events has led to significant public outrage against them. Killing contests also contravene Tenet 7, which states that scientific management is the proper means for wildlife conservation. I'll only briefly touch on this tenet as our petition goes into much greater detail about the science and is heavily cited. To justify these events, participants use fear-mongering and falsehoods to promote the narrative that if carnivores like coyotes and foxes aren't controlled, they'll overrun our communities, decimate deer populations, and kill large numbers of livestock. These myths help perpetuate the belief that these animals should be killed in unlimited numbers, thus allowing the contest to continue. But scientists across the country, including some of the nation's most prominent large carnivore experts, have come out in full force against these contests. They have found that wildlife killing contests serve no genuine wildlife management purpose, and they may even be counterproductive to sound wildlife management. The competitions do not reduce coyote populations and may result in more coyotes. They do not prevent conflicts with livestock and may create conflicts, and they do not boost populations of game species like deer for hunters. I also want to briefly address the falsehood that coyotes are rampantly killing livestock. This is simply not true. According to the data from the USDA, all carnivores combined, including coyotes, wild free roaming dogs, wolves, are responsible for less than 0.5% of cattle and sheep losses in the US. And in fact, the best available science shows that indiscriminately killing coyotes will increase conflicts with livestock. The prominent Isaac Walton League of America's policies regarding predator control recognize, quote, the intrinsic value of predatory species and their important ecological roles, and state that no justification for widespread destruction of animals classified as predators. Some experts have expressed the belief that we don't need to ban contests because they don't have a negative impact on coyote populations, but we must also consider ethics when making wildlife management decisions. As Jim Zeeler, hunter and chair of the Arizona Game and Fish Commission, when Arizona banned contests, said in 2019, there's been a lot of social outcry against this, and you can kind of understand why. It's difficult to stand up and defend a practice like this. It's just not enough to say science will tell us it doesn't have a significant impact on the predator population. In other words, just managing wildlife to have a surplus population of given species should not be the only objective in managing wildlife that belongs to all Nevadans. The bottom line is that all wild animals, especially carnivores, serve a variety of free, natural, ecological services. Coyotes and foxes, for example, help control rodent and rabbit populations, which can harbor tick-borne diseases like Lyme and destroy crops. The Commission has a responsibility to protect all wildlife from wanton killing and waste, including misunderstood species. On to Tenet 2, which states that commerce in dead wildlife is eliminated. This tenet is aimed at eliminating markets and commercial traffic in dead wildlife to promote sustainable and wildlife populations. During any given killing contest, hundreds of animals may be slaughtered for private profit. As we discussed, the mass killing of wild animals is detrimental to a healthy ecosystem. And finally, Tenet 1. This tenet states that wildlife resources are conserved and held in trust for all citizens. As Endow explained in 2013, wildlife is a public trust resource. An 1842 Supreme Court ruling found that wildlife is owned by no one and shall be held in trust by the government for the benefit of present and future generations. This is the bedrock for all state governments to establish regulatory authority over wildlife. Allowing wildlife killing contests to continue is an abdication of the state's solemn duty to protect the public's wildlife for all residents. Historically, Nevada's Wildlife Commission has given significant deference to the very small proportion of Nevadans who hunt. But there have been several recent large social studies about the way Americans view and value wildlife. Researchers have identified Americans as holding 4 value types. The 2 main types are traditionalists, who believe that animals should be used and managed to the benefit of humans, and the mutualists, who believe that humans and animals can coexist. In their landmark 2018 study of America's wildlife values, Michael Manfredo and others set about to not only quantify those values, such as how many people are traditionalists versus mutualists, but they mapped them. In the top map, you'll see the darker red signifies states that are more traditionalist, and the bottom map, the darker green areas, shows where people are more mutualist. As you can see in this study, it's noted that a dramatic shift in Western Americans' wildlife values. And you can see that Nevada is heavily mutualist when compared to other states. Manfredo et al. In their 2018 study and in the subsequent 2021 study noted that they had found a profound shift in Nevadans' wildlife values. Now, about 22% of the population is traditionalist, while 44% of the population is mutualist. This tells us that Nevadans are increasingly caring about wildlife. Coyotes and foxes and other wildlife species targeted in these contests are often vilified in order to justify killing them en masse. But current social science studies show us the majority of the public does not share this view with wildlife, including against historically persecuted species. A recent study by The Ohio State found that Americans' positive attitudes towards coyotes are growing, especially when it comes to persecuted species. Between 1978 and 2014, Americans' positive attitudes towards coyotes grew by 47%, with the majority of people expressing positive views towards coyotes. And a study by the Responsive Management and the National Shooting Sports Foundation found that hunters' motivation for hunting greatly affects the public's support for hunting. As you can see, hunting for meat and to get locally sourced food enjoys broad support by Americans, but only 24% of people support hunting for trophy. Public support of wildlife killing contests is even less than that of trophy hunting. A January 2022 poll by Remington Research Group surveyed 1,000 likely general election voters, found 80% were opposed to wildlife killing contests, with only 14% in support. It's also important to consider that in 2023, only 3.3% of Nevadans were paid hunting license holders, and hunting has been on the decline for many years now. Of the 3.3%, only a tiny fraction participate in killing contests. As stated on NDOW's website, the board is responsible for establishing policy for the management of Nevada's wildlife, ensuring that future generations will be able to enjoy all of the outdoor beauty and abundance this great state has to offer. We ask that the board manage wildlife for the benefit of all citizens, not just the minuscule people who participate in these competitions. In the 2019 Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies and Wildlife Management Institute published a report called the Fish and Wildlife Recovery Roadmap. In it, then President Ed Carter was quoted about talking about the changing societal norms and demographics. He stated, "In the midst of all this change, we in the fish and wildlife profession must ask ourselves, are we still relevant to the people that we serve? If the answer is no, or maybe, then we may need to seriously evaluate what we are doing, how we are doing it, and for whom we are doing it." Additionally, the report warned that the need for change is becoming increasingly urgent, and new and different conversations about conservation needed to meet public trust obligations in the face of persistent uncertainty about the future effectiveness and relevance of wildlife conservation. In other words, agencies must meet public trust obligations in order to remain relevant for the future. So, what does killing contests say about Nevadans and Nevada's hunters? That Nevada allows for the wanton killing of animals for cash prizes and bragging rights? That hunting is a competition to see who can kill the most animals? And that hunting is done without consideration for the animal's habitat, the impacts on the ecosystem. These contests give our state a black eye and reflect poorly on Nevada's broader hunting community. I want to talk a little bit about what hunters and wildlife management professionals have had to say about killing contests. Way back in 1930, in his American Game Policy, the great Aldo Leopold wrote, "Use of poisons, bounties, national advertising, organized competition, and other methods unlikely to discriminate between species or between varying local conditions should be resorted to only in emergency and under careful safeguards." And in its 2019 issue statement, the Wildlife Society discouraged contests that adversely affect wildlife resources and the public appreciation of wildlife resources, and that portray hunting in an unethical fashion. It also recognized that while species killed in contests can be legally killed in most states, making a contest of it may undermine the public's view of ethical hunting. Discussing NDOW's proposed regulation to ban contests in 2021, Tony Wasley, then director of NDOW, said, "Killing contests are ethically upsetting for most members of society. Hunting should not be a competition, as such behavior ultimately degrades the value of life and undermines respect for the animals being hunted. In my ethics as a hunter, I hope to defend a deeper and more profound sense of hunting than what I fear coyote contests say to the general public about hunters and our ethics. Hunters need to be conscious of the public image we project and the way in which the public perceives us," pointing out that hunters are in the extreme minority of citizens. Walsey stated, "Our actions must be with awareness of the broader societal irrelevance." He concluded, "Really what my biggest fear around the issue is for the future of conservation, for the way that we as ethical sportsmen and women are viewed by a changing society, and the consequences on a whole host of other activities. My fear as a sportsman, and my fear as the director of the Department of Wildlife, is an unwillingness to consider what society at large feels about a certain activity will hasten the erosion of the privileges I hold near and dear." And rapidly increasing numbers of wildlife professionals and hunters, the majority of whom would never compete in these competitions, are expressing their opposition to killing contests. They pointed to science and ethics and that it's such a bad look for the broader hunting community. Kelly Suswind, director of the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife, said, "Part of my job, and frankly part of my soul, is to promote hunting, to get your youth hunting, to really have this be a core piece of what society supports. And frankly, that job is a lot harder if we're condoning these types of contests." These are just a few of the quotes we have from wildlife commissioners and agency staff. And a quote from Jim Posowitz, hunter and conservationist who wrote the book Beyond Fair Chase, Ethics and Tradition of Hunting, said in 2018, "Those of us who value hunting don't need animal protection groups to give us hunting a black eye. We're doing it all by ourselves, against ourselves. With the proliferation of self-promoting videos on YouTube and selfies of people posting with dead animals on Facebook and other forms of social media, we've become our own worst enemy. And finally, a quote from Brian Yablonsky, Hunter, Executive Director for the Property and Environment Research Center and former chair of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, said, "Hunting has so many headwinds facing it, and to have examples of poor hunting or controversies purported to pass as hunting does not serve or reinforce the conservation legacy of hunting, which is hunting's strength. People who engage in unethical behavior are undermining it. We need to police ourselves and insist that we abide by and uphold the highest standards." Circling back to this fact that only 3.3% of Nevadans hunt, and only a tiny portion of those participating in these killing contests, the societal cost of banning these competitions is very small, while the benefit in terms of how society views hunters and the risk to the hunting community if you continue to allow these events is much greater. We can support hunting for food and for tradition, and at the same time, we can prohibit senseless acts and activities like wildlife killing contests. So today, we ask you to approve this petition and to move forward with the rulemaking process to outlaw wildlife killing contests in our state. Thank you for your time and your consideration of this important subject.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may just conclude with just quickly, I've been doing public policy in Nevada for 33 years now, and here's the canary in the mine. The slide that showed the diminishing participation in hunting across the country and in Nevada. This issue really, to me, is about what we're saying to the next generation of hunters. But really, it's about whether we even get to have that conversation. So again, we're pushing these individuals away who care more and more about the social side of it. We can no longer, as hunters, as sportsmen, as outdoorsmen, we can no longer ignore the social component of this. So again, our ask today, and I'll say it again for the record, if you decide to go forward with this petition rulemaking process to allow us to try to come up with a regulation that makes sense for all Nevadans, no one will say that you're today supporting the banning of wildlife killing contests. What you're doing is allowing democracy to move forward. If you don't like the result of that, when everybody comes together and hopefully comes up with a regulation that makes sense, please, we won't bother you. That'll be your decision. Because I know, like I said, 5% of the issues maybe I dealt with in the legislature I care a lot about. So the issue before us today is whether we allow the debate to go forward, and we would really appreciate the opportunity. I've been asked by a number of people, what's different now? Well, this came forward in 15 and 16, a couple of years ago. What's different now? This has never gone to rulemaking. This has never had, and if it doesn't go to rulemaking, you're not having a complete conversation. I understand the regulatory process. I served on the legislative commission. In fact, I chaired the committee to review regulations. I understand that process as well as anybody in the state. And I will say for the record today, if you don't allow that process to go forward, you haven't fully vetted the issue. Really appreciate your time and happy to stand for questions.
I guess before we get to questions, I do want to clarify, when this came to the commission in 2021, we opened rulemaking. We discussed this for about a year. I will point that out. It was not that we did not. I'm not trying to correct you or contradict you at all, but we absolutely did open it for rulemaking. The commission did open it. That discussion, it took about a year worth of commission meetings to get to a final vote on it. So I did want to clarify that.
No, I stand corrected. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, with that, does anyone have any questions for the petitioners? Commissioner McNitch.
Look, last time, I put on the record last time, at the risk of, drawing things out, I got called out pretty hard for not talking before we got to public comment, playing on my cards so that I could get counterpunched is basically what it boiled down to. So I don't have a lot more to say than what was presented. I don't want the public to think that I'm trying to counterpunch. That's what I was accused of last time. So, you know, I guess the only comment that I'll make is you guys know where I've largely stood on this, and I've had calls from sportsmen clear up until, I don't know, Craig could help me out, 8:30 last night, 8 o'clock last night. I talked for a better part of an hour with somebody in the, you know, in the hallways of the Hilton in between games. And, you know, it might be hard for me to move off of my bias where I'm at. I'm trying to maintain an open mind for conversations to see if there's other ways. I did challenge people. I did connect people last time to sit down, and the challenge was, hey, if you're on people on each side of the issue, if you can get together and you can come up with something and stand at that podium and tell me that you're all on board with a resolution that works for everybody, I'll back off my biases and where I'm at, cut the fat off of my convictions, and I'll move along with it. I'm still in that same boat. I'm a little more entrenched than I was last time, but I try to be as open-minded as I can. The one thing that as these conversations continue, I guess I've been questioning in my mind, what we're talking about is really a method of take. It's not we're not putting, you know, the conversation isn't, are we going to ban coyote hunting? That's not what's on the table. It's a function of, it's a method of take. It's through these contests is what the rub is. So I ask myself, how are what we're being asked to consider and process, how's it any different than the trail camera issue or the drone issue or caliber restriction issue or shed antlers? Those were all things that were creating some angst, and those were largely amongst sportsmen. And we took the time, so we didn't ban those things, but we took the rough edges off of them to make them more tolerable. And I think that's where I'm at with this is, you know, I'm not here to make an argument to ban killing of coyotes. That's not what I'm here for. I think that we can come up with language that that kind of takes the edge off of the offensive aspects of hunting coyotes, and getting it back into a place where the public is more tolerable. So that's where I'm going to leave it for now. I really hoping that we as a commission can engage. I know it's hard. I get it. It's a hard conversation, and we've never really had conversation. We've shared our thoughts at the end about where we stand and kind of lean towards where we're going to vote, but we've really not had debate up here, to be honest with you.
Mr. Chairman, if I just may say one more thing. I appreciate Commissioner McNinch. I hear that all the time. This is hard. This is hard. This is hard. Democracy's hard. Democracy was intended to be hard. I apologize for missing the debate. I don't know how I did. I've stayed pretty well in touch with what's happening. I somehow missed the rulemaking in 2021. That's my fault. I apologize for that. I should have been part of that debate, but I missed it. And I don't know how. I'll go back and find out. But I apologize for saying that you haven't addressed it through rulemaking. I missed it. Here's my request personally, Warren Hardy. I've got a lot of skin in this game in this state over 33 years. I've got a lot of skin in this game protecting hunters, protecting this board. Please give me an opportunity to be involved in that rulemaking process. You have nothing to lose. You have zero to lose. If you don't like the product, vote against it. But democracy's hard. I will tell you this, and I've said this often, and don't quote me, even though it's a public meeting. I said many times, the next time the legislature gets a big issue right the first time will be the first time. It's not unusual to have to come back and rework and redebate and retalk. And that's all I'm asking to do. Give us an opportunity to bring this science-driven perspective, because this isn't really an opportunity. This is a hearing to decide whether to move forward to make our case. Give us the opportunity to make that case. I don't believe for a commission who wants to solve these issues at this level and not go to the legislature, a position I completely support, I don't think that's too much for us to ask. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions or Vice Chair Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, I mean, we have talked extensively about this issue over the years from when I first joined the commission as well. I will say to Ms. Goff, the petition and the way it was laid out was done. I don't know if you did that all on your own or if you had help of counsel or.
We have a team. We all work together.
I figured as much. It was done
I
very,
wish I
very.
could take credit for something so brilliant.
But it was done very, very well.
Thank you.
And I did read all of it. And again, I thought there was a lot of very good material in there. The one thing that I did struggle with, though, a little bit, and Mr. Hardy kind of touched on it a little as well in his closing remarks, and that is reading all of that question being, what's different this time? What's different from 2021 when we did have this meeting after meeting after meeting and lengthy discussion through this process? And unfortunately, I didn't see much difference, and there was a lot of data in there, and it was fantastic. But anyway, really not a different ask than what we talked about here 3-4 years ago. Go ahead if you wanted to.
Chair, may I address him directly?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, I think the ask will always be the same. Many advocates across the country have been working on this issue specifically for decades. It took New York 17 years to pass the law that just passed this year. And since this was last brought before the committee, 2 other states, including New York and Oregon, have passed this ordinance or resolution or whatever you call it. I apologize. I think to me, what's different is the continued public shift in awareness. My background's in veterinary medicine. I spent the majority of my career in private practice. I've seen the results of coyotes attacking dogs. I've seen great results. I've seen horrific things. And then I moved into shelter medicine and had an opportunity to see how animal shelters work, the amazing work that our rescue community does. And that got me interested in general animal welfare. And that's how I ended up here the day before you. As a lay citizen, who I don't come from a family of hunting, my husband does, but I don't come from that background. I knew very little of it, to be completely honest. When I learned about this, I was appalled. I did not understand that these things happened. I always thought of hunting as, you go get deer, you eat the deer, you might put the head on the wall. That's kind of my understanding of hunting until I got into this role. And then I learned about this dark side of it, and I was appalled. And every single person that I've told, just in my community, in my friends, my family, they're appalled as well. The general public does not know that these things happen at the scale that they do, but once they find out, they are appalled. And what we do not want to happen, and what we've discussed when we talk about those social studies that we've seen, we don't want this to threaten all hunting. That is an important part of American tradition, and it's not something that we're here to come after today. We're coming after a very, very specific, tiny corner of this world that is these killing contests that take animals en masse for cash and prizes. And again, you can still kill coyotes lawfully, just we're asking to remove the organized contests for cash and prizes. So I think the societal changes is what's really different. And that is harder to datafy without these big studies that, don't happen every single year.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add, I appreciate Vice Chair Rogers' argument, but I would submit to you that it's not a democratic argument to say we've heard this, we've dealt with this, we've done this, we're never going to talk about it again. If you pay attention to the legislative process and democracy, the same bill comes back session after session after session. We have a right as Nevadans and as Americans to petition our government. This is us petitioning our government. That is worthy of a conversation. No matter how long it takes, no matter how hard it is, this is the democratic process. And you are the board that we are rightfully in front of, not the legislature. So we cannot put our hands down or put our fist down and say, we heard this 4 years ago or 3 years ago or 2 years ago or last month, so we're not going to hear it again. New information comes out all the time. I respect you. I appreciate that argument. I don't think it's a valid one. This is democracy. This is the process we've been given as citizens. And that's what we're doing here today.
And
Vice Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had one other thing. And Commissioner McNinch kind of reminded me of it. One thing I got a little bit, and I thought the presentation was done very well also. One thing I got a little blurred on though, is one of your slides that you had showed the means of taking coyotes. And you talked about thermo imaging, night scopes, different things like that. So I got a little blurred there if the issue was, again, with the contests and method of take, or if they were kind of one and the same.
So what I was trying to highlight with the method of take, the tools used, was just that it violates the fair chase ethic. These tools overwhelm the animal's natural ability to escape. So that's what I was trying to point out with that slide. Oh, sorry. I should have asked if I could go to him.
Oh, you're fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the point is if it's not allowed in the regular course of fair take, then we ought to look skeptically at it in these contests.
But I believe with coyotes, regardless of contest or not, being a vermin, I think you can use those tools.
I believe that is correct. I think it's just, the question is the ethical question. Is it ethical to be using night vision, to be drawing your prey to you instead of, normally you go chase it and try to get it? Obviously, there are tools of the trade, even in big game hunting that you use, but these tools are specifically used to bring the coyotes to them or whatever other animals being targeted that isn't protected. And it does violate that fair chase ethic, in my opinion.
But also a good argument, Mr. Chairman, for having the rulemaking, because those are the items, those are things we can discuss. I'm not in any way, shape, or form representing that what we have here today is going to be satisfactory to all Nevadans. So let's find out. Let's go talk to them. And let's do it as many times as necessary till everybody feels heard. That's the social part of it we cannot, as hunters and as sportsmen, continue to ignore. And as many times as it takes, I can't tell you how many times I've heard certain issues of the legislature every single session, but we hear them and we go through the process and we talk about it. And really that's the process that needs to rule here as well. Democracy is hard. Thank goodness democracy is hard.
Additional questions or comments? This is an action item, so I will, if you guys want to step aside, I'll open it up for cab comment. Any cab comment in Las Vegas?
For the record, Paul Dixon, Chair of Clark Cab. I'd like to also echo Commissioner Rogers' comment that your petition in the 16 years I've been on the cab, I've not seen a petition put together as well as yours. So thank you for that, Ms. Goff. It was well written. It was educational. Your presentation was also excellent. We devoted over an hour of my 3.5-hour scheduled cab meeting to this topic, which for me, I told the public at my meeting was going to be long and I wanted to have an open discussion on it. I think one of the things, since I've been around like a lot of you, this started with the resolution that came out of Clark and Washoe counties, basically wanting to ban killing contests, as they were called. And that led to you guys having your large discussions in 21. Since that time, 9 other counties in the state have written resolutions saying they support them. Well, what is the difference? You have the American Values Report was brought up in the last presentation. And in that report, Clark and Washoe County, where 92.34% of the state's population lives, are considered mutualist counties. The remaining 15 counties of the 17 are all traditional counties in their thinking and mentality. So you can see why the counties that are more mutualistic would have that belief system versus those which are traditional, at least in my viewpoint. That's why you have county commissions coming and writing that. So the way that we looked at it at Clark, and I wanted to get a vote was, is I said, look, we looked at trapping in the state. We said Washoe and Clark are different than the remaining 15 counties, and we made different rules for trapping for Washoe and Clark. My recommendation to this commission, if you're going to take up rulemaking, is that, and the CAB voted for it, is to say that maybe we look at doing this contest, banning wildlife contest thing, and look at it in the same way that we looked at trapping. I had 2 dissenting opinions. I have a 7-member board. I have the largest board in the state, but also we represent the largest population here in Clark. One of the dissenting opinions felt that it was either you make it for all 17 counties the same, or you don't do it. They didn't like the fact that we had a difference in trapping. They thought if you're going to make trapping rules, you make them the same for everybody. You don't make it different by county. And the other person who is kind of what I call my ecologist, conservationist on my board, he basically felt that because of wildfires, global environmental changes, and things that are impacting Nevada's wildlife and habitat, that we need to take a macro system approach when we're looking at this, more like the petitioner did from a higher perspective, and say what are the benefits to the overall ecological system by having these contests versus not having them. And that's kind of the discussion we had, and I kind of wanted to flavor that back to the commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Any additional CAB comment in Vegas? Okay, seeing none, any CAB comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, Mr. Howell.
Yeah, hi, Paul Howell, Chairman of the Douglas CAB. Our CAB voted unanimously to recommend that the commission accept the petition and initiate rulemaking. We all emphasize that we support predator hunting, but we share a concern, and a lot of this was brought up in the presentation, that the contests are hurting sportsmen's support and reputation in the non-hunting public. And I know it was, 3 years ago it was looked at, but we think it's a time to look again and give the public their voice. So we would recommend that you accept the petition, initiate rulemaking.
Thank you. Additional CAB comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, Mr. Hyatt.
Yes, John Hyatt, Clark County CAB. I strongly urge you to go ahead and accept the petition and initiate rulemaking. I think that this is really an ethical and moral issue, somewhat political as well. And we need to have a full discussion. Everybody needs to be involved that's interested. So I would strongly urge you to accept the petition and initiate rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Now.
We got you now.
Steve Robinson, Washoe County. Washoe CAB voted unanimously to reject this petition. And it's 9 counties so far have rejected the idea of banning these contests. The legislature has rejected this also 3 times. And we discussed it ad nauseum for the last, for an entire year, with everybody being able to be heard. So I don't know if the commission wants to continue this discussion. I think it was we worked it over pretty well in 21, and I'd ask you to deny this petition. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson, any additional CAB comment? Okay, with that, I'll bring it up to public comment in oh, sorry, one more.
Yeah, this is Jamie Halpin with the Eureka CAB for the record. I'd just like to echo what Washoe CAB said in that Eureka CAB unanimously voted against supporting that petition. Thanks.
Mr. Halpin. Okay, and now we are done with CAB comment, so I will go to public comment in Las Vegas.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Jana Wright, resident of Clark County, support of the petition. I think Rebecca did an excellent job of presenting what many of us feel. It's the wanton waste of wildlife in a contest. It makes my head want to explode. It is a black eye to those of you who hunt, who draw tags, you scout, you harvest, and you consume the meat. So I just urge you to, this is the beginning of a long process. Accept the petition and let's talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is Jill Fritz. I'm a Senior Director of Wildlife Protection at the Humane Society of the United States. And I've worked on this issue all over the country. But I wanted to just address a question that came up about the methods of take and the night vision and so on. Just kind of expand on how Rebecca responded. The issue is not the methods that are used. It is the offering of cash and prizes for the killing of certain species within a specified time period in a contest. That is what every single one of the 10 US states that have banned these competitions have done. It was a very simple 2-sentence law or regulation in 6 of the 10 states that simply said we prohibit the offering of cash and prizes for the killing of certain species over in an organized contest. So it's not about the methods of, calling devices or spotlight. It's that cash and prizes element that is so abhorrent to wildlife management professionals, commissioners, wildlife scientists, hunters all over the country. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm a second-generation Nevadan and a proud Clark County resident. My home is on the corner of Mountains Edge Parkway in Durango, where these contests often take place. I'm a gun owner, my husband is a hunter, and I personally have a long history of working on public lands issues and wildlife issues in the state of Nevada during my career. I am here today in my personal capacity to support this item and ask you to move this critical issue to the rulemaking process so that the community has a full and robust conversation. I am personally opposed to these kinds of contests because I find them barbaric. And frankly, I find them that they are the opposite of what good hunting practices should be, which also includes respecting and honoring the animals that they kill. I see coyotes and other wild animals in my neighborhood on a weekly basis. They are a welcome sight, and I find them so incredibly beautiful. I show them respect, or show them the respect they deserve because I moved into their habitat. This sacred Nevada animal should not be killed for contests. Nevada should not be known for this type of thing. I ask you to represent all Nevadans today and let us have a voice in the rulemaking process because from my work, public opinion is changing on this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Carpenter, and I'm the Western Regional Director for the Humane Society of the United States, and I do live here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And so I'm not going to talk a lot because you've already heard from my colleagues about this issue and our petition. I really appreciate the commission considering our petition, but I just wanted to make a comment about the Humane Society of the United States. We work to end the cruelest practices towards all animals, and we have worked on upgrading Nevada's animal fighting law, upgrading our animal cruelty statutes, and we also work to build a stronger animal protection movement by providing free law enforcement training, supporting our local animal shelters and rescues, hosting our Animal Care Expo, which is the world's largest conference for animal care professionals. And we also, in 2023, we provided and or facilitated over $80,000 in grants and over 123,000 pounds of free pet food and supplies, which have a $350,000 value to various animal welfare groups here in Nevada. So I just, again, ask that the board approve the petition and to end wildlife killing contest and move this to rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Karen Taylor. I'm a Washoe County resident,
And you know where I stand on this, and I'm not going to go through all the big speech that I was going to make. What I do want to do is clear up. I was at the legislature. I was advocating for, one of the people advocating for ending wildlife killing contests in Nevada. And the legislature did not reject our bill. That's not what happened at all. What happened is that we went around to both sides of the aisle and got a lot of positive feedback, including weeks later after our bill was dropped, still got positive feedback. What happened is that everyone said, this bill needs to come back to the commission and go through the rulemaking process. That's what happened. And I want you to know that it was not rejected. Also, what's changed in 3 years? A lot has changed in 3 years. I've lived in Nevada most of my life, and people are not happy with the way Lake Tahoe is being trashed. People are not happy with the way our public lands are being trashed. People are not happy with the way wildlife is being trashed. This is not hunting. Wildlife killing contests are trashing wildlife. And I really support the idea of hunters and advocates coming together and deciding the rulemaking process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie Myers for the record. Hello. After all you've heard, perhaps what you're thinking is, if I vote for this petition, what will my friends think of me? Well, many might say it's a tradition. Ages ago, gladiators used to fight lions in the Colosseum. Decades ago, almost everybody smoked cigarettes. Just because something is a tradition doesn't mean it's right. Some might say, but there are benefits to killing these vermin. It's effective. Scientists have proved that, and this is hard science, that coyotes just make up that population you wiped out with your contest by upping their reproductive rates in a hurry. Some might say, but I don't want to take away the right to kill coyotes from some of my friends. As an unprotected species, you know that anyone can kill a coyote at any time. There are no management objectives to wildlife killing contests. They're not really hunting, and there is no right to them. They are contests with prizes. As you know, all wildlife belongs to the public of this state and is held in trust for generations to come. All you have to do is go online to see photos and videos galore of all these dead coyotes piling up over these giant dumpsters. Do you think the PR value of that is good for hunters? Just gives you a very, very black eye. I would assume that all of you up here are ethical hunters. So your friends should thank you for stopping this senseless slaughter. Some might say, but coyotes are eating up little dogs on the golf course. Well, like other wild animals, coyotes will go where there's food, so they come to the city if they're hungry. Responsible pet owners watch over their pets. Life is change. These days, most of the general public are becoming more attuned to nature and the environment. Tourists are flocking to states like ours to see wildlife in the natural habitats. This drives much more of an economic benefit to Nevada than do contests that kill coyotes. Some might say, but if we give them this, it's just a slippery slope and the antis will be back for more. Well, I am not anti-hunting. I am not ethically anti-regulated hunting with fair chase and management objectives. But indiscriminate killing contests with prizes? Vote to ban these things because it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Dave Stillwater. I'm District Director for the Nevada Trappers Association for Clark and East Nye County. And I definitely oppose this bill. Now, as being a trapper and a caller, I'm not very good at calling, to be honest with you, but it's helping protect our wildlife. When I call or trap, When I'm out there, I'm out in the desert like 100 days a year. When I see a deer, bighorn sheep, elk, a rabbit, a quail, or a chukar, I kind of smile because I think I help protect that animal. And that's what I pretty much do. I've had my mom's dog got killed by a coyote. That's kind of things that happen. But realistically, you're going to hear from other people. Just use common sense on your vote. That's all I ask, common sense. And have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No,
Anybody
thank
got
you.
any questions?
We're good. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
Any additional public comment in Las Vegas in the room here? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it out to public comment on Zoom.
Ms. Payne, go ahead. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Irene Payne, for the record. I'm calling from Washoe County today. I request that you support this petition and initiate rulemaking. These contests are unacceptable and a frivolous waste of our state's wildlife, which should be available to all of us to enjoy. By supporting these contests, you're favoring a very small minority, which I feel is unacceptable. And let's be honest, this is not ethical hunting. Many of my colleagues and friends who hunt are absolutely appalled at these so-called contests, and it really is the dark side of hunting. And it is something of an embarrassment for our state, as I'm sure you're all aware. I'm sure you've seen articles in traditional media and on social media. It is your responsibility to protect wildlife for all of us to enjoy, and that includes coyotes, which many of us really love to hear on a summer's evening or to see when we're out walking our dog. And finally, Commissioner Rogers, you mentioned about, what has changed from a few years ago, and I know other people have said this, but public sentiment has changed, significantly changed. We actually like our wildlife, and we want to see and hear our wildlife. Thank you very much for allowing me to make public comment today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Forbush.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. I'm doing this off my phone. My name is George Forbush, and I'm against the passage of this petition. Under NAC 501-195, a petitioner may file a petition to adopt a new regulation, amend a regulation, or repeal regulation. In this case, the petitioner is not filing a petition to repeal or amend a regulation. In fact, there is no current specific regulations concerning coyote hunting or competitions across Nevada, except for some county ordinances that regulate coyote hunting to day hunting only or prohibit night hunting. Washoe and Lander counties are an example. Humboldt County does not regulate times of hunting, and therefore coyotes can be hunted day or night. These are examples of regulation, but the act of coyote hunting for competition or recreation is still allowed. A permanent regulation is designed to control or supervise illegal activity by means of rules or laws that may restrict certain actions, but the activity itself is still a legal function for the citizens of Nevada to perform and exercise. In this case, coyote calling competitions are a legal function as long as they are hunted by means of trapping, archery, or firearms as described in NRS, and hunted during permitted time of day pursuant to the county they are being hunted in. The petitioner, in my opinion, is inappropriately trying to convince this board that a coyote competition should be a newly adopted regulation. The petitioner is not seeking regulation. The petitioner is actually seeking the criminalization of all coyote competitions in its entirety, with punishment in the form of fines or incarceration to follow. This is not regulation, but it's criminal law, and there's a significant difference between the two. In my opinion, it would be completely improper for this board to grant this petition because it does not follow the legislative intent on how to adopt, amend, or repeal current regulations governing wildlife. If the petitioner wants to ban coyote competitions, that would have to be in a form of a law that only the Nevada legislature can create through the legislative process. And as all of you are aware, the last legislative session did not take this issue up. And by doing so, they sent a clear message that coyote calling competitions are a legal activity. The way laws are created in the state need to be followed, and creating a law disguised as a regulation is not going to go unnoticed or unchallenged. I respectfully request all of you deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Neil Cheney. I am the president of the Nevada Trappers Association. I live in Pioche. I would like to ask you guys to vote to not go along with this petition. They claim the contest do not have an effect on predator populations, following what the science tells them, that predators will just have more offspring every year, but then go along to say that these contests are making it to where they won't be able to see the animals, or there will be less animals on the landscape to take care of rodents. They're leveraging cherry pick scientific points and working the emotional angle on them and talking in circles, contradicting their own claims and their own statements. When this was in legislature during the last session, we had 62 people here in Lincoln County that came into the meeting, and we called in and voted no against the same thing. Like others have said, all the other counties, they also admitted to it being the same petition as what was brought forth in 2021. And per commission's own policy, petitions, the same petition cannot be heard within a 5-year period. So with that, I would thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please, Mr. Reese.
Yes, thank you. Mike Reese for the record. So coyote calling contest, there's nothing indiscriminate about it whatsoever. If you get two guys in a pickup truck that leave the house in the morning wanting to go call coyotes, they take the same equipment, same firearm, probably even the same roads to go where they go. And if they go out and they harvest a coyote, we consider them a godsend. They're out there protecting our fawns, our calves. If they happen to stop by a grocery store and drop $20 in a pocket and put their name on a list and says, hey, maybe we might get enough to win, maybe we won't, but we'll take a chance. We're still going to go. When they call a coyote in, bobcat in, it is not indiscriminate. Lucky if it comes in, but that is their main intent, is to go out for predators. So I ask you to not criticize the person who says, I'll step forward, it's like playing the lottery, if you will. Put some money in, maybe I get a chance to win, maybe I don't. We're not criminalizing it. And the second point that I'd like to make, our coyotes during the birth rate will drop 6 to 8 pups. Our fawns will drop 2. Lately, statistics told us it's 1.5, which means at the birth rate, the coyotes outnumber our fawns 4 to 1. I want to ask the commissioners, why do you feel a need to protect the coyote when it's our fawns that need the protection? Last year, you guys had almost $1.3 million put in out of the 432,000 plus applications that went in for lethal predator control. This is another way of helping it. We can argue about how effective or ineffective it is. But there's nothing morally wrong if somebody's gonna go out and go call coyotes and wants to put his name on a list because I might be able to do a pretty good job today. If a person does that and goes out, doesn't get any, they don't go back. They leave wherever they're at and they go home. They don't even go check in. If they only got one, maybe two, they may think, we don't even have enough to stand a chance. We're just going to take ours home, skin it, do whatever we're going to do and leave. I strongly ask you to consider the amount of resolutions that have been in by the counties and deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Hi, Jake Walker, Clark County. Just wanted to kind of echo some of the other things that have been said about the cherry picking of some stats and figures here, specifically the 3.4% of Nevada residents who are paid hunting license holders. Just to remind everyone that Nevada is a great state and that we don't have to purchase a license to apply. Some of our neighbor states don't have that same regulation. So I think we get something like 100,000 Nevada residents with paid license holders, which is pretty good considering we've only got 25,000 or so big game tags. So across the board, I feel that Ms. Goff's petition, while it's pretty thorough, is a little bit cherry picking in nature, echoing some of the logic that there's some circular logic here too. If we're talking that the coyote calling contests are ineffective and actually may increase the coyote population, and what is the concern in being able to see coyotes in the wild? So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that our last Zoom comment? Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment and I'm going to bring it back to the commission. Mr. Hardy.
So, thank you for the indulgence. I just wanted to, a couple of things really quickly. I haven't been able to find a LCB file on rulemaking in 2021. So I don't think it went to the official rulemaking process. If it does, please provide me with that file number.
Thank you. Management Analyst Kaylee Musso for the record. It did not make it to LCB. It went as a Commission General Regulation to a workshop at this commission meeting. It was Commission General Regulation 503. It was held for a workshop November 2021, and in a 5-4 vote did not advance to a petition, or sorry, to an adoption.
Okay, thank you then, Mr. Chairman. I stand by my comment then that this has never gone to the rulemaking process and would like you to consider that.
I guess we can, there was never any language that went to LCB. The petition was accepted, and I think it was accepted in 2020. We had multiple meetings to discuss a regulation and never got out of that though. But a petition did get, I think we're drawing a fine line there. A petition absolutely got accepted by the commission. I think prior to that, I don't know if it did, but.
I would accept that, Mr. Chairman, that it was accepted by the commission, but what just was described to me is absolutely not going to the rulemaking process. I'm very familiar with the rulemaking process. The rulemaking process is a series of hearings where it then comes back for you to make a final decision. And in order to go through the rulemaking process, it has to go to the Legislative Council Bureau to get an LCB file. So I don't think we're splitting hairs because I think that's a very important distinction in our argument today. And I think it's very important to understand that it's a rulemaking process we're talking about. The only other thing I would say is, without equivocation, this issue was not rejected by the legislature. There were 2 or 3 people in public testimony that said it was rejected by the legislature. That's not accurate. We withdrew the legislation, or we agreed to have the legislation withdrawn by Assemblyman Watts, partially because, maybe mostly because, we prefer this process. We think is where it properly resides, but it did not get rejected by the legislature. There was significant legislative support for this. And then a couple of comments were that we're cherry picking science. All the more reason to have a public rulemaking on this so that the commission, the committee, the public can understand if we're in fact cherry picking. The only way to get to that is through rulemaking. So you were kind to let me make those points, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wasn't going to belabor this, but I think it's important because it was brought up to me by one of the folks that I talked to yesterday. So it's important to get it out there. I brought this issue forward back in whatever year it was, 2020 or whatever started that last process. Back in 2015, we had a petition that was filed and the commission denied that petition. But in that process, we never officially closed the book on it. It kind of got caught in this little tailspin of this regulation, of this proposal that was just kind of spinning around out there. We never really closed because the petitioners pulled the petition. The commission said, maybe it was not ever completely declined. Oh boy, I wish we had that record because it was complicated. The bottom line is that I felt that it had never really been closed. People were starting to bring it up and discuss it again. So I brought it to the commission and I said, hey, are we willing to do this? You guys allowed that opportunity. We sat up here, we talked about it. This commission did take a vote to continue the conversation. It was never a petition. It was not a formal petition in 2020 or whatever year it was. It was just brought forward. We talked about it and the commission said, all right, we'll open this door. We'll go down that path. We'll have this conversation. We did. At the end of the whole conversation, technically the proposed regulation, the regulation that would have gone to LCB was denied. We voted against it here at the commission. And I remember Commissioner Barnes said, do you want to take a shot at it before I take a shot at it? And so I made I made a motion that we move forward with that language going to LCB. It was declined. What we never did was take an additional vote to see if this commission was inclined to just drop the ball altogether. We just left it sitting there, which is what happened in 2015, 2016 that caused me to bring it back. I didn't make issue of it. I just said, okay, that's enough. We had big conversation. There was a lot that happened. I left it alone. Now we're having a petition, an actual petition submitted, and there has been concern, we heard it today, that a petition is coming back within that 5-year kind of rest period that we were supposed to have. That's not the case. That 2020 activity was never a petition process. It was a commissioner bringing an issue forward and the chair opening that door for the conversation as part of the agenda building process. So that's what happened there. So we're not that I think things haven't changed. Things have changed. We did go to the legislature, and I do appreciate the clarification from Ms. Taylor and Mr. Hardy. The folks that wanted this last time, that were against this last time, they kept, there was a pretty stout urging of this commission. Let it go to the legislature. Let it go to the legislature. Let it go to the legislature. So it did. Legislature said, no, this is not how what do you guys do? Basically, that's what the question was, is what do you guys do? Isn't this something you should be dealing with? So here we are again. So now it's stuck in between this ping ponging back and forth. And that's kind of where we're at. That's why, that's the consternation, is where does it belong? Who do we, who handles this? And, that's why we're here dealing with this today. I'm hearing some thoughts about, well, look, I don't like, the reality is that the vast majority of people in any state are not sportsmen. Okay. But let's just make the assumption. What if everybody in the state of Nevada was a sportsman? Every last one, 100% of the people in this state got a tag, or drew for tags, or got hunting licenses. It doesn't change the point that's trying to be made here. It doesn't change the issue. Is this what we want woven in to our reputation and the heritage that we have with as sportsmen and women in this state? That's so, let's, what if, there's a lot more to talk about. I don't know if that helped or not. I can get more information out. I probably have it in my pack. If it's really important, I can pull it out. I can share more of that with you, but this all started with me bringing up the fact that we never really closed the loop on 2015 stuff. So.
No, and I guess and Mr. Hardy, I'm glad Dave clarified that. I thought it was a petition when we opened it up.
But just to be clear too, though, when we did open the door for that discussion, it was at the commission it was almost a year's worth of meetings. It wasn't like we said, we'll look at it one time, it came to the next commission meeting and we took a vote. And we had a substantial discussion on this.
We tried a lot of different things.
We did, we absolutely did.
We tried to do some kind of a consensus building thing. Had we circled back on that, there was actually stuff to work with maybe, but we tried a lot of different things. There's no doubt about it. And unfortunately, some issues, you know, there's room for compromise. I think we saw that with some of the trail cam stuff, maybe with some of the shed antler, as limited as the options may have been. Maybe we saw some of that there. When it comes to stuff like this, some issues are just binary. It's just hard to find middle ground on that people can work without. You know, we're asking people to evaluate their convictions, their core. You know, what is of so much value to you, you're not cutting into it. And unfortunately, when it comes to like these kinds of issues, there's just not a lot of fat to trim off of the core conviction. Just not much for people to work with, so it's hard. That's why we're here.
And I agree completely. When we had our discussion a few years ago, we had two polar opposites, and neither side of that was going to budge after it was almost a year's worth of meetings and discussions. And we did, and I mentioned it back then. We were threatened back then. We were basically threatened with public comment that, hey, if you guys don't address this now, it's going to go to the legislature. And we were, and I said it at the time. It bothered me that we were threatened with that, and you know, it did go to the legislature. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of torn myself on it.
I think some of the conversations that I've had, I don't know I'd really like to hear what you guys have heard from people, because my impression of some of some of the conversation or some of the input that's come back to me is, you know, where's the give and take, you know, that type of stuff. And I think what I'm hearing is that in a proposal through this process, there are people that don't want to see coyotes hunted. There are people, and there's no doubt. I mean, you know, there are people that want them all gone, you know, again, that polar opposites thing. But what I'm hearing from people that are advocating for these contests to go away is, hey, we're not going to the extent that we're trying to quit all coyote removal. We're not going that far. We're asking you to trim this aspect of it up just to make it more tolerable for us, what is occurring. That's viewed as a compromise in and of itself. They're bringing a compromise to the table now. That's the compromise. So it still may not cross over to where there's middle ground, but there's a compromise going on to just get closer to that to begin with. I think is that's how I interpret some of the intent and some of the conversations that I have had from people. That's really kind of what's going on is, hey, we're not going to go down this battle of fighting over whether we're killing coyotes or not. That's not what we're doing. We're trying to leave that off to the side. People can still, you know, if you're not doing things through a contest, you know, there's the economy, there's patronizing bars and restaurants, there's charitable donations that are associated with these things. What I'm hearing is that if we structure this regulation properly, none of those things are impacted. People can go do whatever they want with coyotes still. They just outside of the context of an organized event where there's inducements, rewards, inducements, whatever, recognitions. But if you want to support a local bar, go have a drink at a local bar. If you want to support a restaurant in Elko from, you know, Ely, drive to Elko and go to dinner in Elko. Nothing precludes you from doing that. If you want money going to a donation to a charitable organization, make that contribution. None of those opportunities come to an end. And I think that those opportunities exist in trying to structure a regulation. There can be clarifying language in a regulation. There was a conversation about, do we even have the authority to do this? Well, some laws are actually prohibitive and some are actually permissive. Some clarify that things are permitted. Some clarify that things are not. That's what laws are. And so I think that opportunity is still out there. Things are changing. They change frequently and often, especially in states like Nevada, where we do have this huge urban-rural divide, urban-rural divide. And but those dynamics change, and you know, if we don't consider and consistently evaluate and monitor those changing social norms, we're gonna have a tough time, I believe, in general. I just do. Thank you. Commissioner Walter.
First of all, thank you everybody for the comments and the presentation. It was nicely done. As a father, looking at 3 children that are interested in hunting and conservation, and having sat on this board, I, understand I wasn't here in 2012 or 21, excuse me. I've had a lot of conversations, or attempted to have a lot of conversations with the sportsman community in regards to this particular issue. And I'm not opposed to having that conversation again. I'm not opposed to having that conversation here. I recognize it may take a lot of work. I think one of the things for me that's been the most frustrating in this is when I open the door to the outreach, to the conversation in regards to this, I hear from a limited few that tend to voice their opinions on most of our matters. What I want to hear, or what I want to see, and I don't know what the result of that conversation is, but I do want to hear from a larger sportsman's community having an in-depth conversation about their perception of our image, and I want to know where they come out on it. And I'm certainly happy to have the conversation and listen to both sides and see where we go.
I think presentation was brought forth to our CAB meeting in Humboldt County, and one of the members said, "Oh my God, this is a thesis paper." So they were impressed with the information, and I think that's the key to it, because our county board voted against it 5-0. But I think, as Commissioner Walter mentioned, I think the key is education. And I think from this point, and I'm not in favor in voting for it right now, but I think with this information, we can go back to our county game boards, our county commissioners, and it can be an education process so that everybody is learning, just as you have proposed in your community. This is what you hear. In our community, we hear the opposite. And I'm not so sure that we can't come to a conclusion to where everybody can win. But right now, I think we're living in 2 different communities. But nice job. Thank you.
Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I remember 21 when all those discussions, and it's still really fresh in my mind. And as I sat here today, all those conversations we had all came back, and it was the same. Seems like it was the same stuff we pretty much heard and went through when we discussed it prior. And so as I sat here, I didn't hear anything different really. As far as the arguments, I know my feelings haven't changed. I mean, I still feel good with what we did before. And so at this point, I'm not ready to go on again. I know I thought we really vetted that out. And I even remember we went 2 meetings longer discussing this than we really had originally planned. And there was a lot of stuff on this commission that we needed to get discussed, but we felt this was important. So we took the time, and we discussed it. So like I say, in my mind, and the way I feel, I thought we vetted this out really not too many years ago. And so I think for the time being, I'm ready just to go ahead and move on. I guess that's all I have to say as of right now.
Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I'm glad we revisited the past in that order of conversations, because I was having some flashbacks, and then all of a sudden it came flooding back once we started to recount the conversations and the lengthy discussions that we had, which I felt were somewhat constructive. I felt that in the past when we had these conversations, kind of to Chair Cavilia's point, that we had these two polar opposite sides. Everybody ran to their corners and dug in, and again, no real sentiment from that. So as I've listened today, while the presentation was great, I'm along the lines with Commissioner Barnes, and I don't think there's really anything new. I think the social issues are still there, and as white hot today as they were 3-4 years ago. So where I stand, no, I am not in favor of this and would not support this petition.
Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, and I tend to agree. I thought the same thing. I mean, even though things have changed, the arguments today really haven't. Everybody is, to your point, I think, dug in on this. I don't hear any new information coming out of it. I still really struggle with, that we're taking illegal activity and punishing people that congregate, when many of the other initiatives that we kick out, like the Take 17, for example, trying to get people into the outdoors. That's one of the things we've been trying to promote up here for a long time, get people outdoors, enjoy wildlife. So I struggle with that. And I won't be supporting it, the petition today as well either.
Yeah, I mean, I am kind of torn on it. I do appreciate Commissioner Walters' comments on, it seems like everything we do on the commission, we hear from the polar ends of each subject, and those polar ends are in echo chambers, right? They really are. And I think the bulk of the public is in the middle somewhere. And it's just kind of almost everything we deal with. We don't really hear from the middle. We just don't. And that's, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. But I don't know how we would hear from the middle. You know what I mean? That's where, how you get that engagement from that middle. Commissioner McNinch, I'm just thinking out loud here, so.
I appreciate that. My mind's racing too, so I appreciate that you're doing that. We have heard from, there may not be a big middle. What we're hearing is, this is really hard to articulate. Look, I've said it a million times. I appreciate you guys, every one of you, every single one of you. I appreciate and respect highly. The public is basically saying, hey, the cards are stacked against us. So to come in and to say it's difficult to, that nothing's changed. Things are changing. They're changing substantially. There's social science work being done. And I know that is a concept that nobody is really interested in embracing, but it's out there, and it's saying you're heading towards a really bumpy road. I mean, we've seen it in Colorado. This is directly from commissioners. You don't have to take my word for it. I know half of the people that were quoted. I knew all the people that were quoted in these things. Talk to Arizona. They handled things a certain way, and things have worked out okay for them. Washington, Colorado, New Mexico chose to deal with things another way, and things did not work out for them. And I'm worried that we're heading there and we're just not quite seeing it happen. You know, we're not recognizing that it's happening. It doesn't have to be like that. So I guess I'm really interested. I don't mean to call Commissioner Young out. I'm interested to hear where he's at, but you know, there are ways we could move forward with this to have conversation. In all fairness to the petitioners, if it's not going to pass, I would suggest that they pull it right now. We don't even have to take action on it. And the reason I say that is I know that the folks that are against these bans would say, no, let this vote go through so that we can deny it. And that's 5 years of time that they theoretically don't have to hear it, because all this commission would have to do is say, nothing's changed. And then you can buy 5 years without it coming in front of this commission again. I think that's disingenuous. I think that's not the way to handle this. So my suggestion is going to be that as a chairman, you have the ability not to bring it back to this commission as an agenda item necessarily, but we've handled trapping and bear issues. And remember, I've come out on the back end of those things on the wrong side twice. Okay. But there is an opportunity to take this through a committee, set up a committee, and maybe set it up 2 and 2, you know, and maybe make it just informational, where you're just out gathering that information. And if it takes time, it doesn't bog this commission down directly, immediately. There's an opportunity to go around. I've said it before. I've offered to go out into the hinterlands and go out and do town halls. I've offered it, I think, pretty much to everybody here at one point or another. I've offered to go out with every commissioner and say, hey, I'll do a town hall in your neighborhood. I'll go out there. I've been out there before. I'll take my beating if that's what's happening. It's all good. But I will go out there and I will do workshops. I will go do town halls. I'll do whatever's necessary to have open, honest conversations. And maybe by doing that without the threat of a vote one way or the other on the table, maybe we get those conversations. Maybe if it's just a conversation and see where it falls. I don't know. That's thrown in my head. I didn't mean to cut you off and cut Commissioner Young short, but Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Senator Hardy and Ms. Goff. Great presentation. I see a lot of these in my day job, and that was a really good presentation by you guys. I was not around. I'm very familiar with the legislative bill and the process and the multiple times it's been in the legislative building. I'm not as familiar with the 2021 commission, what went through. And Commissioner McNitch, I don't want to put you on the spot. Where were the two parties at? Can you give me a little background as to kind of, I know where the two parties are at generally, but was there discussion on a county by county basis? What kind of discussions happened? Again, I apologize.
When you say parties, what do you mean? What do you?
The pro and the against.
Okay.
The two sides.
So I've talked about this before, and I'll share it again. I've got all this in my bag. I can tell you who called me. I can just grossly anecdotally, when we were having conversations about what to do with this stuff, I got calls from, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 20, 22, nothing statistically significant, sportsmen directly. And I asked a lot of sportsmen, I talked to those folks, and most of them around 20 minutes each, 20, 25 minutes. And except for 2, every one of them just simply wanted to know, if your proposal goes through, can I still shoot coyotes 24/7, 365, anywhere I want, anyhow I want, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, well, within your lawful limits, you can't go into somebody's backyard and shoot a coyote. The answer would be yes, you can still do those things. It just takes away the contests and stuff. Except for 2 who thanked me for taking the time to talk to them, and thanked me for explaining really what that proposal was all about. Those 2 said, hey, really appreciate the time, disagree with you, hope you lose. Okay, very respectful conversations, everything was cool. The other 20 all said, yeah, I don't really have a problem. I don't do those things. They're not that important to me. I don't care if they exist or not. Okay, so I know for a fact that there are at least 20 sportsmen out there that really don't feel strongly about these things. Having said that, we've heard in here over many, many times, many, many meetings where we've had a lot of folks come in here, both pro and con, and they are definitely, we're hearing from the folks further out on the branches. That is the truth. I think that there's a big group in the middle. I don't know if they come together far enough to find consensus on anything, but I think that there's a lot of people in the middle that are kind of like, yeah, I'd like to see them go. I understand the slippery slope. I want to talk about that a little more. There's a lot of that going on. I don't know. Does that help or answer your question?
Yeah, yes, kind of. And Senator Hardy, I apologize. Have you had any recent conversation with the other groups, the NGO groups, sportsmen? My question kind of is, where the conversation ended on the commission level as to, I'm assuming or hoping when it did come, there's kind of a dialogue of some kind of a regulatory, one side doesn't all win all, the other side.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, to Commissioner Young. So I've got to be very honest with you. I haven't had these conversations yet. And here's why. I'm astonished, frankly, with all due respect, that we're having the conversation about whether or not to go to rulemaking. I'm astonished by that. That's how democracy works at the commission level. In fact, I'll go as far as to say this, I'll defer to your counsel, but in 2003 or 2005, I introduced the legislation that allowed the public to bring forward the petition. I'm not sure you can statutorily deny going to rulemaking. And that could have changed in the time since we passed that bill in 2003 or 2005, but I'm not sure you can even do that. So Commissioner Young, I haven't had these conversations because I assumed that would all occur during rulemaking. That is how democracy works at the commission level. For you guys to say, we're not going to the rulemaking process so you can make your case is frankly not only repugnant, but unprecedented. The legislature doesn't say, as a chairman of government affairs, I never said I'm not going to hear your bill. Respectfully, you guys debated it. How does that involve the public? And as far as hearing from the center, we are the center. We weren't part of that discussion in 21. So because I missed 21, you're telling me, good luck, hit the road. We're not going to listen to you again. So Chairman or Mr. Young, I haven't had those conversations because those were premature. Those are conversations that you have during the rulemaking process when you bring the community together to see if you can get consensus. And you're saying, we're not going to get consensus, so we're not going to do this. Then why do you exist? If you can't get consensus, then you have to make a decision. I can't even imagine telling my constituents when I was in the legislature that if you don't come up with a compromise, I'm not going to hear your bill or I'm not going to make a decision. I really apologize, Mr. Chairman, for getting this exercise, but that is political cowardice in its worst form. And you can ask me to leave and I will leave. But I've defended this commission time and time and time again. And I'm not going to have the opportunity to make my case in the public forum where I'm intended to make my case. I certainly hope.
How's it going? Good, how about you? Pretty good. You survived. That's good. That was better than I thought.
To answer Mr. Young, I haven't talked to him because I don't think it's ripe for the conversation. That occurs during the regulatory proceeding process. And I would ask your counsel, I'm not going to put him on the spot today, but I don't even know that you can statutorily deny this to go into rulemaking. So that would be my very exercised answer. I don't like to get exercised. I apologize for getting exercised, but this is existential democratic stuff. I have consistently opposed this going to the legislature. If you deny our opportunity to go forward to a public hearing, to rulemaking, you are giving me no choice but to take this to the legislature. I pulled that during the legislative process because I thought I would get a good hearing here. So again, Mr. Chairman, out of character for me, I apologize, but I am astonished that this conversation has even happened. Mr. Young, I hope that answers your question because I hope to have the opportunity to have that conversation.
Real quick, I would ask Dag Burkett, what is the authority of the commission for the petition?
So here is your authority. It's under NAC 501.195, subsection 2.
Upon receipt of a petition requesting adoption, filing, amendment, or repeal of a permanent regulation pursuant to subsection 1, Commission will refer the petition to the department to obtain from the department a recommendation whether to deny the petition or initiate regulation making procedures. So there's that process where you go to the department. Let's see. As soon as practical, let's see. Forward to the commission the petition and recommendation of the department whether to deny the petition or initiate regulation making procedures, taking into consideration the legal authority of the commission. That's the issue we've gone through before. Within 30 days after a petition is submitted or as soon as a petition can practically be scheduled on an agenda, commission will notify petitioner, initiate rulemaking, regulation major, let me slow down. This is important part here. Within 30 days after a petition is submitted or as soon as the petition can practically be scheduled on an upcoming meeting agenda, the commission will A, notify the petitioner in writing of its decision to deny the petition, including the reasons for denial, or initiate regulation making procedures set forth in Chapter 233B of NRS. Part 5, a decision of the commission to deny a petition is a final decision for the purposes of judicial review. So clearly within that regulatory, you have the regulatory authority to make the decision to accept a petition or deny a petition. And that's part of the agenda making process that exists in the state under open meeting law. You have the right to control what's on your agenda. I hope that helps you.
Mr. Chairman, again, thank you. You've been very indulgent to me today. If it's the desire of the commission not to approve this going to rulemaking process, I would respectfully request that we give the opportunity to withdraw it so we can have some of those conversations. If that's what's concerning the commission, to bring other folks in, because I don't want to be in a situation where we have to wait 5 years or whatever to bring this back. We are the center. And to Mr. McNinch's point, we have compromised on this. But I would request that we be given the opportunity so that it can come back in a near-term date to discuss it after we have the conversation with it. I just didn't even dawn on me that this wasn't going to go to the regulatory process. I just can't fathom it. So we would respectfully request that we be the opportunity to withdraw it so we can bring it back in a timely manner.
Commissioner Young.
Thanks, Senator Hardy. Yeah, well, at least, I mean, I'm a no as of right now, but I also, in the same breath, would really like to see the two sides. And again, I know I'm newer on the commission level, somewhat get together and have a conversation. And I know you've had detailed conversation before, and I've even been involved in some detailed conversations in the legislative building. But with that being said, you guys did an A+ job on the presentation, but I would like to see the two sides in a room. And that's just kind of where I'm at right now.
Commissioner McNinch.
Yeah, so Commissioner Young, I just wanted to follow up a little more. You were asking did we hear from the folks in the middle a little bit more? Would we hear from, it's right here, these America's Wildlife Value Surveys. I mean, there's been a ton of them done. And, you know, this tells you, this takes the noise out of, you know, the extremes. It takes the noise out of, whether you're mutualist or traditionalist, pluralist, it doesn't matter. This tells you what's happening. This is the temperature out in society right here in Nevada, and there's other ones for all the West. These are statistically valid. These are done by professionals, by people of Colorado State. These are the people that in my opinion, because the way they do things, it's very standardized. There's rules, there's methods, there's processes. These are what they are. It is what it is. These give a reflection of people's attitudes towards wildlife and values towards wildlife. Statistically, these are them. And some of these address contests directly, some maybe less directly. We can go down this road and ask everybody, and we can get a feel for what percentage of the general sportsman's public believes in these things or doesn't believe, through a statistically valid process. That costs a lot of money. It does take time, but those are other options that are on the table. Does it help us? I don't know. I didn't think that, for me, this isn't a hard decision for me. I'm not in your shoes. I'm not in your shoes. I do represent conservation, and I do believe sportsmen are the preeminent conservationists. This is all about relevancy. I find myself in this really weird place. I feel like I'm fighting for sportsmen to maintain relevancy and the position that they hold in society. And that's not even in a weird way. I just feel that that's what I just feel that because this is what I nerd out on. I see this. These are things that work outside of these are the anomalies. So I'm trying to use the science that's available to me, the best available science, social, biological, whatever that might be, to help me make and frame these decisions. I'm also trying to give these folks that are coming in asking for change, I'm trying to give them a voice. You know, I'm trying to provide that. My promise to them, and I think Jana, maybe I know Karen was part of the process. I never promised Karen anything when they came along. I never promised her anything. I said, we're going to disagree on certain things. I'm never going to cave in on certain things. Hunting. I made sure that they knew I'm so far not anti-hunting. You'll never hear me take a vote to get rid of hunting. And I said, so don't expect that of me. They understand that. Folks understand that. What I promised them was a fair and open process from this commission. And Karen, correct me if I'm wrong. I promised them that they would have the opportunity to provide those inputs and provide their stuff, because up to that point they had felt that they hadn't. I believe that largely the commission has done that. This commission is very generous with its time. We go beyond what's required under the public comment periods, et cetera, et cetera. But the ultimate decisions, people aren't asking you to get rid of trapping. You know, I know there are people that would want to, that do want to. They're not asking you to get rid of hunting. They're asking you to get rid of something to make other parts more tolerable. And that's what this is all about in my mind. It really does boil down to that. Cutting the fat off your convictions. We were told to do that through the Sage Grouse conservation planning effort, if you remember all that. You know, we had an internationally renowned mediator, and her point was, you've got this nice core part of you right here, and there's a big layer of fat around it. And she kept saying, I want you to trim the fat. I don't want you to cut into your core. I want you to trim the fat. So if these contests, organized contests that have awards and prizes is a core conviction for me, then I'll have to just respectfully say, okay, I get it. I'm not asking you to cut into that. But if it's part of the fat around that little, that core piece, can we cut into it a little bit? I don't know. There's a lot of this information. Maybe there's a process that we can explore some of this more. The department has way more than this. This is the one that was referenced in Rebecca's presentation. This is another one that's state specific to Nevada. I think you referenced this one too. There are a bunch of others. There's a lot of other work out there. Alan's looking at me like I'm going to throw darts through you here, but there's a lot of information that we can dig into that is statistically. It does measure outside of those extremes. It tells you they're there. Here they are. Here we're measuring them right here, but they're out on the bell curve. They're out here. Here's where everything else is at. I appreciate you guys giving me the time to do my thing. So.
Commissioner Young. So I don't even know if this is possible. But if, as Senator Hardy said, if they were to withdraw the petition, so you don't have to wait the 5 years, have the conversations and then re-petition. And then I know this has been done before, but I'm just trying to think a little outside the box. And then to come back, because what I want to hear is from both sides is a conversation of, if it's county by county or whatever the case may be, right? I'm not going to come up with the ideas, but to come through with some ideas. And again, if this has happened, please someone come and tell me this is what's been discussed. This is what their side is. This is what your side is. Currently, I've kind of heard your side and I've heard from the opposition, but I haven't heard a detailed conversation that's been had. And again, Senator Hardy, if there has been, just as to that, not as to anything else. Thank you.
He's afraid that I'm going to go on another rant. I apologize again for that. So I think the thing, I like the direction you're headed, Chairman Young, again, Warren Hardy for the record, or Commissioner Young. You know, I think where we are at with the petition has sort of calculated in the concerns and objections we've heard from the other side, not only in Nevada, but across the country. I want to find out really my reason for asking to have the petition stayed is so that I can talk to you guys, find out where we've come up short in our presentation. I've talked to several of you offline and you've said, I'm going to base this on the science. I don't know how to provide more science than what I provided in the petition. So I'm left to conclude that what my colleagues tell me is that the fix is in. And so I'm not going to represent to you that I can make any difference. The petition before you is what it is. So I mean, I'm willing to accept if you just say, we're not going to accept this ever, regardless of what the public input is. Because I want to remind you, I think we outweigh the opposition. You're sort of giving equal weight to less than 1% of the hunting community versus 75% of the state that cares about this issue on the other side. You're asking us to compromise with less than 1% of the hunting community. You know, Commissioner Young, as well as I do, because you've been in politics a long time. There's fringes on both sides. And they're never going to compromise, and they're never going to compromise. What we've attempted to do in this ordinance, or in this regulation, is bring it to the center to the extent we can, to make it so those that are really concerned, and it's interesting because I talk to hunters all the time. As far as I know, nobody participates in these hunts because nobody will admit to. But what you're asking for is 75% of the community to compromise with 0.5% of the state on an equal balance. And that's a decision for you as commissioners to make. But if you're really going to represent all of the community, I think you have to balance that in. So I don't want to represent to you that I can get 0.5% of Nevada citizens who love these contests to come to the table on anything other than what we've proposed, because we have done our best to put that compromise, to bake that compromise into the petition that you have before you. So what I really want by tabling the petition is to have an opportunity to talk to you gentlemen and ladies about where we fell short in meeting our burden, that this is not good for the state of Nevada. I stand ready and willing to listen to any argument, any scientific argument that says these things are good for Nevada, good for our reputation, good for our ecology, good for our economy, good for anything. I'm ready. I don't know how. The standard I was given by some of you was to show me the science. I want to see the science. I want to make a decision based on the science. And so I bring you the science, and here we are. So I don't want to represent Mr. Young that I can bring us any further to the center than I am. But I want to know where we fell short in the petition. And if your standard is that we're just going to have killing contests in Nevada, I'll fold my tent and go home. If that's just the decision we're going to make, please let me know. I got other things to do.
I'll offer this because I don't know. I will offer again that the petitioners pull their petition. I will go anywhere and everywhere to have conversations in local communities, big cities, I don't care. And I'll do my best to make myself available at any time to do that with any of you or with anybody else to sit down and garner input. I think that in order to do that, it has to be additional people up here. So you're not just taking my word for it. It's going to involve the department. They're going to have to be involved to help facilitate that. And if nobody else is willing to do that, then I'm willing to go do it by myself. I can ask the department for help to tape record whatever conversations are out there and bring it back. I'm willing to do that. I'm worried for sportsmen. We have our next agenda item. My first question for this next agenda item is, what has prompted this? A review of the Wildlife Commission? What prompted this? I think it's what's going on today personally. That's where we're at. This is what I've been worried about. It's coming. This is what I've been worried about, is what prompted, who asked for this, what prompted it, what are they looking for? I don't know, maybe they're trying to run Dave out of here, which is fine. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe maybe they're trying to run us all out of here. I don't know. To what end? So I'm offering to do that whenever, whatever. So.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll make the same offer. I'm happy to go to any of your districts, to any of your areas, have a conversation with them about why we think this is important. Happy to do that.
I guess the question today then, I guess it'd be a question for you, Mr. Hardy. Do you, as the petitioner, want to pull the petition then, or do you want us to take a vote? I guess.
That's a great question, Mr. Chairman. I want you to vote to go to rulemaking. But if that's not where we are, then I would request that we pull it so we have an opportunity to meet with you and see where we fell short. I just am really having a hard time getting my arms around why rulemaking is not a good alternative. You're not committing yourself to anything except to listen to the result of what the community comes together and talks about. I'll be the first to admit that you're likely going to have something similar to the same petition that you have in front of you now, 6 months from now when we finish rulemaking. I don't think it's going to change much, to Mr. Young's point. But what you will have is the ability to say, we listened to everybody. We took this to rulemaking. What is the fear of going to rulemaking? You still have the final say. And if I have to stand in front of you 6 months from now and say, I couldn't get the votes or convince you guys to do it, then I lost. But you know what? I lost fair and square. So my request is send this to rulemaking, or tell me why you fear that. Tell me why you don't want to do that. And if you can't do that, then I would respectfully ask that you withdraw the petition. Thank you.
Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. I guess maybe just to clarify, Senator Hardy, so I think where it fell short for me, and you'll have an answer to this, is the unwillingness to change the full outright ban. So what would be the benefit taking this language into rulemaking if your party's position is not to vary from what's in this document today?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to Commissioner Keel. The reason to go is because then nobody can say you didn't listen to me. And we're not looking for a ban of any way. And we take my word. I couldn't represent Humane Society of the United States if they took a position on hunting. They don't. They know my position, but they don't take a position on it. So if we're at the end of this commission is going to make a decision on whether to ban killing contests and nothing else, right? So the only thing I can tell you is right now, today, I'm going to leave here with a bad taste in my mouth because I really didn't get an opportunity to make my case in a forum that matters because you wouldn't let it go forward. If it goes to rulemaking and I lose, then I lost fair and square. And I'll shake every one of your hands and I'll thank you for your time and I'll get on with my life. But that's the only reason I can give you, Commissioner, is this is the start of the democratic process. I told my client, I said, it's going to go to rulemaking. There's no way it can't go to rulemaking. It's how this works. And I've done this for 33 years. I've never had a regulation I couldn't get to rulemaking. Never, not one time. I've lost some of them. I've killed some of them. I've never not been able to make my argument. So that's one thing I can tell you, Commissioner, that this is our opportunity. And if we lose, we lose. We'll thank you for your time. We'll get on with our lives.
Commissioner Walter.
So, I mean, I've said where I'm at. I will support it moving forward rulemaking and having the conversation at a commission level, but, you know, depending upon where everyone sits, I'm happy, Commissioner McNinch, to help you in those efforts, listening, going out, talking to individuals. My schedule is going to hate me for it, but I'm happy to do so.
And again, I apologize. I would just say, Mr. Chairman, that's the process we're talking about. And we're volunteering to go out and have that conversation with the community. The rulemaking process is that process. So that's really what I'm asking for. I'm asking to have these conversations in an official capacity and then let you make a decision on the product. Thank you.
I guess Mr. Hardy, nobody wants to move up here, so I'm just gonna ask you, you guys gotta tell us what you want us to do. If you want us to take a vote or if you want to table it for this minute.
Well, I mean, again, if that's what we need to do, if there's not enough commissioners willing to give us the rulemaking process, to give us the opportunity to go make our case to the public, then I guess, yeah, I'm asking you to pull it until I can get commitments to do that, to go through that democratic process. I just don't understand the hesitancy. I don't understand the fear. What am I missing?
My count is potential 4-4, whether we make a motion to deny or make a motion to approve. I can see this thing landing on a 4-4. The hazard, what I'm afraid of, I'm just being brutally honest. Let's cut through the crap here. If I make a motion to approve or to deny, if I made a motion to approve and it went down 5-3, then I think that it leaves you guys in a very, very vulnerable place.
We'll just withdraw.
And
we're happy to withdraw.
that would be horrible. I'd resign.
Okay. So at this time, the petitioners have let us know that they're going to withdraw it for the moment. All right, with that, we're going to go to agenda item number 10, presentation for interim natural resource committee meeting for possible action, management analyst Kaylee Musso. The department was asked to give a presentation to the interim natural resource committee about the commission and its duties at their April 5th meeting. The commission will hear an overview of the presentation and have an opportunity to provide input.
Thank you, Chairman Caviglia. Management Analyst Kaylee Musso for the record. I'm going to pause and ask Director Janae if he wants to start off or if he would like me to just continue. I'll continue since he's busy. So a couple months ago, we received an email from staff for the Interim Natural Resources Committee. That staff member requested that we present to that committee at their April 5th meeting. This slide shows you exactly what that email stated. And then I also added the text of the vetoed Senate Bill 88 from the 2023 legislative session. That bill would have directed the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Natural Resources to conduct a study concerning state agencies that regulate natural resources. The agencies that would have been reviewed would be the Board of Wildlife Commissioners, the Commission on Mineral Resources, the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and the State Environmental Commission. I can't promise you those will be the agencies that are studied during this meeting. However, I do believe that's probably a good start. That would be my own assumption though. So in the presentation, we've been asked to go over the powers, duties, mission, and interactions with NDOW of the commission, recent actions of the commission, the current composition, qualifications, and background of members, length of service and term, and geographic representation, commission leadership, the number of meetings the board has and locations for those meetings, voting rules, and per diem allowances and expenses. So this is the start of my presentation that I've already started drafting for that committee. Again, you'll see we have a brief slide on who NDOW is, and then we get into who the commission is. We've also been asked more recently to create a legislative history slide for that presentation. And then I have a slide for recent accomplishments. That will be the discussion portion of this meeting. Everything that staff member asked me to present, I have to present. However, I would like your input on the recent accomplishments for the commission. So again, this is the department's mission. I won't reread it because the last agenda item, the petitioners already read our mission for you. This is a slide we include in all of our department presentations to the legislature. It goes over our statutory charge and then our unique funding model. We keep this in here because I don't think a lot of members of the legislature know that a lot of our budget is federal funds. We get very few general funds, so we like to remind them. And then here is the outline of the requests from this committee staff. I plan to have these on multiple pages because I actually plan to provide the text in the NRS I cited for you guys. I just didn't want to have to go through all of that because it's just, you could look at NRS and see it right now. So this is the public process. We also include this slide in every presentation for the legislature. It just shows that NDOW, county advisory boards, and the public all provide input to the commission, and then you guys decide on policies and regulations, and the Department of Wildlife implements and enforces those. And then I have last the accomplishments and actions slide. Again, the point of this agenda item is really to make you aware, number one, and the public, that this is going to be occurring on April 5th. So we encourage anyone and everyone to watch those meetings. And then I would like to hear any feedback on what you would like to see on this accomplishment slide.
We're apparently not braggadocious. I mean, did you have any thoughts on it, Kaylee?
Yes. So as you
Figured you did.
I did plan to list the most recent regulations that you guys approved. I didn't list them out for this meeting's purposes, but I will go through and provide a list of those regulations. I also planned to provide a list of the site visits that you guys have done in the last however long you would like me to. But there's been a number of site visits that have been really important to our natural resources and wildlife. So I was going to include those site visits on there. If you would like to include any sign-on letters, I was planning on adding that as an accomplishment, and the rest, I would like feedback.
Questions or comments for Kaylee?
It's okay if I don't get feedback either. If you're satisfied with the accomplishments that I came up with myself, that's okay. I do have that planned.
Yeah, so Director Mtng, we just wanted to put this in front of you so that you had the opportunity to provide feedback. I don't know that we need it absolutely right now, understanding that the last agenda item just taxed all of us to a very high degree. Is, you know, throughout this meeting, if you have thoughts or comments on what you'd like to see included, you know, get a hold of Kaylee, or even after the fact, emails would be great. Just trying to make sure that we best represent you as best as possible. So, thank you.
I think another additional item that should or could be included would be, for example, Tommy's flyovers with the department, my participation with the turkey trapping, but shows the participation of the commissioners along with the Department of Wildlife. So it's not a you know, it's a shared session with the commissioners and not just a one-sided position that we have.
Thank you, Commissioner Booth, for that feedback.
Lawrence.
Yeah, I don't know how you'd state this, but I've always felt in my being associated with the commission and even the cabs is that we kind of bring the public input into the state wildlife. I mean, you have the department and you guys are doing what you're doing, but we bring some outside perspective, sportsman's perspective, associated industry perspective to a lot of what we do. And I think we're just part of the public process in managing the state's wildlife. And I've always thought that, as far as I was, that was what I thought was important, and that what I could contribute to this process.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Barnes.
Initial thoughts for Kaylee? I'm not seeing any at the moment. This is an, let's see, is this an action item? It is an action item. So any cab comment in Las Vegas?
For the record, Paul Dixon, Clark Keg. We did not discuss this in our cabbing, so I'm going to give you a personal opinion based on 16 years of sitting on a cab. I think that the cabs represent a microcosm in each of the counties, in my viewpoint, even though they're supposed to represent the larger public. I've always found at these meetings, you have, as Commissioner Barnes said, a larger cross-section of the overall public in the state participates. People come here because they know if the cab were just giving a recommendation, they know the rubber hits the road with the commission here for making rulemaking and other changes. And looking at it where you're looking out versus us looking up at you, it's a lot harder job sitting up there and doing what you're doing. And I think the comment of the collaboration that Commissioner Booth made with the department is always been there. There has been times when the commission and the department fought, but that was a long time ago. I think probably since I've been engaged in the county advisory board, the commission and the department have had a fairly good working relationship and have done well to work together. And I think they complement each other well. And so how you capture that, Kaylee, I don't know how you capture that piece, but it is that. And I also think you get just greater public input at the commission level meetings than I do at a county advisory board meeting, unless there's a very, very controversial topic like Tracy Truman and Bobcats a few years ago. I mean, I had 101 people at my cab meeting when that occurred. I've never had that many before or after. So unless there's something very definite and local that makes the news, I don't think the cabs get the participation you get at the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Any additional cab comment in Las Vegas? Seeing none, any cab comment on Zoom?
Hello, this is John Hyatt, Clark County Cab, and I think it's important to emphasize to the interim committee that the department and ultimately the commission regulate all the wildlife in Nevada, not just that what's hunted, but all of the other diverse wildlife. And that means dealing with all of the issues associated with endangered and threatened species and with all of the issues. And it's huge. And there's no other agency that's really dealing with all of that complexity of life in Nevada. And I think it's important to let the interim commission know that this isn't just about hunting and fishing. It's about a lot more than that. And certainly emphasis about what the diversity part of the department and the commission do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment on Zoom? No? All right. Any public comment in Las Vegas? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? No? All right. With that, I'll bring it back to the commission. And I don't necessarily think we need to take action on anything. And Kaylee's got some direction, and if anybody else comes up with any more, we can get with her. All right. She's nodding her head. Number 11, public comment period. It says informational. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons making comment are asked to begin by stating their name for the record. So any public comment in Las Vegas? Seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, Mr. Reese.
Yes, thank you. Mike Reese for the record. I just wanted to thank the staff there and the commission. A couple of notes. The science is we've gone from 260,000 deer to 60. If the last 10 years, 15 years that I've been involved, if we spend as much time looking at regulations for trapping versus calling, I'm frustrated because I think that time should be spent on getting our deer back. And this today doesn't get our deer back. This time we're spent. So I appreciate the time that you guys spent on that. I know it's probably as aggravating for you as it is for me, but I appreciate what you guys do. Thank you.
Additional public comment on Zoom?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Jake Walker, Clark County. I spoke a little bit during the petition discussion. And I just wanted to say that some of the sentiment was that you hadn't heard from the middle. I wanted to express that I am the middle in that. I didn't really want to take a position either way. I was okay with whatever direction the commission chose. And then I also wanted to talk about the tag allocation and quota. Really happy with the way that that's been made public. Definitely helps the sportsmen in understanding kind of what their options are when they're looking at putting in. One question and request that I have is the tag quota recommendation. I don't believe is approved prior to the end of the big game application period. I've always seen that as a bit of an issue, specifically if the recommendations are changed. Sportsmen aren't made aware of that until after the application period is ended, so they wouldn't be able to change their applications based on that quota recommendation. So I'm not sure if there's a way we can schedule that differently, if there's some regulation that requires we do it that way, but just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on Zoom?
Go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you. This is Kathy Smith, Washoe County, for the record. First, I just wanted to make a couple of comments about the petition earlier today. Just because I don't think animals should be killed for ego or trophy doesn't mean I'm fringe. I am clearly in the majority when reading social science, all the social science done to date. You didn't hear me speak against the moose hunt. Why? Because the public largely supports it, and I think the hunt is sustainable. It is only these fringe activities that are not supported regarding predators. If you hear the opposite, you live life in a silo or just hear what you want to. This is all social science. Again, I didn't really hear why you made the decision to kick the ball down the road. This isn't rocket science. I can only assume you understand that Nevadans are largely against it, but don't care or just haven't been able to find the rationalization to tell your peers. Commissioner McNinch had the data. This data is widely available to you. Or do you not believe the social sciences studies paid for by wildlife agencies? Do you believe rural residents should get a larger say than someone who lives in Vegas? What about bears in sections 192 and 194? We had rooms full of bear advocates come out with the initiation of the bear hunt. These people left because they feel this. They feel this commission is a waste of time. Again, why did you make the decision on the petition you did today, or not make any decision at all? I heard the rationalization. You have heard it all before. Do you believe the emotional arguments of saving fawns, which is comparable to randomly giving people antibiotics to treat disease? Maybe you don't care if animals are abused, stressed, and killed if population numbers or stay stable. I know hunting dogs are excluded from cruelty laws, so clearly at least some hunters believe anything goes in the treatment of animals. If you believe that people should be able to do whatever they want to do with wildlife, just come out and say it. Maybe you think animals are things that humans have dominance over and don't deserve this type of concern over their welfare. Just come out and say it. Say it out loud. Admit who you are and admit you support the actions of others that you're complicit with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional public comment? No? All right, with that, I will turn it over to Director Janine.
Thank you. So I'm going to offer the commission an opportunity, knowing that it is 4:20 right now, and it's probably going to take 40 to 45 minutes to get to the location, is that I have consulted DAG Burkett, and because this was just kind of a field trip show and tell, it wasn't any particular agenda. It was just an opportunity to show you the facility and discuss matters associated with, is we could hold this off until the next time we're back down in Clark County, and we could reschedule this event and do it at that time, just to have more time to look at it and not be in such a rush. And so I would offer that up to the commission.
Lots of, I see some heads nodding. Yeah, it has been a long day.
Okay, that's what we'll do. We will look to a future meeting down here in Las Vegas, and we'll reschedule that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will see everyone tomorrow morning at 8:30.
The recording has stopped.